Having only 2 days to practice, this won't be enough to master the technique and be geared to foresee the frequency change. Although Felix understood that it wasn't going to be an easy task, he had no option but to invest what remained of his time in this to get as better as possible. 2 days later, back to the Colosseum. "You are lucky. You have caught me in a good mood, so I will end this quickly," Nebula uttered with a faint smile as she was staring at Felix from the opposite side of the arena. She was still reeling in the joy of being able to seek out a position in the government, and not even Felix's face was going to ruin her mood. Felix remained silent, not bothering to acknowledge her taunt. He simply got into a battle position and waited for Mr. Monner to kick things off. "Cut him open. Torture the weasel bastard. Shit. I can't even recoup what I lost yesterday by betting against this fucker today." Meanwhile, the audience was already not in favor of Felix due to Nebula having the home advantage. The stunt he put on yesterday made their dislike on a personal level, causing the majority to rain on him with curses and insults. Since this was Nebula, the majority bet on her even when the odds were so bad, the profits wouldn't reach 1,000 Loomis after putting an entire 100,000 on her. That's how dominating she was in the Heavenly Plains tournament, and the betting dens had more than 120% confidence in her winning this tournament as well. On the other hand, the odds on Felix would make anyone strike rich even if they bet low. But no one was stupid enough to do that, as it was the same as handing out their precious money to the dens willingly. But there was someone who was foolish enough to put their trust in him. "Go, darling. Make me rich," Miss Sinai yelled with one hand near her mouth and the other waving a cheering finger tool, making Kara and Sekiro lower their heads uncomfortably. It was understandable, as everyone near them was giving mocking looks at Miss Sinai. Miss Sinai wasn't really that stupid, as she was certain that Felix wasn't going to overcome Nebula. But after her massive earnings from the last fight, she decided to squander a small portion to support him. "Are you ready?" Mr. Monner ignored the noise and eyed the two combatants. The moment he saw them nodding their heads, he lowered his hand at once and bellowed, "Fight!" Without hesitation, Nebula initiated the fight, her hands glowing with a mystical blue light as she activated Time Prison again. The ground beneath Felix shimmered, and a transparent cage started to form around him, threatening to trap him. Whoosh! But Felix was prepared. Flames erupted from the palms of his hands and soles of his feet, propelling him skyward with astonishing speed. The arena's vast expanse became his domain as he elegantly dodged the boundaries of the time prison, leaving it to collapse on the spot where he once stood. Tisk! Nebula clicked her tongue in irritation at the sight of Felix flying around the arena non-stop, akin to a mosquito. Speed is the only solution against her time-slowing abilities. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus while flying around his target, knowing that he had to be ready for any sudden ability activation. He was certain that as long as he maintained such a high speed, he wouldn't be caught in her time-based abilities, since she had no power to slow the time in the entire arena. Though there was one downside to this strategy: fuel consumption. "I have to end this fight as quickly as possible." Felix switched to offense after noticing that Nebula was chilling on the ground, waiting to exhaust himself. Whoosh! The moment Felix reached the apex of his ascent, he increased his acceleration into the ground, resembling a flying missile in the direction of Nebula. When he built enough momentum, he made a drastic stop in midair, causing a powerful amount of friction and vibration to be created. Felix absorbed the vibrations and added even more from within him before he brought his hands further apart, and then he clapped. Rumble! The single clap generated a devastating sound wave that shot downwards towards Nebula, roaring, growing louder and more intense, causing most of the viewers to feel shivers from its power. Yet Nebula wasn't fazed even a little. Temporal deacceleration shield, she uttered calmly, conjuring a shimmering barrier a few meters in front of her, which decelerated the incoming sound waves the instant it traveled through it. The deafening roar transformed into a faint hum, barely audible by the time it reached her. "She is just invincible with this kind of overpowered defense," Ravager commentated with a troubled expression. "Even if she doesn't assault anyone, no one can touch her with her ability to decelerate time. This was everyone's reaction as they had witnessed Nebula ruining new and old fighters for the past 10 years without anyone being able to lay a single scratch on her. It became the norm. The spectators didn't even seem shocked or astounded. My turn. With intensity in her eyes, Nebula took advantage of Felix's closeness and conjured a spatial blade, a sword seemingly made of starlight and shadows. Temporal acceleration. Channeling her temporal acceleration powers into it, the blade became a streak of luminosity, moving 5 times faster than the eye could follow, aiming straight for Felix's heart. It's now or never. Even when Felix sensed the imminent danger, he didn't attempt to avoid the blade but tried to draw upon the space-time frequency resonance he had harnessed in his training. Just as he began to seek out the frequency, his senses tingled that time wasn't to his advantage and that the blade was approaching too quickly. Damn it! Realizing he couldn't pull it off in time, he made a split-second decision to save his skin. Whoosh! Using the fiery jets from his hands and feet, he performed a rapid aerial maneuver, narrowly evading the blade's deadly arc. It's best to put off some distance and focus on the frequency. With a determined glint in his eyes, Felix immediately started to distance himself from Nebula, seeking the crucial few seconds he needed to connect with the space-time frequency. He didn't do this from the start because he knew that establishing the link might be difficult under an unstable environment, but maintaining it was the more problematic part. If he established it while he had a long distance between him and his target, by the time he closed the distance and attempt to assault her, the frequency might change and put him in a worse spot. Still, this was the only method left as he couldn't penetrate her temporal deacceleration shield with his abilities. Unfortunately, Nebula didn't seem like she had any more plans to just wait for him to exhaust his energy naturally. With a flick of her wrist, a barrage of spatial blades materialized, zooming through the air with lethal intent through temporal acceleration. Like shimmering streaks of light, they twisted and turned, predicting Felix's evasive maneuvers. Felix used the fire jets on his palms and feet to boost his speed, darting rapidly in every direction. The air around him hissed and crackled with the intensity of his movements. But every time he tried to focus, to find that elusive space-time frequency, a blade wood was dangerously close, breaking his concentration. The Colosseum echoed with the sounds of near misses. Each blade that missed Felix embedded itself into the ground or walls, leaving a clear reminder of the danger they posed. Desperation began to creep into Felix's movements as he realized that he couldn't keep this up forever. The sheer number of blades, combined with Nebula's impeccable aim, made it a Herculean task to evade and concentrate at the same time. Nebula smirked, sensing Felix's rising panic. "You can't run forever, dear traveler," she taunted, launching an even more ferocious barrage of blades. When it came to fuel, she obviously had much more than Felix. While he had invested close to 500,000 Loomis on his spiritual prowess, she had invested millions until there was barely any noticeable enhancement after devouring hundreds of spiritual treasures. But Felix, despite the dire circumstances, was nothing if not resilient. He knew he had to change his strategy. Instead of seeking a long moment of peace, he would have to find the frequency in short bursts and stitch together fractions of a second between evasions. With each dodge, he tried to focus, reaching out to the vibrations of spacetime, trying to access its rhythm. It was maddeningly difficult, like trying to catch a specific raindrop in a storm. As another blade skimmed past him, Felix felt a brief connection, a short pulse of the space-time frequency. It was not enough to grant him full control, but it was a start. He just needed a few more moments, a few more connections. Alas, just as the link was about to click like two puzzle pieces connecting together, Felix felt a sudden powerful pressure applying on his entire body, causing his speed to be slowed down drastically. When he turned behind him, his heart skipped a beat at the sight of Nebula flying in his direction, with an extended arm and a cold smile. "If I can't catch you with my time abilities, telekinesis will do just fine." The invisible force seized Felix, compressing him like an iron grip. "Shit! I can't let her get close." Realizing the imminent danger, Felix's instincts took over. In a desperate bid for freedom, He transformed his entire form into a blazing jet, becoming a streak of fire and energy, trying to break free from Nebula's grasp. The arena was illuminated with the brilliant glow of his transformation, casting long, dancing shadows across the battleground. Not so fast. Nebula manifested a single, deadly spatial blade and hurled it directly at Felix's trajectory. Felix realized that he wouldn't be able to evade the spatial blade as the telekinesis pressure made it extremely difficult for him to be flexible. So, he made a tough maneuver that ensured his vital safety firsthand. Sadly, he wasn't fast enough to escape completely unscathed. Slice! The blade cleanly sliced through his left foot just before he could entirely evade it. A sharp, piercing pain shot through him, even in his jet form. But Felix paid it no heed and continued his flight, putting a bigger distance from Nebula. Traveler has been harmed. How long can he last, though? This isn't even Nebula's peak form. Mr. Monner commentated excitedly, followed by the audience's collective gasp at the sheer intensity of the scene, leaving them on the edge of their seats. After Felix had placed a decent distance between him and Nebula, he reverted back to his human form, his face as grim as ever. He wasn't even bothered by his missing feet, as he removed his telekinesis barrier around his sliced leg, and then used intense flames to burn off the wound, causing the bleeding to stop immediately. Then, he covered it again with the barrier since he couldn't handle the fire without it. "Is this everything you got?" Nebula shook her head from a distance. "You should know that I have yet to get serious." Felix knew that she wasn't bluffing, as there were many abilities she had yet to use. Abilities capable of making his time 100 times worse. "Just forfeit. You found me disinterested in continuing this tournament." Nebula seemed to offer Felix an olive branch. Felix didn't bother to entertain this empty conversation, taking advantage of her relaxed state to establish a connection with the space-time frequency. "It's your humiliation, then." Nebula eyed him coldly and then vanished in the blink of an eye, using her teleportation ability to appear directly behind Felix. Her reemergence caused a minor distortion in the spatial atmosphere, a subtle ripple only a few could perceive. But Felix, attuned to the subtle shifts of the environment and a long-time utilizer of teleportation, sensed the distortion even with his eyes shut. "Fall!" Almost immediately, Nebula unleashed her attack. Two lethal spatial blades, glowing with an eerie luminescence, shot forward in the form of an X, aimed directly at Felix's back. Without opening his eyes, Felix sidestepped at the last possible moment. The sharp edges of the blades missed him by mere inches, cutting through the air where he stood just moments ago, creating a shimmering X in their wake. Even when he evaded them, Felix's focus was entirely on establishing the frequency connection. "This is it." Suddenly, the atmosphere around Felix began to waver, resembling a mirage on a hot day. Nebula, sensing an escalating threat from this anomaly, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. "Am I feeling danger? Me?" Nebula couldn't believe it and almost got angry just at the thought. It had been years and years since she felt a sense of threat from anything, making her almost distrust her gut feeling. While she refused to believe that anything could harm her, she still decided to make a swift move and end this battle. Time prison. Time seemed to crystallize as she invoked her temporal prison, trapping Felix within a cage where seconds felt like eternities. "You should have never stopped," Nebula uttered carelessly as she seized the advantage and summoned the same Severance Star. Her devastating finishing move, the shimmering star, razor-edged and deadly, sped toward the seemingly immobilized Felix, its trajectory certain. "It's over. Traveler is doomed. Ha! That's what you get for scamming us." The audience held their collective breaths, the intensity of the moment thickening the air. To them, and perhaps even to Nebula herself, this was her ultimate move, a surefire way to end the duel in her favor. "Master!" Kara held her hands together. Her face showed nothing but concern. Even Miss Sanai and Sekiro had solemn expressions with a bit of hopelessness in them. "How funny. I can't believe I actually had a small belief that he might end Nebula's reigns." Miss Sinai showed a forceful smile as she eyed the Severance star getting dangerously close to her precious servant. Everyone believed that this was the end of Felix, as there wasn't anyone in the past decade who managed to survive this technique. Only 3 people thought otherwise: Asna, Elder Kraken, and Carbuncle. Asna and Elder Kraken didn't know what Felix had prepared, but they were sure that he would never allow himself to go down like this. As for Carbuncle, he merely chuckled in derision. Ah, what are the odds? My little girl's first defeat will be at the hands of him. The moment he said this, Felix's eyes fluttered open slowly. Instead of the fear or surprise one might expect, his eyes danced with undulating waves, looking quite mysterious. Be gone! With a casual, yet deliberate whip of his hand that seemed to be unaffected by the time prison, Felix deflected the incoming attack. The Severance star, a weapon previously thought unstoppable, simply vanished, dissipating into nothingness before it could reach its target. Ha! A collective gasp echoed through the arena, disbelief painted on every face. Nebula, usually so composed, wore an expression of genuine shock at the sight of her ultimate fail-proof method vanishing into the ether. Yet nothing shocked her more than the next scene. Impossible! She muttered, her widened eyes affixed on Felix, who walked outside of the time prison at ease like he was immune to the time slowness. Unfortunately for her, Felix neither had any plans to explain the situation to her nor give her time to break out of her daze. He took a single step forward and suddenly appeared right in front of her. His fist drew back and then shot forward, stopping just an inch away from Nebula's ribcage. It didn't make contact, but it might as well have. The air around his fist distorted, resembling the fractal patterns seen in shattered glass. For a moment the world held its breath. Then, everything erupted. Boom! The shattering effect that originated from Felix's fist spread rapidly. It felt like the very fabric of reality itself was splintering. Nebula's form began to fragment, starting from the point closest to Felix's fist and spreading outwards. Her horrified figure disintegrated, becoming part of the ever-expanding wave of destruction. The devastation didn't stop there. The arena, which had witnessed countless battles and stood the test of time, shattered in much the same way Nebula had. It was as if an unseen force was ripping apart everything in its path, causing the very ground to quake and the sky to darken. The supposedly unbreakable barrier keeping the audience safe tasted the brunt of the force as well, causing cracks to appear on its invisible surface. The stupefied audience felt a sense of dread and uncontrollable fear as they watched the dependable barrier breaking apart right in front of them. Run! It's going to collapse. That's impossible. Nothing can break this bar. Before that viewer could finish the rest of his sentence, the words were caught in his mouth at the sight of the barrier shattering into fragments. Then there was no then. Half of the colossal stadium behind it was obliterated, leaving a sight reminiscent of a meteor's impact. Most viewers managed to fly out of danger in time, but the stubborn ones suffered from an unknown fate, buried in the depth of the rubble. When the dust settled at last, a stark contrast was laid out for all to see. Behind Felix, everything remained untouched, pristine as if the battle had never transpired. Before him was a different story. Utter destruction. The line between these two realities was sharp, clear, and undeniable. The audience, those who were still present and unharmed, stared in disbelief and awe, having absolutely no idea how to react to this cataclysmic scene. Unbeknownst to everyone, even Felix was left staring at his fist with a stunned expression. What did I just do? Felix merely wanted to finish the battle quickly before the spacetime frequency changed and leave him defenseless. So, he went all out in his punch while empowering it with the spacetime frequency, desiring to vanquish Nebula in one strike. This result was way out of his prediction. Nebula? Felix glanced below him amidst the rubble and found a small golden floating spirit flame. The spirit flame didn't respond, but Felix was certain it was Nebula, as this was the state all spirits take when their physical bodies get utterly obliterated. When the viewers saw Nebula's form, whether it was the fighters, the sponsors, or even the commoners, All of them felt a sudden shiver course down their spine. Some of them glanced at the ruined part of the Colosseum, and their terror was enhanced twofolds. Almost all the viewers caught in the aftermath were turned into spirit flames as well, hovering above the ruins, awaiting for the spirit collectors to pick them up and take them to the hospital for rebirth. Rebirth was a simple process of assisting the spirit to regain its strength much faster than normal, allowing it to return to its natural form. Usually, it would take a couple of months, but with the assistance of the hospital staff, the period would be reduced to a few weeks at best. He actually deleted her. Ravager's mouth was left wide open in utter shock as his mind was still failing to process the situation. What kind of monster is this? Cypher gulped a mouthful in fear. He was watching the battle in the stands, desiring to see Felix get humiliated by Nebula as an act of revenge. Alas, this scene made him feel somewhat relieved that their fight ended up in that manner. Meanwhile, Mr. Monner had seen a lot of crazy stuff happening in each Heavenly Plains tournament, but nothing came close to this. He kept switching his focus between Felix, Nebula, and the obliterated half of the Colosseum, having no idea if he should declare the winner or deal with the innocent viewers caught in the fight. In the end, he decided to follow the protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, cough, cough. Please give a round of applause to your winner, the Traveler. Not a single noise was made. Everyone was still pretty shaken to even comprehend the ending of the fight to start cheering. Even without being shocked, not many would cheer for Felix as he had just eliminated their undefeated goddess after a decade of win streak. This little... Is he trying to get himself in trouble? Why so high profile? Elder Kraken was also not too pleased with Felix's assault, as he knew that the news might reach Lord Hades if he bothered to know. While Felix hadn't used anything associated with his previous life, it would still raise suspicion if he was starting to blow up the heavenly plane in merely 6 months of being in it. This is not good. Felix also felt the same distress as he took off towards the hotel without even waiting for his servants and master. He knew if he remained, he would be rained down with questions, and he had no interest in answering something he was also ignorant about. Sekiro, Miss Sanai, and Kara chased after him immediately. When they caught up to him, Kara was the first to speak with stars glittering in her eyes. Master, that was so cool. Cool, I agree. But he is in deep trouble as he has just murdered thousands of spirits at once. Sekiro scolded. What were you thinking? You should not have done that. Even Miss Sanai wasn't in the mood to be playful, knowing the repercussions would be catastrophic for Felix. You guys speak like I planned on erasing half of the Colosseum. Felix's eyelids twitched in irritation. Whether you planned it or not, it did happen, Miss Sanai uttered with a solemn tone. Fortunately, this occurred during an official fight, and the government will take most of the blame due to the barrier failing to protect the audience. Let's hope so. Sekiro sighed. Even though Felix had defeated Nebula, none of them were in the mood to celebrate when there was a judgment sword above Felix's head. The barrier never broke or even cracked, no matter how much damage it experienced, as it was geared to block even a Captain Law enforcer's attacks. For Felix to shatter it with one punch was more than extraordinary. It was on the level of a miracle, and this kind of news could even surpass Nebula's defeat. It was that serious of a matter. Meanwhile, in one of the biggest palaces in the heavenly plane, this pot stirrer. Is he trying to get himself kicked from the plane? Asna could be seen biting her nails nervously while walking around her bedroom. She was wearing a red night robe that matched well with her bewitching crimson hair and star-like amber eyes. Even when she was upset, her beauty was as angelic as ever. I can't even reach out to Hades to help him out in case he got taken to the court. So annoying. Didn't his personality change? Why is still causing trouble? Asna wasn't able to spy on Felix 24/7 since only Lord Hades and the Soul Scribes had such a privilege. So, the only times she saw him were in those public settings through streams. With each appearance, she started to doubt if Felix regained his memories or not, as his battle style was too similar to his previous life. For Asna, who grew up with Felix from his weakest to his strongest form, she could easily detect the similarities. But Felix's different personality made her question if her eyes were fooling her before. Now, She was more certain than ever about Felix at least possessing a portion of his memories, since no one in the spirit realm could reach this level of understanding of the vibration element in less than 6 months besides him. It must be Elder Kraken's doing. But, if Felix possessed some of his memories, does that mean he remembers me? Just as a sparkle of hope appeared in the depth of Asna's eyes, she quenched it immediately. Whether he remembers me or not, I can't be weak and falter to emotions. Felix has no business with our celestial matters, and it must stay like this for his safety. I can't afford to have him killed because of me again. I can't. As much as this pained Asna deep down, she knew that it was the best decision. It was quite selfish since she didn't take Felix's opinion into consideration, but knowing him, she understood that he would never accept it. Against those beings, stubbornness and guts meant absolutely nothing. For now, I can only hope this situation doesn't develop to a trial. Asna sighed helplessly and sat on the bed. She understood that only Lord Hades could save Felix if he was convicted of mass slaughter. He had already done her a great favor by keeping her in his realm, protecting her from the clutches of those beings. So, he would not bother himself with mortal matters related to Felix whether he gets kicked out or not. Sometime later, he is sure as aggressive as always. Carbuncle showed a forced smile as he eyed the spirit flame of Nebula floating inside an illuminating glass jar within his bedroom. Since he was considered her guardian, he was able to take care back to his house and care for her until her form gets restored. But, this is better than I expected. This humbling experience is going to teach her a must lesson and will help her greatly in the upcoming examination. Carbuncle didn't seem too worried about Felix after causing such a massive scene. When someone possesses his kind of knowledge, he could pretty much predict what would happen next. In Felix's case, he was certain that nothing bad was going to occur to him. Back in the hotel, Felix had locked himself in his room without anyone near him, focusing completely on understanding how that punch delivered such a devastating attack. It didn't take him long before he managed to come up with the best theory. He realized that when an object or force resonates with the same frequency as another system, it could transfer energy to that system very efficiently. Think of it like a singer breaking a wine glass with their voice. When they hit the right note, frequency, the energy from their voice transfers to the glass, causing it to shatter. So, when Felix threw that punch, he wasn't just using his physical strength. He was channeling the energy of spacetime's frequency through his fist, causing it to resonate with the immediate vicinity of spacetime around him. The punch, although not physically touching anything, was a concentrated point where spacetime's inherent frequency was amplified exponentially. This amplification caused a feedback loop. As Felix introduced an amplified frequency into the fabric of spacetime, it responded by oscillating violently, much like how water reacts when a stone is thrown into a calm pond. These oscillations, or ripples, caused the shattering effect observed. But given the vast power and scope of spacetime, these weren't just minor disturbances. They were cataclysmic waves of energy that tore apart everything in their path. How terrifying! This is merely the most simplistic and barbaric way of controlling the spacetime frequency. If I mastered it completely, I can redefine reality as I understand it. Felix thought to himself as he glanced at his fist. Now I am certain. Vibration primogenitor must have been at least at the top 3 strongest primogenitors, and if she was still alive, no one can defeat her besides Lord Shiva. Felix knew that it was somewhat useless to rank primogenitors since each one possessed unique powers strong and weak against different elements. However, there were certain primogenitors that were always powerful and dominating in any scenario like Lord Shiva. Now, he was certain that the vibration primogenitor was part of that group as he really couldn't find a single weakness in her element if one mastered it to perfection. Felix was able to blow half of a coliseum with a weak-ass punch by using merely spacetime frequency. He couldn't imagine what kind of power he would possess if he managed to master such said frequency. There was no need to mention what would happen if he managed to somehow master the ultimate ability of the vibration element. Strings manipulation. The entire universe is made out of strings vibrating at different frequencies. The one to rule those frequencies will be the overlord of the universe. This was the ability that Asna had mentioned way before. She told him that if he managed to perfect the element and found a method to establish a connection with those strings, he would be able to shape reality to his own will. That's because all the subatomic particles in the universe were born from frequencies of vibrating strings, and each different frequency gave rise to different types of particles such as quarks, electrons, or photons. Even the atom's nucleus was found to be made out of subatomic particles, which meant if Felix understood how those frequencies result in the birth of the particles, he could totally defy reality. But this was an insurmountable mountain at the moment, and he knew that even if he spent a lifetime, he would not manage to master such an ability. Just how can such a monster die? Did she commit suicide? But why? She was one of the first primogenitors to be born and died so early. Most of the other primogenitors weren't born yet. Felix frowned. Her death is too mysterious. Felix felt that only Unijin-level beings were capable of taking her down if she hadn't killed herself. His first theory was her strength was too overpowered, even Unijins felt threatened by her existence. It can't be, no matter how powerful a primogenitor is, he can't contest against a Unijin due to the spiritual pressure difference. Felix shook his head. Unijins can kill primogenitors with a mere look, just like the deities can do it to mortals. This was one of the reasons primogenitors maintain as much distance as possible from the Eternal Kingdom. Who knows what happened? Felix dropped the matter at once, not wanting to invest his mind into empty speculations. He jumped into his bed and turned on the TV, wanting to check on the aftermath of his destruction. A somber reporter appeared on the screen with a live background of the ruined Colosseum. In a shocking turn of events, the iconic Colosseum, where tens of thousands gather to witness the grand tournaments, has faced an unprecedented disaster. The screen was cut to clips of the Colosseum crumbling, smoke billowing from its remnants. Then it switched to short interviews with the spectators. It was chaos. One moment we're cheering, and the next, there's smoke and debris everywhere. I have lost my wife because of that murderous fucker. I won't rest until I know he got apprehended and served justice. The hospital fees are pretty expensive. The government or the culprit should be responsible for paying them. Felix's eyelids twitched the more he listened. He could feel the entire city's wrath jump from the screen at him, making him understand that this scenario was far from over. Soon, the reporter returned to the screen and continued on. The gravity of this tragedy is immense, and the tournament has been postponed until the Colosseum gets rebuilt. Clung, clung. Suddenly, Felix's attention was stolen by a muffled sound from the outside, resembling heavy boots against wooden floors. They are here. Felix turned off the TV and walked to the door. Then he opened it wide and waited a few meters away from it. A moment later, a squad of silver law enforcers appeared before him. They were clad in tailored uniforms adorned with shimmering badges that indicate their special status. The air around them seemed to ripple with energy, each member exuding a distinctive aura of absolute power. The squad's captain walked into the room and scanned it entirely with one glance. Then, his eyes locked into Felix and introduced, "I am Captain Giovanni of the 30th Corp. By the authority vested in me, I hereby place you under detention." Felix didn't flinch, nor did he look surprised. "I was expecting you," he responded coolly. Without another word, two members of the squad flanked him, ensuring he was securely between them. Though the move was procedural, it seemed unnecessary. Felix showed no sign of resisting, his demeanor calm and poised. Upon reaching the station, Felix was led into an interrogation room, a stark contrast to the warm hues of the sunset outside. The room was cold, lit by a single overhead light with a table and two chairs occupying the center. Whether in the spirit realm or the living room, some things never change. Captain Giovanni gestured for Felix to sit. "Do you want your lawyer?" he asked. It was part of the rules, and he could not start the interrogation without telling Felix about his rights. "No need." Felix shook his head. Captain Giovanni narrowed his eyes for a moment before his expression returned natural again. "All right, we will start shortly." He took off and closed the door behind him, leaving Felix sitting all alone with nothing but a cup of water. Meanwhile, Captain Giovanni and his squad were watching him from behind a one-way glass window. "What do you think?" a squad member inquired as he eyed his boss. When it came to the death of the people, it was the government's mess up and everyone will be reimbursed fairly and have their fees paid. Captain Giovanni replied coldly, but if we found out that this bastard has intentionally gone for such a powerful attack even though he knew of its aftermath, then the story changes. The government was going to pay either way, but it didn't mean that they would allow someone with such evil thoughts to roam freely. Leave him there for 8 hours. Then we will use the lie detection device to seek out his motives, the captain ordered. This was exactly what happened as Felix remained in that dark and unwelcoming interrogation room alone without even a second refill of the water. Still, he didn't seem riled up in the slightest, which made the squad captain and his members feel a bit of respect for his tenacity. After the duration ended, Captain Giovanni went into the room while holding a small peculiar device. "Am I free to go?" Felix asked indifferently. "Not so fast." Captain Giovanni pointed at the machine and ordered, "Put your finger on the hole." The small device had a small hole on one of its silver surfaces and Felix did as he was told, sliding his index finger inside of it. "You know what this is, right?" "Yes." Felix nodded, understanding that it was a truth device capable of picking lies from the truth with a 100% success rate. So no one could fool it. "Let's start then." "Ask." "I've nothing to hide, Captain." "We will see about that." Captain Giovanni asked a simple question. "Did you destroy half of the Colosseum?" "Yes," Felix replied, his voice unwavering. The captain paused, eyes narrowing. "Why?" "I punched the space-time plane, resonating with its frequency. The destruction was an unintended side effect," Felix responded. "Wait, what does that even mean?" Captain Giovanni asked incredulously. "The explanation treads on my element and secret to mastering its abilities. I am not forced to answer such irrelevant questions by law." Felix denied to answer as he had no interest in explaining the concept of vibration to him. While this irritated Captain Giovanni, he understood that he couldn't force out the answer from Felix. So he moved on. "For what purpose did you use that punch?" "To protect myself and win the battle." Captain Giovanni leaned back, analyzing the information. "So you claim it was in self-defense?" "Yes," Felix admitted. There was silence for a few moments. Then Captain Giovanni finally asked the real question. "Did you know that your punch will result in the destruction of the Colosseum and the death of the viewers?" "No." Captain Giovanni glanced at the machine and noticed that it had yet to make any noise, which was an indication of him still telling the truth. "Does that mean you had no idea of your punch's power?" "No clue. I just wanted to eliminate Nebula." Felix shook his head. "I have just learned this ability, and my control of it was too primary. But in a desperate situation, I was left with no choice but to use it." The machine was still as silent as always. "I see." Captain Giovanni's attitude turned softer after realizing that this might be just a freak incident and Felix truly was innocent. "By the way, you better enhance your barrier for my next battles as the moment I am put in the same position, I won't hesitate to use the same ability." Felix informed calmly, "This time, I won't be blamed at all." Captain Giovanni and his squad members picked up the tint of threat in Felix's voice and yet, they had nothing to retort with. As they say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. If the government did nothing to prepare for Felix's next battles, it wouldn't be on him even if he completely destroyed the entire Colosseum and killed everyone on it. "Bold of you to assume that you will be joining the rest of the games." Captain Giovanni shook his head. "Whether it was intentional or not, you have still sent thousands of spirits to hospitals, and no one will dare watch your battles in the Colosseum even if we assured everyone that the barrier has been enhanced." It was clear that Captain Giovanni ordered that Felix must not set foot in the arena ever again whether he was innocent or guilty. "What are you implying?" Felix knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, not liking where this was going. "You have to drop out," Captain Giovanni said, his voice as solemn as ever. The spirits feared going through the rebirth process since it might ruin their jobs or businesses. No one would like to remain in a coma for months or weeks at minimum, and they would avoid anything that might cause it. So, if Felix dared to appear in his next games, only a decent number of brave or careless viewers would attune to the Coliseum live. This was enough to ruin this year's tournament, as a live audience was a must to keep the excitement alive. Are you ordering me? No, as long as you haven't broken any rules, the government can't order you to do anything. Captain Giovanni changed his tone. We are requesting you. Felix placed his hand on his chin, seemingly finding it quite difficult to agree to his request. I don't care about the championship title, but I must not show them that. Meanwhile, his mind was processing the entire situation and seeing the best path to earn as many benefits as possible. My apologies, but I haven't worked my ass off all this time and invested close to 500,000 Loomis just to drop out. Felix declined the request, especially when I eliminated Nebula, the 10 times champion. If I dropped out, doesn't that mean other fighters will have a free chance to win the tournament at my expense? How is that fair? He got a point. I wouldn't drop out either. Captain Giovanni's squad muttered among each other, showing indirect support for Felix's situation. They knew that becoming a Heavenly Plains champion meant more than just winning 500,000 Loomis. First, the fighter's name would be registered in the history books. Second, his reputation would skyrocket, allowing him more access to business opportunities, as everyone would want to gain advantage of his fame. Third, receiving permits from the government became much smoother. There were many more hidden benefits, which would make any fighter do anything to become a champion. We understand how difficult our request is, and we are willing to make up for all the lost benefits, Captain Giovanni assured. Such as? Felix's ears perked up. You will be given the 500,000 Loomis reward in advance, in addition to a written recommendation letter to secure the examination of any free governmental position related to the law enforcement department. Captain Giovanni finished with a confident smile, certain that Felix wouldn't reject their offer. Just the guaranteed 500,000 Loomis was a decent benefit, but the recommendation letter was the real deal. In the Heavenly Plane, opportunities to enter the government were rare and finite. Yet even when a governmental post frees up, not every golden spirit had the right to join the examination. Each examination accepted a limited number of requests for spirits to enhance their chances of having their requests stand out more from the pile. Having recommendation letters and other achievements related to that governmental position helped a lot. It was like pushing out an employment resume, and the more remarkable details on it, the better the odds of being employed. Yet, Felix still shook his head without bothering to even consider the offer. At the moment, I have no interest in becoming a governmental official. Felix chuckled emotionlessly, appearing quite menacing. As you can see, I am still a red-colored spirit. My first priority is to become a golden spirit, and I was planning to participate in multiple yearly tournaments to collect the needed resources. The only way for me to accept your plea is if you gave me enough Loomis to secure my color upgrade. Felix gave his demand at last. What a demand it was! Felix was legit asking for close to 1,000,000 Loomis, if not more, depending on the intensity of his red color. Yet, you have a deal. But you must not participate in any other tournaments. Captain Giovanni agreed at once, like such a price was nothing to him. I don't mind. Felix extended his hand for a handshake, but he was dying inside as he felt like he could have gotten much more. Don't get too greedy. There is a fine line between making an agreeable deal and extorting the government. Felix got rid of those emotions almost immediately. He knew that the authorities could bear to pay 100 times the price, but it didn't mean that they would allow themselves to be extorted. Felix would rather maintain a positive rapport with the authorities, as the moment he fall from its grace, it could be said that his stay in the Heavenly Plane would be over. I like you. You are sensible and strong enough to be part of our department. Captain Giovanni's expression finally broke into a warm smile as he shook Felix's hand. I will still write the recommendation letter for you in case you desired to join our forces. It will be an honor. Felix bowed his head in appreciation. Good. I will call you if there are any openings. For now, it's best if you return to the capital, as there is plenty of irate, capable citizens who want a piece of you, Captain Giovanni advised. Will do. Felix nodded in understanding and asked, Am I free to go? Please. And thank you for your cooperation. Captain Giovanni extended his hand at the door. Without further ado, Felix left the station and returned to his hotel room. Felix opened the door to his hotel room, not expecting to find anyone inside. But there, seated on the plush couch, were Miss Sinai, Sekiro, and Kara. All looked up, their expressions a mix of concern and relief. How did it go? Miss Sinai inquired with a solemn tone. It ended up for the best. Felix answered calmly. I was proven innocent and struck a favorable deal. A deal? With the law enforcers. Sekiro raised an eyebrow in confusion. Having nothing to hide, Felix related the details of the deal, leaving all of them with mouths slightly agape in shock. You were really paid off by the authorities to drop out from the tournament. Even Nebula wasn't offered such a thing after 10 years of domination, Sekiro expressed. I can see where they are coming from. Miss Sinai clarified. Nebula might have been a force to reckon with, but she was still fighting in the boundaries of the arena. Meanwhile, Felix's abilities proven to be powerful enough to ignore the barrier and harm even the audience. The authorities can't be taking such needless risk by keeping him around, as nothing guarantees that he won't do the same with another ability. It was much better to get rid of him than deal with the aftermath. That's true. Sekiro nodded in understanding. You also got a recommendation letter from a captain. It's really a good deal. Miss Sinai smiled in approval. I know, but there are no free posts at the moment, so it will be a while until I can take advantage of it. It's much better that way. With your current work in my bureau, the more cases you close, the easier for your applicant to stand out and be accepted. Miss Sinai grinned. So, you better work extra hard on our cases. I still owe you a couple more cases. You don't have to mention it. Felix's eyelids twitched, knowing that even if he had the necessary amount to upgrade, the contract stated that he had closed a set number of cases before he could change his color. A couple of hours later, the entertainment department in the government responsible for the Heavenly Plains tournament had made a wide public announcement, detailing Felix's withdrawal from the tournament. Everyone celebrated the news at the start, believing that Felix must have been punished by the law enforcers over his mass slaughter. Alas, when details of his innocence came out and the real reason for his retreat was his fear of bringing even more destruction, everyone was left at a loss for words. It can't be. The Traveler will never drop out because of such a lame reason. Ravager was the first to figure out something fishy about the situation. He fought and watched him fight others, making him pretty understanding of his cold and ruthless nature. He must have been offered something to withdraw. Goliath approved. Both of them were hanging out in the cafe, waiting for the reconstruction of the Colosseum to be concluded. But what's more valuable than the championship? It's one of the highest honors in the entire heavenly plane for non-governmental spirits. Ravager frowned. Why does it matter? 2 monsters have gotten eliminated from the tournament. This is the best chance to seize the championship before they return next year and make our efforts obsolete. Goliath spoke with a hint of envy. I have already been eliminated, but you are still in it. If I were you, I wouldn't focus on anything but on myself. He is right. Why am I thinking about the wise? Ravager tightened his fists. This is a God-sent opportunity to clutch the championship and save my sister from that despicable scum. I should be thanking the Traveler. While Ravager's pride made it hard for him to accept becoming a champion through this method, his sister's situation made him swallow his pride and give it his all. I am heading back to my room. Ravager stood up immediately and took off, not bothering to even pay for the drinks. I will cheer for you. Bring the trophy home. Goliath yelled from a distance, not caring about the displeased looks he was receiving from the pedestrians. Ravager wasn't the only one with a fire lit up in his chest after hearing the news. Evergreen and the remaining fighters had all thrown themselves back to training, wanting to take advantage of those few rest days to get even stronger. Their sponsors realized what kind of opportunity this was and sought them out with spiritual treasures worth hundreds of thousands of lumis, wanting their companies' names to be etched in history. Mr. Atticus reached out to Ravager to do the same, and he didn't refuse him. He wasn't foolish to reject his support at this crucial moment. Meanwhile, Felix had completely removed anything related to the tournament from his mind and was seen preparing to depart back to the capital. My money will arrive at the capital, so there is no need to linger here anymore. However, just as he reached the door, his crystal device started vibrating. When he glanced at the screen and saw that it was a red, colored message, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. Red messages or emails meant being sent by a governmental official, and one had to address them. Is it Elder or Captain Giovanni? Felix thought it came from those two. But when he clicked on it, he was left surprised by the unfamiliar name. Soul Scribe Karani? Who's that? A problem? Miss Sinai asked after seeing his expression change constantly. I received an invitation from a soul scribe called Karani. Do you know him? He inquired. Know him? Who doesn't? He is Nebula's master. Sekiro interjected. Master? Is he inviting you to scold you for what you did to her? Kara asked, concerned. Felix shrugged his shoulders silently, indicating his ignorance about the matter as well. I will be back soon. Knowing that he couldn't reject the invitation, Felix took off on top of the double-headed lion in the direction of the marked location. Soul scribes are extremely dangerous for me. Felix narrowed his eyes. A bit of worry was hidden there. They are the only ones who should know everything about me if they had their eyes on me. While Felix understood that soul scribes couldn't divulge any information from their documents, it was still not a good feeling to know that his biggest secret could be at the hands of other strangers. While it wasn't comfortable, there was nothing he could do about it. In a few moments, Felix reached the noble northern side of the city where palaces and mansions stretched for as long as their eyes could see. He was stopped at the gate due to his color being red, but after showing the invitation to the guards, he was allowed entry without his beast. Felix left it behind and continued on the flight until he arrived at a magnificent but simplistic mansion that was nestled amidst verdant gardens. Please get in. A male servant with a pointy single horn on his forehead welcomed Felix at the gate. Felix went inside, and the male servant guided him silently to his master's room. After a few turns and twists, they reached the door and the servant left him alone. Before Felix could knock on the door, a soft, familiar voice resounded from the inside, causing a string of Felix's frozen heart to get tugged. Please come in, little one. Felix pushed the door slowly, and when his vision wasn't hindered anymore, meeting directly with Carbuncle, who was sitting at his desk, he was left completely stunned and frozen in his place. Elder Carbuncle, he muttered uncontrollably under his breath, having no clue how to react to this situation. Haha, I must have been the last one you expected to meet. Carbuncle chuckled as he walked up to Felix. Before he could react, he gave him a big warm hug while whispering in his ears. It must have been tough being all alone here. It was all right. While the hug was warm enough to reminisce on the good times with the stoned Carbuncle in his consciousness space, Felix's emotions were still as unreactive as ever. Carbuncle didn't seem to mind it as he knew about the change in his personality. He let go of him and requested that he sit down with him. After they were seated, Carbuncle informed. I know that you have plenty of questions, but you should take into consideration my identity and understand that I can't divulge anything, even to you. I understand. Felix nodded. Just the fact of them being familiar with each, even though they weren't supposed to have met at all in the spirit realm, was suspicious enough. If Carbuncle dared to break the rules and expose any more information directly, it wouldn't end well for any of them. How is Nebula doing? I apologize for what happened to her. I really had no idea that my punch was going to leave her in such a state. Felix smiled forcefully. If I knew she was under you, I wouldn't have gone so hard. It's okay. You did me a favor by teaching her a lesson. Carbuncle waved his hand casually. I see. Felix nodded and remained silent, having no idea how to strike up a conversation with someone incapable of answering anything. He wanted to ask him about his wife, his life here, how much he knows about their previous life, and whether he knows if his grandfather, friends, and parents were registered in the Heavenly Plains data center. But all of those questions were too sensitive. I might not be able to give you any information, but there is nothing stopping me from hearing you talk to yourself, Carbuncle uttered with a hidden glint in his eyes. Indeed, understanding what he implied, Felix couldn't help but show an emotionless, cunning smile. Carbuncle was forbidden from sharing information, but he wasn't banned from showing a reaction to a conversation. Is my name Felix? Felix started easy to set the rules. Carbuncle smiled and didn't answer, letting Felix understand that each time he smiled it meant agreement. And if he didn't, it hinted rejection. Is this method safe? Won't it cause trouble for you? Felix somewhat feared that such a trick might not be perfect and it would still throw Carbuncle in deep trouble. After all, if it was this simple to get information from soul scribes without consequences, he believed anyone would do it. Carbuncle didn't smile this time, making Felix understand that his concerns were unwinded. The only way to get in trouble from this is if Lord Hades was watching us now. If he had such an interest in us, we would be in trouble long ago. Carbuncle spoke in his mind. While Felix didn't receive any clarification, he trusted Carbuncle's judgment and committed to the conversation. Do you have your soul linked with your wisp of consciousness in the living world? Carbuncle didn't smile. Why so? Is it banned or impossible for soul scribes? Still no reaction. So, it can be done. Felix raised an eyebrow before asking, Don't tell me you can't pull it off? Carbuncle smiled this time. But how? Elder Kraken did it twice now. Since the question wasn't direct, Carbuncle couldn't answer. He didn't need to, as Felix realized the crux of the problem right away. I forgot. Elder Kraken was considered one of the best soul utilizers in the universe. Lady Sphinx did say it's extremely impressive for him to link his mane with a wisp even through the spirit realm. Felix recalled that his master's reaction to the news wasn't normal, making him understand that not any primogenitor could pull it off even if they had their memories intact. As she said, establishing a soul link through the spirit realm had the same difficulty as doing it with a soul from a universe in a different timeline. Fortunately, you became a soul scribe, which helped with your memories. Felix wanted to ask him about how he became a soul scribe, but he knew that it wasn't going to be a very productive chain of questioning. So he skipped right to the important subjects. I don't know why you became a soul scribe, but I have a feeling that it's mostly connected to your wife. Am I right? Carbuncle smiled. You must have also gotten your memories erased when you died. So for your heart to still long for your wife and get guided by it to reunite with her is truly miraculous. Felix had no idea if this was exactly how it happened or if fate gave him a massive favor. Whatever it was, Carbuncle's goal of reuniting with his wife hadn't died out even after his death. The moment I accessed the heavenly plane, your situation was always in my mind, Felix shared. I plan to locate you and your wife after I become a governmental official, as it will be much easier with that kind of authority. Carbuncle smiled, but this time it was out of appreciation and gratitude as he could see that Felix was being real. So, with your kind of access, I believe you must have already located your wife. Felix jumped to the serious stuff. But, since you can't act on such information, you must have called me to assist you in making it happen. Carbuncle smiled in agreement. Just tell me what I have to do, Felix said with a solemn tone. Carbuncle manifested a map of the heavenly plane for a moment before removing it. Understanding what he wanted, Felix brought out his own holographic map and expanded it to showcase all the cities across the entire realm. Let's start with this. He pointed his finger at the Northern Lights city and Carbuncle didn't react. Felix was a bit surprised by this as he expected Carbuncle to reside in the city of his wife to stay close to her. Still, he moved on to the second best option. The capital. This time, Carbuncle smiled. Good. She is nearby. Let's see what district is she in now. Felix zoomed in on the capital and placed his finger on the 4 districts until Carbuncle locked on the northern district. This made Felix furrowed his eyebrows immediately. Is she a governmental official? He asked, understanding that the higher her authority was, the more difficult it would be to bring her to their side. Carbuncle showed on reaction. Is she a servant of an official? Carbuncle smiled. A bit complicated, but manageable. Felix nodded. Then, he continued on his search by pointing at each mansion and palace in the northern district for the next 10 minutes. Only after he reached the 90th mansion did Carbuncle finally break into a smile. With my current access to the database, I cannot find out about the identity of the mansion's owner, Felix disclosed with a deep frown. In addition, I can't enter there without being either a golden spirit or receiving an invitation. It would have been much easier if all the governmental officials' names were known, but the majority kept their identities hidden from the public unless it was necessary. So, he couldn't show him all of their names and make him pick one. Still, he wasn't planning to give up. Is he a law enforcer? No reaction. Is he a soul scribe? No reaction. Is he part of the jurisdiction system? No reaction. Is he a spectral warden? Carbuncle smiled. That's a bit troublesome. Felix knew that spectral wardens enjoyed quite a pressuring authority as there were only 7 of them in each city. Each warden's job was to report directly to the Ethereal Council on the woes and issues arising on each demographic color they were responsible for. Their duties were to serve as looking for their respectful group's interest and lobbying to get more power for them from other colors. In a sense, they were like Parliament but for colors. Felix started listing the colors one by one until Carbuncle chose Dark. Dark Spirit's representative warden. Felix entered the network and searched for him. Since those wardens held the interests of certain groups in each city, it was impossible for them to hide their identities. So, it didn't take him long before he found the name and pictures of Carbuncle's wife-master. Sharky Merton, a respectable warden who is loved by the majority of the low-status spirits due to his care and fighting spirit when it came to their interest. He has gotten the daily homeless penalty reduced by 20% in the past decade, and also fought greatly to ensure that statue spirits would have better exposure to new masters in other cities, in hopes of avoiding getting kicked out from the plane. Felix read a short article about the warden as he scrolled through his pictures. As his name suggests, he resembled a shark greatly, standing tall with a deep purple, sleek skin, reminiscent of the vast oceans from which he might have hailed in his previous life. Prominent gills adorned both sides of his chiseled cheeks, flaring slightly with every breath. His eyes, intense and focused, contrast with the chilling display of razor-sharp teeth, which seemed to gleam ominously even in dim light. Despite his fearsome appearance, he always had a gentle smile in those pictures, whether he was alone or with others. He sounds like a decent OFFI. Before Felix could finish his comment, he noticed a sudden wave of hatred and anger released from Carbuncle. Without uttering a single word, the air around him grew heavy, almost suffocating, as a palpable aura of hostility emanated from him. What did he do? Felix inquired with a solemn tone, realizing that this mission wasn't going to be a smooth one at all. Carbuncle shook his head, but he couldn't hide the pain and sadness in his eyes. Felix's expression turned for the worse at the thought of Warden Sharky abusing Carbuncle's wife. The worst part? Carbuncle must have watched this happen every time without the ability to save her. Felix couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he was in his spot. Boy, it's much worse than that. Carbuncle finally verbally communicated back. His voice seemed to almost crack from emotion. Alas, he couldn't say any more than this, and while it bothered Felix a lot, he didn't press any further. For now, all you have to do is become a golden spirit. You should do it fast, as there will be a massive opportunity heading your way. Carbuncle stressed. An opportunity that will benefit both of us. I understand. Felix nodded. Felix realized that it would be a governmental post or something related to it, as there were no other more important opportunities than getting into the big club. Carbuncle wanted to tell him that it would be the captain's post, but it would be contemplated a breach. He told Nebula because she was his ex-servant and still enjoyed many privileges of being under him, but Felix was a total stranger. Elder, you don't have to worry. No matter how difficult or dangerous the situation is going to be, I promise you that you will be reunited with your wife, Felix assured with a cold tone. Regardless of what it takes, promise was a promise. Felix had gotten too many benefits and assistance from almost all of his tenants, and he tried his very best to pay them back one way or another. In the case of Thor and Jormungandr, He managed to slay Mananangle and even terrorize the other Darkins. He helped Lady Sphinx obtain as many monoliths as possible, and she was missing only a few more. Now it was time for Carbuncle to get his own assistance. "Thank you, little one." Carbuncle smiled in appreciation and then warned him. "Don't get hasty though. Just focus on yourself at the moment, and when the time comes, you will know when to make your move." "I understand." "Good." Carbuncle stood up and gave him another hug. Then he guided him to the door and said, "I won't hold up any more of your time. Best of luck out there, and remember, I am always watching." Felix nodded back and then took off, returning to the hotel. On his way there, his mind was swimming with many thoughts related to this mission. "The first thing I need to do is become a golden spirit so I can be on talking terms with Elder Kraken again. I can't do this without his assistance." Elder Kraken was the only one capable of helping Carbuncle's wife restore her past memories, and if they wanted this mission to work, that was a must. After all, how could they convince her to become a partner with Carbuncle and give up on her life without letting her know first what she was missing? Plus, with a completely different personality, she wouldn't be Carbuncle's wife, but merely someone who was sharing the same appearance as her. I do wonder though, why hasn't Elder Kraken contacted Carbuncle to help him out? Felix pondered. Both of them should have been here for a very long time, and with their memories intact, they should have contacted each other at least once. But he had met both of them and neither had mentioned the other. Felix dropped the matter for now, wanting to ask Elder Kraken about it when he met him. For now, he returned to the hotel and departed with his party back to the capital on top of the double-headed Crimson Lion. As for his grandfather and family members, Felix decided to ask Carbuncle about their situation later on when he returned his wife. But in reality, Felix was just scared that he wouldn't feel a single thing when he saw them again due to his emotionless status. That would hurt him more than anything. 2 weeks later. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the climax of the Heavenly Plains tournament. The anticipation is palpable as the two titans of this competition, Ravager and Evergreen, face off in the grand arena. The crowd is absolutely electric. Mr. Monner's thrilled voice resounded in Miss Sinai's living room. Felix, Sekiro, and Kara were all sitting on the couch, spectating this fine battle. The Colosseum had been rebuilt from scratch and received many new modifications, making it surpass its previous version. Felix had tuned in to this battle simply because he had nothing to do at the moment. He was working on a case with his master, and she had gotten out to gather some information from her people. "Who do you think will win?" Sekiro asked. "Ravager," Felix replied calmly. Felix was certain because Evergreen was a plant/water/poison elementalist, which was heavily countered by Ravager's elements. Just like Ravager was trying to prove his point, the entire momentum of the battle shifted in his favor right from the start, fighting with great zeal and madness. His aggressiveness matched with his powerful fire abilities made it extremely difficult for Evergreen to resist him for long. The applauding viewers' voices got lower and lower the more they watched the fight go on. Realizing that today would be the end of their city's reign on the Heavenly Plains tournament, their realization came sooner than they anticipated as Ravager went all out with his dual flaming swords and managed to slice through Evergreen telekinesis barrier and torso, ending the battle in the most spectacular way. The instant Evergreen's body dropped to the ground, Ravager screamed at the top of his lungs with bloodshot eyes, seemingly wanting to get rid of the stress of saving his sister at last. Clap, clap. Congratulations, Brother Articus. You have done the entire city proud with this achievement. Lady Iris applauded with a delightful expression as she sat next to Mr. Atticus and other peers. "Haha, I always held my beliefs in Ravager." Boss Gideon laughed. "I have recouped almost all of my losses from my previous bet. While the tournament had many ups and downs, it's good that the trophy has finally come back home." Madame Arabella smiled while clapping elegantly. "He did what he was paid to do," Mr. Atticus stated. A faint, content smile was etched on his ice-cold face at last. When he noticed that Ravager was staring at him with inflamed eyes, he couldn't help but snicker in his mind. I doubt he will want his sister back after he sees her. While Mr. Atticus would rather not hand out his sister to keep his control on Ravager. Their contract had to be respected. Otherwise, he would end up in court before he knew it. Alvy, what's on your mind? You should be celebrating the loudest, as we know how much pride you hold in the capital. Lady Iris suddenly asked after seeing Boss Alves deep in his thoughts. It's nothing. I am just overwhelmed. Ravager really did us proud. Boss Alves deflected with a fake cheerful smile. In reality, his mind was concentrated on Miss Sinai's situation, as he had just received news that his subordinates had finally managed to convince one of her people to sell her out. The cost isn't cheap at last, but at this point it has to be done. Boss Alves thought with a serious expression. That bastard will most likely become a golden spirit soon and join the government at the first opportunity with his kind of ambition. It will be too late then for me to do anything to them. Even though he had an ethereal elder backing him up, Duke Humphrey would never make a move personally as it was too much of an eye drawer. If he becomes a governmental official, only Sharkey and other officials under the Duke will be able to take care of him. I can't go out like this without showing any results. He won't be content in the slightest by my performance. Boss Alves wouldn't have minded if those officials took this hot potato from his hands, but knowing Duke Humphrey's real identity, he was certain that it wouldn't end well for him. It's time to bring that witch down and kick those bastards to the streets. Whatever happens then won't be my problem. Boss Alves excused himself from the group, ignoring their invitation to the celebration party. As he was heading back to the capital, he ordered his subordinate to bring the snitch to his underground office. Sometime later, in a dimly lit office with basic furniture, Boss Alves was seen sitting from across nervously perched man on a plush leather chair. His eyes were darting around and seemed like he didn't want to be here. Sensing his emotional instability, Boss Alves jumped right through it, not wanting to give him a chance to change his mind. Give me everything you know and the 20,000 Loomis will be yours, Boss Alves said. The moment the snitch heard the cost again, his nervousness seemed to have disappeared. I have a strict contract with her, so I can't say much, but I have found this recording device on the ground once, and it has some damning statements, the snitch said as he slid a small recording black device on the table. Found, huh? Boss Alves sneered in his mind, knowing that the snitch must have recorded her when she wasn't paying attention, and kept it on him to use leverage against her in the future. While he didn't approve of such action, he didn't say anything out loud, not wanting to frighten the snitch. Let's hear it out. As Boss Alves pushes the play button, the tension in the room palpably thickens. For the next few minutes, Boss Alves changed to satisfaction with its content. However, after it was done, he became displeased again. That's it. Yes. TSK, this is barely good enough to throw her in jail for a couple of years. No way the court will kick her out of the heavenly plane unless she hired the worst lawyer in the realm. Boss Alves was quite disappointed by its content as he knew it wouldn't be enough to cause the kind of damage he desired. If Miss Sinai was put in jail, Felix would still be regarded her servant unless he decided to cut off the contract on his own. This is better than nothing. Boss Alves smiled coldly. I can use it to blackmail her into kicking her servant off and my job will be regarded as done. After Boss Alves sent the snitch away and made sure that none of this would backfire on him, he contacted Miss Sinai right away. Alvy, I never thought I would hear from you after daring to make a move on me. Miss Sinai picked up the call right away and spoke with the same playful attitude. TSK, I have no interest in empty chit-chat with you. Boss Alves jumped straight to the subject. I have something that will send you to jail for a long time, and if you don't want me to hand it over to the authorities, pay me a visit in the next half an hour. Without waiting for her response, he hung up the call and returned to his main office. Meanwhile, Miss Sinai was left staring at her crystal device with a stern expression. Alves doesn't seem to be joking or making an empty threat. But what could he have against me? I made sure to stay bulletproof even from my own people. Unbeknownst to Miss Sinai, the informant that came forward had a very old recording of her from the first days when she started dabbling in the gray line. At that point in time, she was still new to everything and she was bound to leave tracks behind her. Whatever he has, I will know about it when I see it. Miss Sinai decided to leave right away. When she exited the office and walked to the door, Felix couldn't help but get suspicious. Did something happen? You have just returned. Nothing important. I forgot to handle some matters. Miss Sinai blew him a kiss. I will be right back. Don't miss me too much. Felix's eyelids switched at her antics, but his senses still remained alert. Something is wrong. Felix was an expert lie detector, and while Miss Sinai was a professional bullshitter, he still picked up some signals. Without further ado, he stood up and said to his servants, I will go to the roof to train, don't bother me. Aight. Good luck. Sekiro and Kara nodded and refocused on the TV with little Timmy beside them. In reality, Felix chased after Miss Sinai after using his invisibility ability. Why is she heading to the center? Most of her contacts are in the outskirts. Felix frowned, believing more and more that something wasn't right with his master. After a respectable period of flight, Felix was surprised to see Miss Sinai land in front of the Red Fang's organization's headquarters. It was a towering structure of reflective glass, shimmering ominously with a blood-red hue in the city's skyline. Knowing that he would be detected immediately after stepping inside the building due to it being private property, Felix took off into the sky and kept a safe distance from the glass windows. He reasoned that Miss Sinai would most definitely come here to meet with Boss Alves, as no one else was authoritative enough to invite her over. His guess proved true. Miss Sinai emerged from the elevator and entered Boss Alves' office on the top floor, leaning against the window. Show it. Miss Sinai ordered coldly the moment her eyes came in contact with Boss Alves, not bothering to waste her time on greetings. Boss Alves didn't mind it. He snickered and threw the small recording device on his desk after turning it on. The recording device crackled to life, capturing the ambient sounds of a room before voices became clear. You've put yourself in a precarious position, Mr. Verili. Miss Sinai's voice echoed, a hint of amusement in her tone. There was a short pause, and a deep, strained voice responded. What do you mean, Miss Sinai? She continued, a smirk evident in her voice. I've gathered quite an interesting collection of your underground transactions and activities. Quite a scandal it would make, don't you think? Mr. Verili audibly swallowed. What do you want? Oh, it's simple, Miss Sinai replied, her tone dripping with feigned sweetness. A small fee, a donation if you will, and all this unpleasantness disappears. How much? Mr. Verili's voice shook slightly. Let's say 200,000? I think that's a fair price for your freedom and reputation. Miss Sinai asked. Don't you think so too, Linlin? Yes. Yes. The recording ended abruptly the moment a third voice joined the conversation, but the gravity of the conversation was evident. So, it was him. Miss Sinai narrowed her eyes after realizing that she had been sold out by one of her oldest partners. This operation was one of her earliest ones, and she trusted him quite a decent amount due to his help in many of her cases. Alas, it's quite remarkable how you didn't even try to deny it, Boss Alves said. There is nothing to deny. Miss Sinai asked calmly. What do you want from me? You already know, Boss Alves uttered with a tint of irritation in his voice. Cancel the servant contract with the traveler and kick him out with his servants. Felix, who was eavesdropping on their conversation from a distance by using his vibration elemental abilities, didn't show an ounce of emotion after hearing his order. He expected it to happen the moment the recording ended. Change your condition. Miss Sinai shook her head. I have no curiosity in giving up on my servant. This isn't a negotiation. Boss Alves slammed his hand on the table angrily. I want those fuckers in the streets by evening. If not, you will expect law enforcers to pay you a visit at first light tomorrow. I speculation there is no leeway? Miss Sinai asked, her eyes narrowed. Boss Alves remained silent, making her understand that his word was final. Without saying anything else, Miss Sinai turned around and took her leave. Her straight back and overall attitude made Boss Alves a bit nervous if she truly wasn't going to give up on Felix even under the threat of jail. It can't be. She is known as a selfish greedy witch who will do anything for her self-interest. There is no way she will take the hit for a servant even when my request was simply kicking him out of her office. Boss Alves believed that she would yield at the end since going to jail meant a lot more than a few years lost. Her already infamous reputation would be thrown into the gutter in addition to her license as a private investigator would be withdrawn by the government. Worst of all, she would be banned from requesting any other permits for a very, very long time, and even if she decided to join the government, this would be a permanent bad record in her papers. All in all, her life would be royally fucked. She will cave in, she must. Back in the bureau, Miss Sinai could be sitting on her desk with her head facing the ceiling. She was holding her favorite stress ball, pressing on it once in a while as her mind was swimming in thoughts. Meanwhile, Felix was sitting in the living room, also deep in his own thoughts. What is your next move? He thought as he glanced at the closed door of the office. Felix had already come up with the best plan to get both himself and Miss Sinai out of this dilemma. However, he had no plans of telling her about it. In his mind, whether she sold him out or decided to take the hit for his sake, he wouldn't be affected negatively at all. The only one affected would be her, and if she trusted and respected him, the first thing she should do was talk to him about the situation regardless of the decision she would make. So, he planned on waiting things out until she approached him first. He waited, and waited. Just as evening was about to arrive, she opened the door and gestured for Felix to get inside. Felix sat on the opposite seat and remained silent, watching her ruffling her hair in frustration and anger he had never seen before. This decision had truly taken a couple of kilograms of her. "Ah, traveler, I have a favor to ask," Miss Sinai said, her voice softer than usual. "What?" "Some stuff happened and I think I will be going to jail for a while. I hope you can take care of little Timmy for me while I am away." Miss Sinai smiled bitterly. "Are you for real?" Felix narrowed his eyes in focus, wanting to see if she was being straight with him or trying to manipulate him. "Unfortunately, yes," she sighed. When he saw that she was being serious, even he was left somewhat at a loss for words. "You really decided to go to jail for me? Are you mad?" Felix uttered, surprise written all over his emotionless face. "What do you know? How do you know?" Miss Sinai frowned, not expecting such a reaction from Felix. "I know everything as I have chased you down and eavesdropped on your conversation with Alves," Felix confessed without giving out the details. "Will you look at that? My own servant spying on me?" Miss Sinai's lips twitched. Knowing that Felix had his own mysterious ways in his investigations, Miss Sinai didn't pressure him to give her the details either. "I felt something off about you and decided to follow you." Felix narrowed his eyes. "My intuition proved to be helpful as I didn't think you would be dumb enough to not fill me in on the situation right away." "Who are you calling dumb?" Miss Sinai gave him an irritated look. "You think I like this situation? The evidence against me is pretty damning, and telling you about this will merely make you want to leave the office to save me." While the time they spent together wasn't a lot, Miss Sinai came to an understanding about Felix's personality. He was cold, ruthless, calculative, and somewhat assholish, but he was loyal to the core. The fact he hadn't given up on Kara after everything happened to him because of her was enough proof. "What's the problem with that?" Felix said calmly. "As your master, I hold a responsibility to you," Miss Sinai answered calmly. "Plus, the evidence is on me, and I refuse to let anyone close pay for my own faults. So, drop the matter and promise me that you will take care of little Timmy." In Miss Sinai's eyes, loyalty meant the world to her, and she had implied it to Felix when she told him about her previous servants. All of them ditched her for higher pay or better chances when the opportunity presented itself. While she had the option to force them to stay with her, she voided their contract and sent them on their merry ways. In her own words, it was much better to be servantless than to have disloyal ones who couldn't be trusted with anything. "I appreciate your decision, but you are still an idiot." Felix shook his head. "This situation is easily solvable with none of us getting affected negatively. In fact, if we played our cards right, we can get something from it." What do you have in mind?" Miss Sinai leaned closer, her eyes glittering with interest. She was still selfish and greedy at the core, so if there was even a slight chance of both of them surviving this, she wouldn't hesitate to save herself as well. It's simple, we will give him exactly what he wanted, but for a price. Felix smiled coldly. Back in the Red Fang's organization headquarters, Boss Alves was seen sitting at his desk, his finger tapping the table while his right leg kept going up and down. Evening is around the corner. Is she really going to choose jail over a mere servant she met in less than a year? Boss Alves was getting nervous. I refuse to belie. Ring ring. Before he could finish his sentence, his device rang twice. When he glanced at the caller, a wide smirk couldn't help but show on his face. As expected. He picked up the call and asked, "Have you made up why? I want 200,000 Loomis from you to guarantee your involvement in this transaction." Miss Sinai interrupted with a cold tone. "So if you dare use any other source to blackmail me again, you will be going down with me." "I ain't going to do that." Boss Alves replied. "You think I am stup? Then no deal." Miss Sinai sneered. "Come at me with all you got. All I know is that you will dragged with me into the case whether you like it or not. Also, I will make sure to involve the dog above you giving commands." After saying this, Miss Sinai hung up the phone, leaving Boss Alves staring at his device speechlessly. This bitch. She is for real. Boss Alves knew that Miss Sinai was crazy enough to do what she said. She wasn't being claimed lunatic by most people without any reason. Boss Alves understood that he would be in much more serious trouble if the situation ended up backfiring on the Duke. After all, bringing the law enforcers' noses close to them and their fall inspector's operation wasn't the smartest move in the book. 200,000. This bitch sure knows how to rob people. Boss Alves gritted his teeth as he called her back again. "I will do it for one." Clung. Whore. Boss Alves almost broke his device from anger after she hung up again, making him feel like he was the one being blackmailed. Not wanting to invest too much emotion into this, he calmed himself and called again. This time, he didn't try to negotiate the price. "I will hand you the amount. Just come down and sign the damn contract." "On my way." After the call was over, Boss Alves slumped on his chair with an exhausted expression. "This problem has most close to 400 Loomis out of my own pockets. Working under that devil is really a curse." Boss Alves could only sigh in defeat at the thought of being linked with Duke Humphrey forever. "At least, we got the issue resolved on my part." Boss Alves was tasked to get rid of Kara, but his authority was extremely limited, and this was all he could do to facilitate the process. If it still didn't work, it wouldn't be on him. Meanwhile, in Miss Sinai's office, "Is it done?" "Yes, he has agreed to the deal." Miss Sinai grinned. "I will go shortly to sign the contract." "Good." Felix nodded. Miss Sinai's grin soon was replaced with a disheartened look. She reached out to Felix and gave him a short hug, making his eyelids twitch in annoyance. "Why so dramatic? We will stay in touch, just not as a master/servant." Felix complained, getting out of her clutches. "I am sad because I will be losing my golden goose so soon. We have yet to solve even 10 cases together." Miss Sinai said. Her statement might be playful, but she truly felt depressed by how things turned out. "It's better this way. I had to become a golden spirit as fast as possible. Also, we will still be working on the fallen spectral case together." Felix said coldly. "With this many assaults on my freedom, I am starting to get irritated." "It's good that you feel that way." Miss Sinai shared the same cold attitude. "I ain't planning to drop it either, now more than never." Felix and Miss Sinai looked at each other for a moment before they both reached out to their contracts and mutually voided them, breaking apart their master/servant relationship amicably. "We will be gone by the time you return," Felix uttered calmly. "Don't forget to bring me my share of the deal. You have my new address." "I still can't believe you will be living there," Miss Sinai uttered with a jealous tone. "You sure have too many secrets. You will understand everything when the right time comes. For now, don't keep that bastard waiting." "All right, I am leaving." Without wasting any more time, she took off toward the Red Fang headquarters to sign the agreement that would ensure neither party went back on its word. Felix closed the door behind him and brought out a small pouch from his pocket. Then, he turned it upside down and emptied all of its contents on the office's floor. One would expect a few pebbles to fall down, but a flood of illuminating bright crystals flooded the ground until a small mountain was created. Then, Felix returned the pouch back to his pocket. This was a spatial pouch that resembled a spatial card in the living world, and it was used as a portal inventory for the spirits. Obviously, not many people could afford it or even have access to purchase it. If it wasn't for the government sending Loomis inside of it and telling Felix to keep it, he wouldn't be able to buy it unless he became a golden spirit first. Let's start. With a deep breath, Felix carefully brought one of the golden crystals close to his skin. Instantaneously, an ethereal dance began. The crystal's light started to wane as if being sucked into his very pores. The air around him crackled with energy, the room's ambience shifting with palpable tension. Felix's naturally intense red aura, which always simmered just below the surface of his skin, began to change. It flared brighter and more ferociously, reacting to the absorbed light. As more crystals were brought closer, their glow was drawn out, absorbed into the tempestuous energy storm brewing around Felix. His red light, so fierce and passionate, began to shift. It went through shades of orange and amber, growing in luminance, until it transformed into a brilliant shade of gold. The entire chamber bathed in the rich, golden light emanating from him, making everything gleam with an otherworldly sheen. For a moment, Felix looked transcendent, a being of pure, golden energy, before the glow began to settle, and he was left standing in the center of the room, the illuminating crystals now dull and devoid of their prior glow. But he was releasing a dignified golden hue befitting of his true noble identity. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he reached for his device and called none other than Elder Kraken. After a few rings, the call was picked up and a hearty laughter came from the other side. "I guess you became a golden spirit?" "Yes, just now. Bring your ass to my mansion before you start another trouble. Your room has been prepared," Elder Kraken invited. "On my way." Felix smirked coldly, imagining the look on Boss Alva's face when he realized that he wasn't going to spend even a minute on the streets. After all, in his eyes, Felix needed more than $1 million to become a golden spirit, and he had no clue about Felix's deal with the government. In fact, his intervention had helped Felix get 100,000 bonus Loomis, a free escape from Miss Sinai's agreement obligations, and most importantly, access to Elder Kraken's riches and network at last without worrying about Lord Hades. From now on, Felix would be staying in his mansion on the northern side of the city with Kara and Sekiro, and not even Duke Humphrey could do anything about it. Sometime later, beneath the rippling surface of a vast artificial lake in the northern district, an ancient mansion lay hidden from the world above. Its grandeur spoke of bygone eras, with ornate carvings gracing its stone walls and aged statues standing sentinel at every corner. Lush aquatic plants clung to its surface, adding a touch of nature to its grand design. Light refracted through the water, casting shimmering patterns across its facade, making it seem like the mansion was alive and breathing. Felix and his party were seen standing at its grand entrance. A massive gate decorated with intricate marine motifs stood ajar. "It's beautiful," Kara remarked as she gazed around her with an odd look. As expected, only ethereal elders were deserving of this greatness. Sekiro commentated, sharing the same reaction as Kara. Gotham, just like it sensed their existence. The gate opened widely, presenting them with a long tube-like glass corridor, showing myriads of aquatic creatures swimming around. "Let's go." Felix walked in and was followed by his servants, whose eyes never stopped darting everywhere. "Welcome to my humble abode." Suddenly, a hearty laughter resounded from the end of the corridor, and when Kara and Sekiro saw its source, their legs almost gave in from shock. Elder Kraken came personally to greet them. "Much appreciated over the invitation." Felix nodded politely even if his face didn't display it. Somewhat nervous, Sekiro and Kara did the same without opening their mouths, not daring to be out of line in front of one of the highest authoritative beings in the spirit realm. "Let me give you a short tour and show you your rooms," Elder Kraken said, walking in front of them. "I knew that Sir has a deep connection with the Elder, but it seems much more intimate than I expected it. Sekiro's heart turned a bit light. Are we finally going to stay away from trouble? Sekiro couldn't imagine Felix falling in more trouble now with the backing of Elder Kraken. Alas, one could only pray for his poor soul. On the same northern district, but tens of kilometers to the southern side, Boss Alves was seen in Duke Humphrey's office again. Duke, I have completed my mission. The targets have been kicked out to the streets again, Boss Alves reported. Unless he becomes a golden spirit, he will be there for a long time. Boss Alves didn't forget that Felix had some sort of connection with Elder Kraken. However, after everything that happened, and Felix hadn't relied on such a connection, he started to doubt if it was even a close one. He had no idea that Elder Kraken was holding back only because Lord Hades ordered him to not break the rules for the sake of carrying favor with Asna. Now that Felix had become a golden spirit, he could help him with whatever as long as he respected the rules. Unresponsive, Duke Humphrey merely waved a finger and a holographic screen appeared in front of Boss Alves. When Boss Alves saw its content, his eyeballs almost fell from their sockets from shock. It can't be. How? He exclaimed, his face practically touching the screen. His reaction was understandable as the screen showed Felix with a golden hue, entering Elder Kraken's massive property with his servants behind him. Congratulations. You have kept them on the streets for a couple of minutes. Duke Humphrey said calmly. Is this your definition of success? I will fix it. Boss Alves' heartbeats accelerated in fright even when Duke Humphrey didn't seem either furious or disappointed. He understood that Duke Humphrey almost never showed his emotions, making it impossible to predict his next action. There is nothing for you to fix, Duke Humphrey stated. As long as they are under Elder Kraken's protection, no one can touch them unless they broke the rules. You're done. But leave. With that final order, Duke Humphrey twisted his chair to face the window, completely ignoring Boss Alves' existence. Boss Alves opened his mouth many times wanting to defend himself or find a way to make amend and get the Duke's favor, but each time he ended up closing it back. He realized that anything he uttered would do nothing but to piss off the Duke even more. So he turned around and walked away, his heart still beating out of his chest in distress and agitation. What's going to happen to me? Will he cast me away? Will he find a way to ruin my business? He holds all the cards. During his journey back home, Boss Alves' thoughts were nothing but negative about his future. He ought to feel this way as the Duke had him sign a strict contract that would ensure he would never sell him out or his fallen specter's operation regardless of what he did to him. He won't throw me away. I am still producing manpower for Sharky's operation. Boss Alves narrowed his eyes coldly. Now, if I want to get back in his favor, I have to be more proactive in the fallen specter's operation whether I want to or not. Boss Alves realized that his only path to redemption was to join the dark forces willingly and start actively helping them instead of forced. Either this or his business might disappear tomorrow after a raid of law enforcers deciding to come for a random inspection. Back in the office, Duke Humphrey was seen tapping a finger on his elbow, deep in his thoughts. Why is Kraken helping that boy? Is it because of that rowdy Unijin? If he seeks validation or favor from her by doing this, he will receive nothing but the irk of Lord Hades. Now that he knew the identity of the ethereal elder backing Felix, things had gotten much easier for him to analyze. Elder Kraken isn't known to be that ambitious. He is ranked at the bottom of the council and he never showed an ounce of interest in climbing the ladder. So, what's all this about? Duke Humphrey was left utterly confused as he saw no benefit in assisting Felix unless he wanted to invest in him and make him one of his subordinates. That boy did show a remarkable performance. He will be a great asset in the government under him. Duke Humphrey began to see this as the true motive behind Elder Kraken's involvement. Such a pain in the ass. Duke Humphrey sighed and dropped the matter for now, knowing that he could not make any more moves on Kara without drawing Elder Kraken's attention to his business. The last thing he wanted was an ethereal elder snooping on him in such a crucial period. It's time to accelerate the expansion. I have to have more than 40% of spirits as fallen by the end of the decade. Duke Humphrey narrowed his eyes as he stared at the stars. For my ascension, for my return to the promised land, I have to fulfill my promise. A couple of hours later, back in Elder Kraken's mansion. So that's how it went. Elder Kraken uttered with a deep tone. I didn't want to approach Carbuncle due to the strict rules keeping us away from the scribe's private life, but I can offer my assistance through you. Felix had just narrated everything that happened between him and Carbuncle, hoping to ask for his help in bringing Carbuncle's wife back in his arms. Much acknowledged, Elder. Without you, it won't be possible. Felix bowed his head in gratitude. While he owed Carbuncle a favor, Elder Kraken had nothing to gain from this. In fact, he would put himself in danger since the plan in Felix's mind would make him thread on the line of breaking the rules. It's nothing. I consider Carbuncle as a friend, Elder Kraken mentioned. Felix paused for a moment before asking, is it possible to help Carbuncle link with his wisp of consciousness? It feels off to know that another version will live in loneliness while the other will have a chance to rejoin with his wife. I never tried it so I wouldn't know, but it can't be easier than doing it by yourself. Elder Kraken shook his head. I see. Plus, why do you care about such a thing? Carbuncle's wisp of consciousness wouldn't hesitate to erase himself if he listened that his main consciousness had reunited with his wife. That's reasonable. Knowing the drug addict Carbuncle, he would do exactly that, as his entire purpose of existing in the living world was for the sake of his wife. You told me that she is under Warden Sharkey. I will try to reach out to him and see if it will be possible to purchase her as a new servant, Elder Kraken suggested. If it was that easy, the Elder wouldn't have told me to join the government. Felix shook his head. There is something off about that man, and if you approached him for her sake, there is a high chance he will reject you and be on alert. It's your mission, you know best. Elder Kraken shrugged his shoulders. Just ask and I will help. For now, do you know any available positions in the government that will allow me to pressure even officials? Felix asked. I think the law enforcer's department chief communicated about an opening for a squad captain's position in the upcoming 2 months. Elder Kraken informed. It's the highest current open position, and it will be immensely difficult to obtain it. A position for captain? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. It's possible for golden spirits to aim for it straight away, jumping through being a law enforcer first? It used to be impossible before to skip governmental ranks, but since there were barely any openings released in each decade, we decided to alter the rules a bit and give a chance to golden spirits to target any free post, even if it's an ethereal elder post. Elder Kraken shook his head. However, being given a chance and getting the post are two different things entirely. Everyone else fails in the qualification stage, and even if they made it, it was near impossible for the veteran officials to let newbies steal such a well-deserved promotion from them. In fact, ever since this systematical change was introduced, there was a single golden spirit who managed to excel above governmental officials and steal the post from their hands. Just one. Felix didn't like those odds one bit. For the captain position, you will be competing against veteran law enforcers who were in the force for centuries, or even millennium if they weren't lucky with a direct promotion. Elder Kraken informed. No wonder no one makes it past them. Felix frowned. He understood that the captain's position examination would definitely include many subjects related to law enforcement rules and antics in the heavenly plane. Those law enforcers had plenty of experience on the field, making them the perfect candidate for the position, unlike the newbie gold spirits, who had merely touched the surface. You should still participate. I can recommend you, helping your resume become highly qualified to be accepted. Elder Kraken shared. Whether you succeed or not, the experience will be a useful tool. Plus, if you failed and a law enforcer received the post, his spot would be freed, giving you another opportunity to join the government. Its examination would be much simpler, and with your experience, you would pass it with flying colors. My thoughts exactly. Felix nodded in agreement. Right now, Felix just wanted to join the administration regardless of the position available, so he could secure the reincarnation opportunity. All governmental officials were given the opportunity, and they had the right to cash it out anytime they wanted. However, no one actually goes for it, as it was deemed to be the worst decision anyone could make. After all, what's the point of getting reborn with no memories just to end up dying again and becoming a wandering spirit? This time, they wouldn't even make it to the heavenly plane. Don't even mention the well-established government. You should put your resume as fast as possible. Right now, the news hasn't gone public, allowing your resume to be seen first instead of getting buried in a mountain of paperwork, Elder Kraken advised. Upon hearing this, Felix brought out a holographic paper and began working on his resume, adding on all of the details that could help him stand out from the rest. Unfortunately, because he and Miss Sinai were too shady, most of the cases closed ended up not going to court after getting paid shush money. So, Felix couldn't include Mr. Azravan's case and many others in it. Knowing this would make his CV appear empty, Felix included his achievements in the Heavenly Plains tournament, not forgetting to write about defeating Nebula and blowing half of the Colosseum. Elder Kraken's eyelids twitched after seeing him write it down, but he remained silent. He understood that the legal enforcement department valued strength, integrity, loyalty, and mortality above everything. Strength came first for a reason, as their jobs were pretty demanding in this department. Oh, you also received a recommendation letter from an enforcer's captain? That's even better, as recommendations from the same hiring department meant a lot more. Elder Kraken expressed. I didn't think it would come in handy so soon, Felix replied while finishing the last touches. After he was done, he included Elder Kraken's endorsement letter in the file as he wrote it down almost instantaneously for him. Then, he emailed it to the Legal Enforcement Department's main headquarters responsible for the entire realm. Now, pray for the best and start preparing for the examination, Elder Kraken said. Is it possible to know what will be on the examination? Felix inquired. Unfortunately, all governmental officials are banned from discussing examination details with citizens unless they were their servants. I see. Albeit unfortunate, Felix already had a pretty good idea of how the examination was going to be. By the way, is it possible to talk to my masters? Felix inquired telepathically. Sure. What do you want to say? Elder Kraken permitted. I just want to know how things are going in the living world. Are my friends fine? Is the Alliance doing well? Nemo too. What about Saurus and Wendigo? Are they looking for me? While Felix's heart might have become as cold as glacial rock, he still wanted those close to him to be free of trouble. I can answer most of your questions. Elder Kraken said, It's been over 2 decades now since your death's anniversary in the living world. I don't know much about that little elf, as she has sealed herself in her territory, but the Ice Wolf and the Plant Cutie have managed to uplift the human race's rank to the top 12 by dominating the racial games platform. It seems like Fenrir's student is aiming to become the Grand Supreme and fill the void you left behind. Right now, he is ranked in the top 10 and pushing the ranks slowly after he started his individual journey on the platform. With Elder Fenrir at his side and the death of most of the strongest fighters in the Alliance, I can see it happening. Felix nodded. Who's the current Supreme Leader? It's Hive Guardian N0, Elder Kraken said. He became the number 1 by default. It means the Hive race has 2 votes now. Felix frowned. What's Candace doing? Why hasn't she made the Ruiner climb the ladder and secure the Grand Supreme position? Felix believed that Noah had the potential to become number 1, but when it came to the Ruiner, he was certain that he would become one if he joined the platform. Candace and the entire Void Nation aren't doing so good now. Elder Kraken shook his head. With your death being announced at last by the Alliance, no one had taken it harder than the Void Nation. Even the human race managed to bounce back quite swiftly, but the Void Nation almost fell apart. It's because of Nemo. Felix sighed. Yes, you were the heart of the Void Nation, and with you and Asna's death, Nemo listened to absolutely no one. Not even us. Elder Kraken smiled wryly. We tried to keep him around with us, but he took off on his own somewhere, and it has been a long while since we heard from him. Since all the Void Nation citizens had wisps of consciousness inside Nemo's mind, he was capable of commanding them regardless of the whereabouts of their main consciousness. This meant that even Candace had absolutely no control over the Void Nation citizens if Nemo wanted them to do something. Fortunately, Candace keeps us updated on his condition, as she was the last person he somewhat still listens to. It sounds dire. Felix wasn't loving the news so far. At least, we still have his alter ego sealed in the sun earrings. After you died, none of us could access the sealed dimension, but we still feel his alter ego's life force burning strong. He must be slumbering to save energy, Elder Kraken mentioned. That's good. The last thing Felix wanted was for Nimmo to seek a merge with his alter ego for the sake of getting stronger and reviving him. As for the Darkins, they have been quiet ever since your death was confirmed, hiding in some corner away from civilization, Elder Kraken said. I see. All in all, Felix was somewhat pleased with the current state. Sure, there were some problems, but nothing seemed too life-threatening, which gave him a bit of relief. All you have to do is focus on yourself here. Elder Kraken frowned. If you think Lord Hades is going to sit back and watch you get revived with your current powerful soul and memories, you are gravely mistaken. Nothing else matters if you can't return to the living world. So focus on just that and leave the rest to us. I understand. Now, is there anything else you want to say to your masters? No need, Felix uttered calmly. I will talk to them when I have some results to show. Knowing that his masters weren't of the sentimental type, Felix decided to speak with them after he entered the administration at least. Otherwise, it would be nothing but an empty chit-chat, and none of them liked such a thing. 2 months later, Felix could be seen sitting on the floor of his room, leaning his back against his bed while having a holographic letter in front of him. You got accepted, Master. Kara cheered happily as she eyed the acceptance letter to participate in the upcoming captain's post-examination. Only 10 golden candidates were accepted with you, Sekiro said with a stern tone. I heard that more than 100 golden spirits had filled their resumes. The competition sure is cutthroat right from the start. Without the elder's recommendation, it's doubtful if I would have been accepted too. Felix nodded. A direct recommendation from an ethereal elder was enough to move mountains, and if Felix wasn't picked, it was the same as challenging the elder's judgment. The examination will begin in 2 days. Sekiro asked, Have you prepared enough? We will see in 2 days. It didn't take long before the day of the examination had arrived. Since such examinations were held in secrecy, only the accepted ones were given the exact location and time. Felix had arrived at the location half an hour earlier, just to find that all of the accepted golden spirits were already waiting there. The location was one of the many halls inside the law enforcement building. When he entered it, all eyes switched to him, each showing a different reaction to his arrival. Felix recognized only 2 candidates in the group. They were Nebula and Ravager. The rest were total strangers who he had never heard about. Traveler. Nebula called Felix's name while gritting her teeth, giving him the most menacing death glare she could muster. What's up? Felix replied casually, like there was no bad blood between them. I won't forget the humiliation you put me through in our last fight, Nebula remarked. Her tone as icy as ever, making everyone understand that she meant it from the heart. Cool. Felix gave her a slight head nod and walked to Ravager. When he reached him, he asked calmly, You are also interested in becoming a captain? Yes, Ravager replied, his expression much colder than usual. Felix could see that he had a new murderous glint in his eyes, which made him wonder what happened to him after he won the tournament. Still, he kept his curiosity to himself and wished him good luck before picking an empty spot to sit in. Bastard! Meanwhile, Nebula was seething in rage at the way he was treating her like she was air. She had never been treated in this manner before, as everyone revered and respected her due to her strength. He thinks he can disregard me like this just because he won once? Nebula's white fur stood up in agitation. Nebula had watched the recording of her defeat in the tournament and saw how Felix destroyed the Colosseum. While this freaked her out a bit, it was still not enough to shake her indomitable spirit and trust in her strength. In fact, it motivated her to work harder than ever to master more space/time-related abilities. This bolstered her confidence back to peak again, knowing that she would most definitely defeat Felix next time now that she saw his tramp card. Unbeknownst to her, the only reason Felix was ignoring her was for her master's sake, not wanting to bully his ex-servant. Fortunately, Nebula didn't make any more trouble, and everyone waited quietly for the arrival of the examiner. They knew that they were watched by the higher-ups in the law enforcement department, and everything they do or say might be the decider of their recruitment. After half an hour went by in total silence and glances flying back and forth, the examiner entered the hall right on time. He was tall with an athletic build and had opalescent skin that reflected various colors depending on the angle of the light. His eyes were a deep shade of violet, and he sported a long, flowing mane of silvery hair that almost looked like liquid mercury. He was wearing the same law enforcer's outfit, but he had an additional strip above a captain, making everyone understand that his rank would be higher than them even if they became captains. "Good morning, candidates. I am High Inspector Nalver, and from today onward, you may refer to me as Sir or Inspector." Inspector Nalver introduced, his voice a bit scuffed and irritating to the ear, which was a huge mismatch to his stunning appearance. Everyone greeted back with a respectful look. Even Nebula had to lower some for her arrogance to avoid getting disqualified from the start. The governmental officials take their hierarchy extremely seriously, and anyone who went against it would have a high chance of getting kicked out. Since you are seeking the captain's post, it will be unfair to put you against the veteran law enforcers without any basic training. Inspector Nalver shared. So, it was decided that all of you will become temporary trainee law enforcers without governmental benefits. You will be split into a duo partnership and sent to learn under random squads in the city. After the captains deem you to have learned enough, you will be given your first cases. Each case rewards a different set of points depending on its difficulty, complexity, performance, etc. The qualification stage will last for a year, and the team with the most points at the end of the year will be joining the real promotional examination for the captain's post. Inspector Nalver eyed them for a moment before he asked, "Everything understood?" No one lifted their hand or dared to open their mouths, not wanting to appear less intelligent than their peers. "Good, the teams will be decided randomly. In 3 seconds, you will get notified of your partner." As he said, after 3 seconds passed, everyone's devices rang twice. Felix glanced at the screen for a moment before lifting back up again and locking eyes with none other than, "Let's work hard together," Ravager said calmly as he approached Felix with an extended hand. "MMM." Felix shook his hand with a head nod in approval. Meanwhile, Nebula was teamed up with the other soul girl in the group, Seraphel. Unlike Nebula, she seemed strict, calculative, and as serious as a math teacher. She was wearing a thin black suit with a short skirt and a pair of black glasses. She had her hair made into a ponytail, matching well with her hoof-like black feet. "You must be really angry at him," Seraphel uttered calmly, her eyes affixed on Nebula, who was staring daggers at both Felix and Ravager. "Don't get chummy with me." Nebula eyed her coldly. "I will come on top whether with your help or not. So, just get out of my way." "I can't do that." Seraphel pushed her glasses up her nose as she clarified. "We are going to be partners. It will be one of the many criteria to judge our performance. If we don't work together, it won't matter if we solve 100 cases. Our performance will lower our points score." TSK. Such an irritation. Nebula clicked her tongue in annoyance, but she didn't reject working together again. "Honestly, it's pretty easy to emerge victorious against those two," Seraphel mentioned composedly. "They might be powerful, but solving cases depends much more on IQ and EQ. In this department, everyone is falling behind." Seraphel seemed just as arrogant and cocky as Nebula. The only difference was its relation to her intelligence. Suddenly, Inspector Nalver asked out loud, "Everyone content with their partners?" Seeing that no one was lifting their hands, Inspector Nalvan smiled faintly and moved on. His smile sent shivers down the spine of many candidates. They understood that nothing would have come up good from protesting against their partners. "Tomorrow, you will report to your new squads, and I don't have to tell you that you should listen to every command from your captain. Right?" "No, sir." "Good, you will find your trainee law enforcer's outfit in the pouches in front of you. I want to see you wearing them every single day until you either get accepted or kicked out from the government." Inspector Nalver gave them a strict look. "Understood." "Yes, sir." "You are excused." Inspector Nalver took off, leaving everyone using their telekinesis to bring their pouches to their hands. Felix glanced inside, and his smile grew slightly wider at the pouch being a dimensional inventory as well. I have two now, you can never complain about too much space. First moment seeing a dimensional pouch? Nebula snickered mockingly after seeing Felix's reaction. Felix's smile went away, which made Nebula slightly delighted at the fact she unnerved him at last. Don't you have anything better to do than keep spectating me? Felix asked with a curious tone. He didn't seem mad or bothered. He looked genuinely intrigued, which made it even harder for Nebula to stomach his question. Let's go, traveler. We have little moment to prepare for tomorrow. Ravager interjected. Don't waste it on some sore loser. Felix then took off with Ravager towards the gate, not bothering to give a moment of their moment to Nebula. I was really just curious. Felix's voice resounded from a distance in Nebula's ears. Each word was a stab at her prideful heart. When someone kept winning his entire life and never got humbled once, it was normal for him to grow arrogant and proud. Alas, the moment this kind of person loses, it hits them even harder, making it impossible for them to live through the defeat and move past it. In the case of Nebula, there was no way she would let this slide without attempting to regain her pride with whatever means necessary. What a child! Her strength and talent has gotten the best of her. Seraphel analyzed calmly as she watched her seething partner. It's better for me. I can use her strength to qualify for the next stage and then easily obtain rid of her. Meanwhile, Felix and Ravager decided to tour the law enforcement department, knowing they would be coming in here way too often. What got you involved in this? I thought you would play a few more tournaments to farm Loomis. Ravager inquired, his tone as frigid as ever. I am not interested in such battles. Felix answered. The government has always been my aim. I see. You? Felix asked. Ravager remained silent for a moment before uttering with a hate-filled voice. It's personal. I see. Felix let the conversation die out there because he didn't elaborate any further. Meanwhile, Ravager's thoughts were consumed with memories of his last encounter with Mr. Atticus. 2 months earlier, an hour after Ravager was pronounced as the champion, Ravager was seen standing in front of Mr. Atticus with a faint relaxed smile like he had finally taken a massive weight off his shoulders. I am ready to take my sister away, he shared. Why so hasty? Mr. Atticus said calmly. Stay for the after-party. Everyone wants to congratulate you on your magnificent victory. Not interested, hand her over. Ravager's tone got deeper as he brought out the contract and placed it in front of Mr. Atticus. He didn't have to say more for Mr. Atticus to understand his implication. Fine. Mr. Atticus' gaze got colder, but he still delivered on his promise. He requested his subordinates to bring her over, causing Ravager's tensed shoulders to relax. In a few moments, the door was unlocked, and an almost identical feminine version of Ravager went inside with 2 guards. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit and had her natural blonde hair braided into 2 ponytails. Her face resembled Ravager's greatly, but when his eyes landed on her, his heart almost broke in half. He rushed to her side immediately and caressed her cheeks with his hands while calling her name. Masha, Masha. Alas, no response. Her eyes seemed soulless, like she had seen the 7th level of hell and come back. Masha! Ravager shook her shoulders as he called loudly. But still, his efforts were in vain as his sister's pupils didn't even flinch. What did you do to her? Ravager channeled his anger back at Mr. Atticus, glaring at him murderously. He still remembered how his sweet sister was, laughing like an angel at everything and just being a beacon of light for his entire family. Even when their situation had gotten bad, she was the only thing cheering them up and making them live through tough times until the last moment of their separation. But this person before him was not his sister. I did nothing to her. Mr. Atticus shrugged his shoulders. I bought her like this. She has been an obedient little puppet ever since. Now, do you want to conclude the deal or keep shouting in my ear? Mr. Atticus warned just as Ravager was about to speak. Don't make it harder than it is. Bastard! Ravager cursed under his breath. feeling like his heart was about to burst from fury. But he managed to maintain his emotions as he knew that the deal wasn't concluded, and at this moment, he had to secure his sister first. So, he reached out to sign the transfer contract of servants. Since his little sister had a dark hue, her rights were at the very bottom, making it impossible for her to have any say in such deals. Now, beat it, and don't show your face before me again. The moment the contract was signed, Mr. Atticus kicked them both out of his chamber. As Ravager and his sister were being pushed away by the guards, he turned his head and asked one last time with a suppressed tone, "May I know where and when you bought her?" "You are not eligible to learn such information." Mr. Atticus didn't bother entertaining his question. Although maddened and frustrated by the whole situation, Ravager could only get himself kicked out of his house, knowing that overstaying his welcome might cause him trouble with the law. When he looked down and saw his little sister gazing at him silently, his lips tightened up for a second before they broke into a gentle smile. He held her cold hand and said softly, "Let's go home." Unresponsive, Masha held her brother's hand and walked with him, seemingly not affected by his emotions in the slightest. In fact, Ravager doubted if she even remembered him. For now, he left those thoughts sit in his mind and took her back home. "Boss, don't you think it's dangerous to hand out a fallen specter into the hands of her brother?" Mr. Atticus' subordinate asked with a concerned tone. "We might get in deep trouble if the fallen organization heard about it." "Trouble? Heh," Mr. Atticus sneered. "Just like any servant, they must not speak about their previous owners and anything they did or experienced under him. So, even if he made her somewhat break the fallen's curse and be able to speak again, she wouldn't dare rat out anyone unless she wanted to get kicked out." Mr. Atticus began to chuckle, realizing that even if she wanted to go for it, her brother would stop her to keep her with him. "I see. Stop questioning my decisions and go ask them for 10 more fallen specters," Mr. Atticus said with a wide, icy smile. "They are simply the greatest slaves to exist on the realm. We have to get as much as possible before the supply runs out." Mr. Atticus had lied before to Ravager when he said that he had purchased his little sister. In fact, it was handed to him for free by a long friend who wanted him to invest in his project. One could say she was given as a sample. Now, he was ready for the real deal, as he had been skeptical about the quality of those fallen specters, which was the reason he kept her for a long time to test her through everything. If Ravager went through the memory of his little sister, forgot his heart, his soul would evaporate on the spot from the horrors she went through in absolute silence like a test subject. With all of this evil happening in the shadows, one could only wonder what was Lord Hades, the Supreme Emperor, doing. The next morning, Felix and Ravager were seen standing straight in front of 3 law enforcers inside a small office room. Felix and Ravager were wearing their own law enforcer's outfit, which was almost identical to the ones worn by their new squadmate. The only difference was theirs had no stripes on its shoulder, which implied their non-existent rank in the department. After all, they were merely temporary trainees and weren't official governmental members. "Listen here, you little maggots, I don't like jokes, I don't like laughter, I don't like fun in general. As long as you are in my presence, I expect absolute obedience and professionalism. I don't care if you will make it this year or not. As long as you are under me, you are representing our squad and you better behave like it," the squad's captain said with a rough voice. It matched well with his well-defined bulky body and scar running down his cheek. He had 2 white horns on his forehead, making his race even harder to detect. "Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain." Neither Felix nor Ravager were too bothered by his assholish attitude. In fact, they liked it very much, as it meant their captain took his job very seriously, which would help them clear more cases and secure more points. "Nidum, Hazel, teach them the ins and outs of the department and make them go through our old cases to understand our targets." "Yes, Captain Charleston," Nidum and Hazel yelled simultaneously. The captain then nodded his head at everyone and left the office. "Hazel, please handle it. This is a job for one." Immediately after the door was closed, Nidum let go of his tense attitude, slumping his shoulders in exhaustion. He reached out to his pocket and pulled out a cigarette. Then he started smoking it with a relaxed expression, not caring about Felix and Ravager. "Look at me," Hazel ordered with a stern tone. "I don't like repeating myself, so my explanation will happen only once, and it will be on you if you can't comprehend everything." Both Felix and Ravager nodded in understanding. First of all, the law enforcement department takes care of almost all instances associated to spirits. It doesn't matter if it's a crime, a dispute, a protection escort, a recovery mission, and the list goes on. We are one of the most stressed departments on a daily basis, and you should take this seriously if you want to make it far this year. If you aren't resilient enough, you will give up in the first 2 months and return to your easy and tranquil reckless lives. Now follow me. I will show you around to ease the explanation. Although Felix and Ravager had done their own tour of the department, there were many places of access to them since they hadn't been considered official law enforcers. So, they voiced no complaint as they followed after Hazel, who kept talking nonstop. Each time she reached a new area, she introduced it and gave them all the details needed to know to help them in their tasks. After a short while, they arrived at the heart of the law enforcement department. It was a vast, sprawling hall stretched out, its vastness echoing the importance of the operations housed within. The hall's ceiling soared high with luminous crystals embedded within it, casting a gentle, ambient glow throughout. This ethereal lighting was only rivaled by the colossal, quad-surface screen that floated majestically in the hall's center. Each of its surfaces displayed a kaleidoscope of cases, tasks, and missions, flickering and updating in real time. Below this spectacle, the hall buzzed with activity. Rows of polished, crystalline desks filled the space, each attended by law enforcers draped in their distinct uniforms. They monitored the ever-changing screens, coordinating responses, dispatching teams, and updating case files. The screens not only displayed text but also vivid images, diagrams, and occasionally, live feeds from various locations in the spirit realm, painting a dynamic picture of the ongoing cases. Felix and Ravager were left surprised by this kind of seemingly messy structure that showed nothing but absolute precision. "This is the center of our operations. We call it the Central Hall," Hazel informed as she walked through the buzzing crowd, forcing Felix and Ravager to stay close to her to avoid getting lost. Even though the noise was quite loud, both of them were still able to hear her voice ring loudly in their ears. "The screens above will be your ally and enemy for the next year. You will learn to love it and hate it at the same time," Hazel said while pointing at the massive quadruple screens. "How so?" Ravager inquired. "You see the names and details of the cases flying in the screens?" "Yes. When you finish training under us, you will be able to start claiming cases based on your rank from those screens and working on them individually or with a partner if you have no problem with splitting the end credit," Hazel shared, her eyes drifting from one law enforcer to the other. "Almost everyone here is waiting for good cases to appear, so they can snatch them and increase their rank through overlapping credits. In this place, there is no pulling rank. It's the law of the jungle. First come, first serve," Hazel concluded. Felix and Ravager nodded in understanding even though there were many points that confused them. "Won't no one do any job if everyone keeps waiting here for the best case to show up?" Felix asked calmly. "No," Hazel clarified. "Everyone you see here has already finished their daily mandatory work. Such work will be related to the squad and the captain's orders. Only when the work is concluded will the law enforcer be given free time to work on his own credits if he desired." "I see. So this is more like overtime work," Ravager disclosed. "Exactly," Hazel added. "Since everyone in the government is pretty competitive to climb the ladder, no one dares to laze around after finishing their mandatory jobs. This is one of the many reasons why the heavenly plane is always peaceful." "Peaceful? Ha!" Felix and Ravager scoffed at the same time in their minds at her naive statement. Both of them had somewhat experienced the dark side of the heavenly plane and saw what those in power could do once they learned how to abuse the rules and the system to their favor. In their eyes, the only reason the heavenly plane seemed peaceful was because the screams of despair and agony of the wronged were being muffled. Not noticing their reaction, Hazel passed through the hall and continued on with her explanation. Even though the credits gained from finishing those additional cases won't be much help to you if you don't become an official law enforcer, I advise you to still do them. You will be earning plenty of points, and if you desire to topple over the other teams, you will need every single one of them. This is an opportunity to investigate what happened to my sister. This is a chance to learn more about Sharky and find out what is he cooking in the shadows. Hazel didn't need to tell them this since both of them were already planning to take advantage of the system for their own personal agendas. Getting points was great, but both of them understood that there was a high chance of not becoming a captain even if they succeeded in the qualification stage. So, it was best to work on their own personal cases while they still had the government's authority on their side. Just as Hazel was about to move to the next subject, her crystal device started vibrating. She stopped immediately and picked up the call, showing a solemn expression. A moment later, she turned around and said, "It's your lucky day. Our captain was assigned a rescue mission in the Beast Kingdom and asked for your attendance. Let's group up." Without waiting for them to react to the news, she took off into the air, forcing them to chase after her quickly. Listen well, we aren't the only squad being dispatched. We will be accompanied by Captain Frederick's squad and Captain Quinton's squad from the capital. Captain Charleston notified with his hands held behind his back, seemingly even more sterner than before. Wow, isn't this a bit too heavy? Hazel asked with a concerned tone. What kind of beasts are we dealing with here? It's rapid killer bees hive, Captain Charleston uttered. Everyone took a deep cold breath in shock and fear. Even Felix raised an eyebrow in distress. He learned a bit about the greatest dangers in the Beast's kingdom in case he ended up encroaching on their territory sometimes. There were 7 marked death zones ruled by 7 kinds of creatures. The rapid killer bees hive owns the Eastern Territory and was considered its ruler, dominating all beasts and creatures in it, striking fear in any target before it. Which stupid hunters decided to enter a death zone? Don't they know better? Nidam clicked his tongue in criticism. The report said that a squad consisting of 10 hunters had decided to venture deeper to hunt down the pink-stripped panther. Unfortunately, they have been ambushed by a pack of grayish hyenas and 3 of them were forced into the rapid killer bees hive territory. The law enforcers in the nearest city were contacted first for an emergency rescue, but they failed to retrieve the soul flames and some of them were eaten to the last bone. We have been hired not to rescue just the hunters, but also our companions in arms. Captain Charleston concluded with a strict expression. So, be at your best performance. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted simultaneously. Captain Charleston glanced at Felix and Ravager for a moment before ordering them. You aren't expected to offer any help. Your entire job will be to watch our flank and keep the spirit flames protected in jars until we bring them back to safety. Understood. Yes. The fact that they were taken during such a difficult mission was already something they were more than grateful for. That's because if the mission was successful, they would be rewarded a great amount of points due to its importance and difficulty. Let's move out. We will group up with the squads near the forest's entrance. Without wasting a single moment, Captain Charleston led his squad outside of the department and all of them jumped inside their squad's designated vehicle. Then they departed to the Beast Kingdom. A couple of hours later, Captain Charleston's squad had arrived at the entrance to the Beast's Kingdom's forest. When Felix looked briefly from the window, he noticed many vehicles parked in the area. Some belonged to the department and some seemed civilian-related. In a moment, Felix and his squad went to group up with the other squads gathered right at the tip of the forest. Looks like a few more squads were summoned from other cities, Hazel mentioned as she eyed the separated cliques of law enforcers. There were at least 30 of them, and since each squad consisted of no less than 6 members, this meant at least 6 squads were assigned this mission. It's understandable, we will be dealing with the killer bees, Nidam uttered as he lit up cigarettes. Those motherfuckers hurt as hell, and if we aren't careful, we will be the ones needing a rescue. After Captain Charleston arrived with his team at the party, a lanky man with long purplish arms and 3 eyes on his forehead scolded the moment he saw Felix and Ravager. Charleston, you know this mission is too difficult even for some of the veterans. Why have you brought the newbies on their first day on the job? I am usually against this irritating freak side, but on this one, I have to agree. A pale, beautiful vampire female with a red gloss supported with an unhappy tone. We have no interest in baggage. If I wasn't thinking for your sake, I would have brought the newbies assigned to me as well. The rest of the captains and their squads seemed in favor of their takes as no one was giving Felix and Ravager any ounce of faith in their capabilities. Damn. I can understand underestimating me, but even Traveler? Ravager frowned. He destroyed half of the Colosseum with one punch. How can he be a hindrance in this mission? Even Felix was somewhat surprised by their reaction. He never expected to be treated with reverence, but to be outright shunned even after his performance, he thought it was a bit too weird. Are they much stronger than me, or are they just trying to make it difficult for the captain? Both of them are capable fighters who have demonstrated a high level of prowess in the Heavenly Plains tournament. They can handle themselves. Captain Charleston defended, his arms crossed above his chest in composure. Whatever strength they possess, you know damn well it will be for naught against the real monsters inside the Beast Kingdom. The vampire woman scoffed. That's enough, Bella, Captain Frederick called with a solemn tone. Charleston will hold responsibility over his own squad. Let's start moving. It won't end well for us if we lose the daylight and rescue no one. Everyone put matters at rest for now and began their mobilization through the breathtaking fantastical jungle. While it looked beautiful from the outside, the dense canopy overhead hardly allowed any sunlight to penetrate, making the air somewhat tense. Communicate only through telepathy from this moment on. Captain Quinton delivered a message to everyone and they responded with head nods. Looks like discipline runs deep in the law enforcement department. Everyone is maintaining a loose formation able to cover all corners and help anyone in distress. Felix commented as he analyzed how the squads were moving and behaving. Because he and Ravager were new to the whole scene, no one had told them about the formation, making them seem out of place. Let's do this. Felix recognized his true position in the formation and slowly adjusted his footsteps until he fit perfectly into it, akin to a jigsaw puzzle piece. Ravager, walk 10 steps behind Hazel and maintain the same speed as her. Felix sent a private message. Ravager was first confused, but when he glanced back at him, he realized that he was the only one who seemed to be moving randomly. He understood that the position given to him by Felix was his true place. Much appreciated. He gave Felix a slight head nod and did as he was told. He has good eyes indeed. He might not be so bad after all. To figure out we are moving in a formation and adjust to it almost instantly, he sure is an interesting newbie. Captain Charleston and the rest of the captains noticed the sudden change in formation almost immediately and figured out that it was handled by Felix. 100 points. Captain Charleston reached out to his device and added points to Felix's name without saying anything. Since everyone else kept their mouths shut, nothing seemed to have changed from their entry point. 1 hour later, this is it. The heart of their territory. Keep your comms clean and maintain a tight formation. We get in, rescue the soul flames, and get out. Felix could see the sudden shift in mindset of his companions as even the captains looked more serious than ever. He could see why this area was marked as a death zone. The trees seemed lifeless, sapped out of any soul in them, while the ground looked rugged and moistless like it hadn't rained here for years. In reality, it rained almost every week, but the rapid killer bees were known to devour anything with a substance of life. As they progressed, a sudden humming of bees was picked by the ones with the most sensitive ears. "Captain, we have movement ahead of us," Hazel warned. She was a wind elementalist, allowing her to pick the tiniest movements in the air from a far, far distance. "Nidum, scout ahead," Captain Charleston ordered. "On it." Nidum threw the turned-off cigarette butt on the ground and transformed himself into a shadow. Then, he merged with the tree's shadows and disappeared. Everyone came to a sudden halt, awaiting his intel. A few moments later, he popped up from the ground again and shared. "There is a small killer bee swarm moving in our direction. We can't waste time avoiding any swarm we meet, but we have to eliminate them in a single go and without raising any noise in the slightest." Captain Bella uttered. "Indeed, if we don't kill them all right away, With their overwhelming speed and agility, some of them will get out and alert the hive. Captain Charleston agreed. The humming grew louder, evolving into an aggressive drone, making everyone get extra tense. Leave it to me. Captain Bella separated from the group with a single silent dash. No one chased after her, knowing that she was more than capable of pulling it off. As she weaved through the trees, Captain Bella was forced to stop and hide behind a giant boulder after the sky above her seemed to have turned dark. How unpleasant, she uttered with a disgusted look at the sight of a swarm of giant killer bees descending, their enormous wings casting menacing shadows over the forest floor. It was a threatening sight, one that could send any seasoned warrior running in fear. But Captain Bella stood her ground, her demeanor calm yet fiercely determined. As the deafening buzz grew louder and the swarm drew closer, she took a deep breath, her fingers flexing in anticipation. Closing her eyes, she began to channel her energy, her fingers moving in intricate patterns. The ground beneath her trembled as a force began to pull at the very essence of the swarm. The bees, initially in an organized and threatening formation, began to lose control, spiraling towards one another. Bella intensified her focus, her brows furrowing with concentration. As if caught in an unseen vortex, the swarm began to converge into a single dense mass. Their buzzing grew frantic, a chaos of confusion and desperation. The once giant swarm was now a tight, pulsating ball of bees, their wings and bodies crushed against one another. Implosion. With a final flourish of her hands and a deep exhale, Captain Bella unleashed the full energy of the gravity clutch. The ball imploded in silence, making it impossible for even noise to escape her gravity clutch. When the dust settled, there was nothing left of the swarm but the echoes of their final buzz. "Path is clear," Captain Bella reported. The rest swiftly grouped up with her and commanded her with head nods after seeing the aftermath of the swarm. Then, they continued treading forward, but this time, Nidam was sent ahead as a permanent scout. Another small swarm ahead. One medium-sized swarm to our left. 3 swarms are grouped up near each other. He kept reporting back to them, and they acted properly based on the information. "We are getting a bit too deep," Captain Charleston frowned. "How did the hunters and law enforcers make it this far? Something isn't right." "I think so too. The hive's heart should be merely a few kilometers away. It can't be possible for such weak hunters to make it this far while being chased." The others agreed with his assessment, as they knew that the killer bees were merciless and would never allow anyone to get this close to their hive without a fight. It didn't take them long to confirm their hunch. "What the hell?" Nidam almost popped out of his shadow form from shock the moment he arrived at the hive's heart and witnessed the ludicrous scene before him. The spirit flames of the hunters and the law enforcers were all gathered under a gigantic leafless tree with a freaky living bulge on its trunk. The living bulge was made out of thousands upon thousands of killer bees stacked against each other, making it impossible to even see the hive. The entire area surrounding the tree wasn't peaceful in the slightest. There were many more bees of all sizes, flying around the hive akin to army drones. This entire scene sent shivers down Nidam's spine as he realized a horrifying truth he didn't dare to accept. The Queen's intelligence has increased again. Without an ounce of hesitation, he returned back to the squads and reported everything he had seen. No one believed him at the start, but seeing his fearful expression made their hearts sink to the bottom of their stomach. "I can't believe this. The hive's queen has become smarter again and understood that we will be coming to retrieve the spirit's flames, making her use them as bait right under her hive," Hazel commentated with a slightly freaked-out tone. Almost everyone gulped a mouthful in anxiety at the implication of this scenario. They were already under the impression that the hive queen's intelligence was improving with each confrontation. But they never expected her to reach this level, where she could even predict the future and plan to the hive's benefit. "Do we retreat and ask for reinforcement?" Captain Thornhack asked. He was the freaky purplish captain with long arms. "No, numbers are useless against the killer beehive." Captain Frederick shook his head. "The Queen's telekinesis prowess is powerful enough to splatter us all into a paste the instant we step near the hive. He is right, this is a rescue mission for a reason and not an extermination mission. Captain Charleston agreed. We have to think of a method to retrieve the spirit's flames without engaging with the Queen. How exactly can we do that? Captain Bella uttered with an irritated tone. None of us can handle her telekinesis prowess, and it will be near impossible for someone to sneak past her detections and retrieve the spirit's flames. It's challenging, but we have no other option, Captain Frederick said. TSK, if you were going to bring newbies, you should have brought Nebula at least. Captain Bella scoffed. We could have used her space/time abilities to our advantage in this situation. Both Felix and Ravager were left speechless at her constant attacks, but they remained silent. While it didn't please them, somehow they agreed with her second part. Nebula would have been a perfect assistant here. Good thing her squad hasn't been summoned. Ravager thought to himself. She would have earned a crap load of points. If you have no solutions, refrain from speaking again. Captain Charleston chided. Captain, can I give it a go? Nydam asked for permission. What do you have in mind? Everyone's ears perked up in interest. I will use my shadow form to get as close as possible to the hive without alerting the Queen. Then, I will use Shadow Grasp to steal the spirit's flames and dip back into the shadows. The plan does sound promising, but it's too dangerous. Captain Charleston frowned. The Queen's mental range is too wide and I doubt even your shadow form can escape her detection. It's not like we have any other choice at the moment. Captain Quinton uttered. We have to let him give it a try. He is my squadmate. Captain, I got it. Nydam interjected with an assured tone, knowing that their captain might seem strict and tough, but he would never let them do something outside of their power. Captain Charleston looked at him for a moment before warning him. Be careful and prioritize your safety. If you fell down as well, you will join the rest of the victims. Nydam gave him a single nod and then took off on his own, his raven-black cloak swirling around him for a moment before he disappeared. Since no one dared to step inside the hive's territory, Nydam was truly on his own. In a few moments, he returned to the same place from before, a spot allowing him to see the hive but at the same time maintain a decent distance from it. I am at least 300 meters away from the hive. The Queen hasn't sent anyone at me or used her telekinesis. I should get closer. Nydam encroached from one shadow to another while making sure to keep his senses heightened to the max, knowing a single second would separate him from death. Spirits might not die, but at this very moment, he knew that if he became hostage to the hive, it would take law enforcement a decent amount of time to rescue him. This is fine enough. Let's not get too greedy. Nydam's heartbeats accelerated at the notion of being surrounded by more than 100,000 killer bees. He understood that there were swarms hidden underground, in trees, inside boulders, and at a single order from the Queen, they would come out and lung at him. I have one shot at this. Be cool, be cool. Nydam calmed his raging heart for a few seconds before he zoned out completely on the spirit's flames. Now, the moment his focus was at its peak, he reached out, commanding the shadows to extend from his fingertips. They writhed and stretched, creeping towards the spirit's flames with a hunger to free them from this prison. However, as they made contact, Nydam felt a force pushing back, an impenetrable wall of energy. What the hell? He gritted his teeth, trying to amplify his power, but it was futile. The flames didn't so much as flicker, steadfastly remaining in their position. It can't be. The realization hit him hard. The Bee Queen was using her telekinesis on the spirit's flames. Her mental chains were so powerful that they made the very act of moving the flames impossible. But that wasn't the worst part. In his attempt to meddle, he had inadvertently alerted her to his presence. Rumble! A sinister vibration resonated through the ground, growing in intensity. Then, with a speed that belied its origin, a telekinetic spear, sharp and deadly, lanced from the heart of the hive. Before Nydam could even react, it impaled him straight through the heart, leaving his eyes widened in shock and a final breath escaping him. Because he used a shadow grip, he had to cancel his shadow form for a split second. Yet, It was more than enough for the bee queen to finish him off. Telekinesis protection. BZZZZZ. Fortunately, he passed out as his body got swarmed with thousands of killer bees, munching on his flesh and bones until nothing was left but his spirit flame. It began moving into the pile of the spirit flames, making the hive resemble a sinister trap, and snaring anyone bold enough to challenge its presence. He was taken out. Captain Charleston sighed after receiving the last message from Nidam. Did he tell you what happened? Captain Bella inquired. Only telekinesis protection. What does that mean? Since the queen bee already uses telekinesis protection on its hive, it meant he was referring to the spirit's flames. Captain Thornhack analyzed with a grim look. Shit. Isn't this mission doomed then? Hazel said, her eyes emitting hopelessness. Almost everyone thought the same as they understood that it would be nearly impossible to break her telekinesis pressure on the spirit's flames while at the same time having to defend against her terrifying mental prowess and armies of flesh-eating bees. I guess we can only retreat and hand over the mission to our seniors. It won't sit right with me to lose this kind of credit. Me neither. Is it really hopeless? While the situation was grim and seemed almost impossible to handle, still no one was willing to hand over this opportunity to earn credits. The more difficult and important the mission was, the more credit was rewarded. So, such a mission was too rare to land in anyone's hands. What do you think, traveler? Ravager inquired. You have been awfully quiet the entire time. I am contemplating whether I share my strategy with the captains or not. Felix confessed, not too bothered. Strategy? You actually have an idea? Ravager raised an eyebrow in surprise. What are you waiting for? Share it, even if they don't agree to it, you might earn points just by actively trying to help. Yeah, I don't know about that. Felix's eyelids twitched as he knew that his plan could be considered a leap of faith in his favor. If he dared bring it up, there was a high chance of him getting beaten to death or kicked from the mission entirely. But at this point, he knew that if he didn't take chances to earn as many points as possible, it would bait him in the ass later on. Still, he didn't outright bring it in public but shared it with his sensible captain first. Captain, I have somewhat of a dangerous plan, Felix said. What do you have in mind? Captain Charleston gave him an ear. Even though Felix was a newbie, he didn't discourage him or look down on him like the others. In his eyes, as long as one maintains professionalism, he should be treated with respect regardless of his rank. Alas, this outtake on life was almost shattered after hearing Felix's insane strategy. Are you crazy? No one is dumb enough to trust you with their lives like this. Captain Charleston scolded, losing his temper for the first time in a long while. What's wrong? His sudden change of attitude caught everyone by surprise. Just back me up and I will convince them, Felix requested with an indifferent look. Captain Charleston looked at Felix for a moment and then at the other captains and their squads. His mind was telling him to reject Felix's retarded idea, but his gut feeling was somehow leaning to believe him. Captain Charleston was a man who depended on his guts more than his rationality in such scenarios. So he sighed and gave Felix permission with a wave of his hand. Felix stepped forward, catching everyone's attention, and then spoke calmly. I'm aware that our situation is dire, and the conventional methods will fail us. But I've been working on a risky plan. If executed correctly, it will not only save us but also get rid of the rapid killer beehive once and for all. As expected, Captain Bella and Thornhack didn't let go of such an opportunity to put him in his place. What a joke! A temporary trainee on his first day of the job wanting to step up and lead the mission? Boy, sit back and refrain from opening your mouth again. We have no time for nonsense. I have heard his plan, and while it's dangerous for us, if it works, it will deliver the results he promised. Captain Charleston supported. His assistants had changed the mood completely as the other captains and squadmates seemed to be more interested in hearing it now. Before Captain Bella could interject, the other captains gave Felix permission to include them in it. The plan is simple. I need you all to launch a coordinated attack on the hive, get their attention, and keep them busy. Every bee, especially the queen, should believe you are the main threat. While you act as a decoy, I will get closer to the hive and unleash the same punch from the Heavenly Plains tournament. You have seen what kind of destruction it delivers, and I promise you, there won't be any hive left standing after it lands. In reality, Felix's plan was more complex than this, as he would need to calibrate the spacetime punch to the hive's frequency, so he would pull off the focus on it alone, unlike the last punch. That one was a simple use of barbaric force, and the punch's force spread out everywhere, lowering its potency. Alas, even when he avoided explaining the nitty-gritty details of his element, no one was easily convinced by his insane plan. That's an incredibly delusional plan, Captain Bella cursed. Boy, just admit you want to get us all killed and be done with it. Traveler, your punch is indeed mind-blowing. But the Queen's telekinesis barrier is extremely tough to break, and I doubt even our combined most powerful abilities will break it. Captain Frederick smiled wryly. Indeed, if it was so simple to finish the hive off, we would have done it years ago. Captain Quinton nodded. It's okay. He is still a newbie and learning. The others rained on Felix as well, with doubts and subtle mocking insults, wanting to make him feel like a newbie who had no clue what he was talking about. Felix remained unconcerned and quiet throughout the whole barrage. I think it would have been best if you remained quiet, my bad. Ravager felt awkward at the sight of his partner getting a verbal beatdown, thinking that it was due to his bad advice. When they were close to finish, Felix opened his mouth and uttered, "The Queen Bee clearly wants to consume us for nutrition and won't attempt using her full strength to maintain our bodies. So, it's more than possible to buy me time while still keeping yourselves safe." While his logic was sound, no one was brought to his side just yet, as there were still many problematic parts about his plan. Didn't you hear what Captain Frederick said? Captain Bella sneered. Even our combined powerful abilities won't be enough to break through the Queen Bee's telekinesis barrier. What makes you think your punch will be any good? You think you are stronger than all of us combined? Heh. The others didn't openly mock Felix as boldly as her, but none of them entertained his insane conviction of being able to slay Queen Bee, even with Captain Charleston's blessings. Still, Felix wasn't planning to give up yet. From the way I see it, you guys won't have anything to lose by trusting in my plan. Felix disclosed coolly, if my plan succeeded, all of you will be rewarded with high levels of credits, while me and Ravager will get merely points for our examination. I have no interest in hogging the credits. If the plan failed, which is highly unlikely, I can assure you that the hive will suffer from massive damages, allowing us to retreat to safety and even possibly rescue the spirit's flames during its weakened state. The only way for us to truly lose is by retreating without giving any plan a chance. I doubt any one of you wants to hand out this mission to other squads. When Felix was done speaking, no one jumped in with a taunting remark or a foolish statement again. Even Captain Bella looked deep in thought. While she seemed against Felix and Ravager, it was only because they were newbies and she hated liabilities. But if one of them proved himself capable in their setting, she had no problems with giving out respect when due. Everything that Felix had said was logical and rational, making her realize that he wasn't speaking out of his ass like some prideful rookie, but he actually knew what he was talking about. The others felt the same way as her, making them share knowing glances between each other. What do you think? I say we go for it. Hold on a second. What if the plan failed and his punch didn't deliver the promised damages? Captain Quinton interjected rationally. He doesn't seem of the type to throw his word around without guarantees. But, Captain Charleston assured, if the situation didn't develop as envisioned, I will take full responsibility. You sure trust in your newbie easily to endanger your career like this. Captain Bella shook her head. It's my decision, and since I am taking the full responsibility, I will be leading the plan. No one had any problem with that, even though it meant his squad would earn the most credits. After the decision was made, the captains discussed furthermore their own strategy to resist the hive's attacks and buy Felix as much time as possible. When they reached a final decision, they didn't waste any more time and started their march through the dense canopy of the forest. As they walked in a tight formation, the low hum of the thousands of swarms resonated through the trees, growing louder and more menacing, causing their expressions to turn grim. Let's hope this work out. Just trust the process. Everyone ready? Yes. From the ground, a sudden shimmering thick telekinetic barrier rose, encircling the group of squads. The force field rippled like water, reflecting the sun's rays in a dazzling spectacle. This was a barrier created through the efforts of each member, making it possible to turn it into an iron fortress capable of resisting 10 times the individual damage. Charge! With one final shout from Captain Charleston, everyone dashed through the trees and appeared at the largest empty field that was filled to the brim with killer bees. Just like predators smelling fresh meat, the killer bees didn't even await their queen's commands as they swiftly encased the telekinesis barrier, hitting it with their stinger. Cling! Cling! The telekinesis barrier held strong against their attacks, but the sheer number of them made everyone understand that the situation wouldn't last in their favor for long. Kill them! Captain Quinton, veins glowing fiery red, sent arcs of flame into the sky, incinerating scores of the approaching swarm. Each explosion of flame illuminated the forest, painting the trees in brilliant hues of orange and red. From Captain Frederick's side, a torrential downpour began, not from the clouds, but from his squad's conjuring. Waterbenders sent massive waves crashing against the barrier, washing away bees that got too close and dousing any fires that threatened to spread. Captain Bella used her gravitational abilities to gather swarms in single spots, helping her squad mates eliminate them with the least amount of effort. Even Ravager joined the party and kept firing deadly fire wind balls at each swarm, creating giant bloody holes, just to be filled up with more bees. They are never ending. Still, no matter how many bees they take down, triple the amount emerge from somewhere. Yet, this wasn't even the real threat. In front of them, the queen bee emerged from the hive. Her wings beat with fury, sending gusts that rustled leaves and bent tree trunks. Even her physical side looked menacing, causing most law enforcers to gulp's mouthful in fear. This was the first time they witnessed the rapid queen bee, the ruler of one of the 7 death zones. Without messing around, Queen Bee's red eyes locked on them and conjured hundreds of telekinesis projectiles before raining them on their barrier, uncaring about the swarms surrounding it. Thud! Thud! Shit! The barrier is taking a beating. She is much more powerful than we anticipated. Damn it! At this pace, we will lose the mega barrier in less than a minute. Hold formation at all cost. The barrier rocked back and forth with each projectile slamming against its body, causing everyone's faces to lose color instantly. Some law enforcers were already bleeding from their noses, suffering from the backlash. Where is that bastard? Is he not done yet? Captain Bella returned to her old self as she looked around her and found no Felix to be seen. Felix was in fact hiding on top of a tree with many branches while maintaining a decent distance from the battle. Still, he was close enough to the queen. His gaze was intensely fixed on her, seeming to pierce through the surrounding pandemonium. With a deep breath, he felt for the distinct frequency that resonated from her, a unique vibration in the vast spectrum of spacetime. It belonged to only her, and he was trying his best to lock on it. During his training in the past months, he focused purely on this step to facilitate his control over the random destruction of his spacetime attacks. Now, his training was being paid off as he felt her frequency calling for him even through the billion other frequencies inside the chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, the telekinesis barrier, painstakingly maintained by the squads, was the only thing standing between them and utter destruction. But as seconds passed and Felix continued his focus, the queen bee, sensing a vulnerability, unleashed a forceful surge. The barrier wavered and then, with a violent shattering sound, dispersed into fragmented shards of energy. The squads were now exposed, at the mercy of the mightiest being in the forest. Crap! Do we retreat? Retreat where? Captain Charleston smiled bitterly as he felt his body suddenly tightening up before completely turning frozen in place. The rest of the squads experienced the same sensation, making their expressions go pale instantly at the realization that Queen Bee had used her terrifying telekinesis to imprison them. As they watched the swarms of thousands of flesh-eating bees surround them, All of them cursed out Felix in their minds and at themselves for getting baited into this bullshit plan. But in that split second of impending doom, Felix had locked in on the precise frequency. Without hesitation, he pulled his arm back and thrust it forward, punching the very fabric of the air before him. The space around his fist shattered like brittle glass, sending ripples through the dimensions. The force of the punch, augmented by the resonance with the queen bee's frequency, traveled with alarming speed. Before she could even register the impending doom, her formidable telekinesis barrier and then her very form crumbled to fragments under the might of the attack. Boom! The explosion came albeit late, but it caused all the swarms in the area to fall into the ground from sheer power of the aftermath. The captains and their squad mates' faces were turned from despair into utter disbelief at the sight of the residual force from Felix's punch continued its path, leaving a vast cylindrical tunnel of destruction. Trees, foliage, and unfortunate beasts within a kilometer were utterly obliterated in its wake. The squads, while safe from the queen bee, felt their hearts grew cold at such a sheer display of overwhelming destruction, making them feel like they were in the presence of another monster. Every couple months he comes back 10 times stronger. How does he do it? Ravager remained affixed on his spot, his heart beating out of his chest at the thought that not a year ago, he actually went toe-to-toe against Felix. Now, he didn't just obliterate one of the 7 rulers of the beast's kingdom, but did it in such a fashion, it left no doubt in anyone's minds that he wasn't to be fucked with. The remnants of elemental fury, lingering flames, dissipating ice, crackling lightning, now seemed trivial against the backdrop of the enormous void Felix had created. Captain Charleston was the first to break the trance, his gaze still anchored on the spot where the queen bee had been. "By the spirits," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I've seen some mighty displays in my years, but nothing like that." Captain Bella, who had so confidently berating Felix all this time, was momentarily speechless. Her usually stern face was a canvas of shock and admiration. She glanced at her teammates, some of whom were still picking themselves up from the ground, and managed. That was otherworldly. Everyone else's reaction was more or less the same, as they hadn't witnessed before such potent destruction. Even the Colosseum's collapse was nothing before this punch, since its aftermath resembled a concentrated invisible beam. A beam powerful enough to erase anything in its path, and they knew that if one of them was behind the queen, their ending would have been the same. Unbeknownst to them, this was one of Felix's weakest attacks while using the spacetime resonance. "I still haven't mastered its control yet." Felix seemed unsatisfied with his work. It should have left no aftermath. Felix locked on the queen bee's frequency for the sake of erasing it from existence without causing any damage in the area. While he had avoided the random spread of the vibration waves, he was still yet incapable of stopping them from spreading at all. This can't be sound element. I have seen great masters of sound element and none of them were capable of causing such potent destruction. Captain Frederick inquired with an eyebrow raised. "Is it really just sound?" "Yes," Felix answered. Since sound was a mere branch of vibration element, it was easy for him to use it as a way to avoid explaining himself. As for the details, even when everyone seemed skeptical and wanted to know more, it was an unofficial rule to never ask anyone about the details of their abilities. After all, there was no such thing as affinity or familiarity with elements. Everyone was capable of learning the same elemental abilities if they managed to learn how to master each ability. The way to learn them the fastest was by copying another experienced fighter's method. Damn. If I knew sound element could be so powerful, I would have focused on it more. All we have is time. I think I will start learning more about it. Who knows? I might master the same ability. Most of the law enforcers seemed somewhat envious of Felix, as all of them desired to possess such behemoth strength, and some of them even had real thoughts about switching to sound element. Felix looked at them silently, not sympathetic in the slightest after baiting them to chase a dead end. A couple of hours later, the news of the rescue mission had gone viral throughout all the law enforcement departments in the heavenly plane, especially when the main selling point was a newbie finishing off the rapid killer beehive with its monstrous queen bee. Even though Felix didn't want the credits, it was impossible for the law enforcers to steal the win from him by changing the events. After all, they needed to put an exact detailed report of everything that happened after each case or mission. The ones affected the most by the news were the other contestants in the qualification stage, as they had realized that Felix and Ravager were about to earn a significant amount of points. Damn it! Damn it! I would have done the same if I was taken there. Lucky bastards! Nebula banged on the table in frustration and anger at the thought of being left behind in the first day. Don't mind it. It's a rough start for us, but they won't be ahead for much longer, Seraphel said as she pushed her glasses up her nose. Such missions are rare, and they have gotten extremely lucky to be included in them. From now on, they will have to get by with normal cases, and we will pull ahead sure enough. This was exactly what happened for the next couple of months. Felix and Ravager were seen somewhat struggling with either squad duties or individual cases in their free time. That's because law enforcers had so many rules they had to abide by when running cases, making it unthinkable to bend the law for even a little. It was nothing like when he was working under Miss Sinai. Sometime he had plenty of evidence to finish up a case, but just as he was about to conclude it, the victim would come forward and drop the case entirely. This wasted Felix's entire time and resources for nothing in return. The worst part, he couldn't even punish the victim or question his reasons for dropping it even though he knew he was bribed by the assailants. The last nail in the coffin was Felix having to present all evidence found, and the method used to find them during his report without lies. He could not rely on his trusted illusion abilities in his investigations. This forced him to rely only on vibration element, which wasn't as optimal as illusion element. Ravager was in the same boat as him in this case. Meanwhile, Nebula and Seraphel turned out to be the perfect duo, and they had solved double the number of cases than all other teams. Nebula's space/time abilities were legit perfect tools for investigation, especially memory recall ability that allowed her to return time in a small area, showing all the scenes happening in that place akin to fading holographic scenes. Seraphel was also of a great assistance as she had a major network behind her back, allowing her to find information in the least expected areas. Felix had to rely on Miss Sinai's network on so many cases, but since her network was more underground, it forced him to not use the evidence without giving out the source. Obviously, Miss Sinai would never approve of such thing. Right now, Felix and Ravager were seen sitting in their office with signs of distress on their faces. We may not see their points, but they must have already surpassed us, Ravager said with a solemn tone. We have gotten 3,000 points from the rescue mission and more than 1,000 honorary points from the other squads. Felix shook his head. Even with their current output, we should be still ahead. But it won't be for long if we don't make a change in our strategy, Ravager said. Felix nodded in agreement. I think we should aim for a much bigger case. A big one which will win us the competition immediately after solving it. It's highly risky. I know Duration isn't our ally and there is a high chance of not solving it before the end of the year. But what else do we have? Felix remained silent. Nebula and Seraphel had proved to be a much more pain in the ass than he anticipated, and with the limitations imposed on him, he really discovered no method to keep their lead unless they got lucky with another difficult battle-related mission. All right, we will do it, but I will be the one choosing the case. Felix approved. Fine. Ravager didn't decline since he wasn't putting the same kind of results as Felix in their partnership. Let's go camp in the central hall. For the next week, neither Felix nor Ravager had accepted any individual case after their shifts ended. They simply remained sitting under the screens in the central hall, awaiting the perfect case to save them. Whenever the girls came in and saw them like this, they made sure to leave some mocking remarks before taking off with new cases to solve. Felix and Ravager always ignored them and kept their focus on the screens, knowing that the moment a significant case show up, there will be tens of other law enforcers competing to accept it first. Our shift is about to start. I guess no luck today as well. Ravager sighed as he glanced at his device. You may go and prepare. I will stay here for a little longer. Okay. Don't be late, you know how the captain is. MMM. After Ravager took his leave, Felix lifted his head again and stared at the large four-sided screens hanging overhead flashing with hundreds of tasks, missions, and cases. The colors, symbols, and data flashed like a coordinated dance of light and sound, a symphony of organized chaos. His eyes flitted through the screens, searching for anything that caught his attention. Just as he was about to leave it for now and group up with his squad, a specific case blipped into view on one of the screens. The header read, Lost Dark Spirit Alert. He tapped the case, and the screen expanded to show the details. It read, Location, Eastern Alleyways, Sector 4D. Situation, a lost dark spirit located. Appears disoriented and lacking memory. Status, contained temporarily. Requires immediate investigation. His eyes narrowed as he read the details. He had a potent feeling that this case was related to fallen specters since it was rare for anyone to lose memories in the heavenly plane. Knowing that he had no duration to ponder about it, Felix bet on his feelings and accepted the case before it drew anyone's attention. After he took the case, he went to meet up with his squad, and they started their day shift with working on some old cases. When they were done, Felix and Ravager were rewarded with a bit of points for their performance, but nothing too far-reaching like in the rescue mission. Receiving 6,000 or more overall from such an insane achievement might seem little, but it was the highest amount possible to be given in that scenario. That's because each squad had a limit on how many points they could give out to the contestants in each mission to avoid biased favorism. So, it was impossible for Felix and Ravager to be set for the entire duration of the competition from a single mission, which helped the girls catch up to them through an insane quantity of solved cases. After the day shift ended, Felix updated Ravager about case accepted as they walked towards one of the interrogation rooms. He was informed that the lost spirit was brought in for a while now, and he was waiting just for them. In a short while, Felix and Ravager were standing behind a see-through glass window with their arms crossed. Their foreheads were creased as they observed the lone figure sitting on the other side. His eyes, empty and distant, were fixed on a point on the wall. He seemed lost in an abyss of his thoughts, unaffected by the physical world around him. He does have the characteristics of a fallen specter, Felix thought. He had never seen a fallen specter before, but he was told by Miss Sinai some of their features. One of the infamous characteristics was the silent absent-mindedness of the spirit, remaining in this condition until he gets an order from his master. His condition resembles my sister greatly. Ravager narrowed his eyes. Does he have a relation to the people who have harmed my sister? Is something wrong? Felix asked after seeing his sudden shift of emotions. Nothing important. Ravager brushed it off before saying, I think it's time we find out his identity. Felix knew that something wasn't right, but he decided to ignore it for now. Felix walked in with Ravager by his side. The door shut behind them with a soft click. The spirit did not acknowledge their entrance, nor did he shift his gaze. Ravager cleared his throat, his voice gruff. Hey! He exclaimed, trying to catch the spirit's attention, but to no avail. Felix approached the table, his footsteps deliberate and slow. He leaned forward, trying to find a hint of consciousness in the spirit's eyes. Can you hear me? He asked calmly. Silence. Felix tried a different approach. He reached out, placing a hand on the spirit's shoulder. At the touch, a fleeting ripple of energy moved across the spirit's form, like a stone disturbing still water. But his vacant stare remained unchanged. Ravager, his patience thinning, slammed his hand on the table, creating a resounding noise. Snap out of it, he roared. But the spirit remained unmoved, his world seemingly far removed from theirs. Felix stood upright, taking a step back. It's as if he's trapped in his mind, he murmured. His consciousness is somewhere else. I guess we can only run his identity through the system and figure out more about his past from there, Ravager said. Take care of it. Felix watched on with intrigue as Ravager approached the man, aiming the device towards his arm. At first glance, there was nothing, but as the crystal device emitted a soft, Blue glow. An intricate barcode-like pattern emerged from the spirit's forearm, previously invisible to the naked eye. Got it, Ravager announced as he began the scan. Lines of mysterious code and data streamed from the spirit's barcode into the crystal device, illuminating it with fluctuating colors. Ravager observed the information, then relayed it to Felix in a structured manner. Full name, Arion Delmar. Age, 233 spirit years. Origin city, Luminera. Last known occupation, Luminera's gambling den manager. Status, current dark color/peak color, golden. Memory status, compromised. Even though there were more information to be read, both Felix and Ravager were taken back when they saw that he was a golden-ranked spirit. How is it even possible to fall this significantly in rank? Ravager frowned. He was even a gambling den manager. They are known to be swimming in Loomis. It would have been more understandable if he fell to blue, green, or even indigo if he was presented with hundreds of unfortunate circumstances. But dark color? Everyone avoided dropping to this rank akin to a plague, and there was no way a golden spirit would allow himself to fall to such a low point. He is most definitely a fallen specter. Felix was more certain now than ever. What do you think about this? The protocol in this situation is to take him to the Reformation Center and attempt to recover any of his lost memories. If everything was erased, give him a new identity fit of his current rank. Felix uttered calmly. The spirit, Arion Delmar, remained distant and unresponsive even at the sound of such a terrifying statement. Ravager opened his mouth, but soon closed it. Then he nodded in approval. I can't ask the traveler to break the protocol and start investigating him without exposing him to the system. Ravager wanted to utilize the information acquired from the barcode to begin his investigation on the spirit's past and find out what caused him to become like this. But he could not do this if the case wasn't approved first by their squad's captain. That's because the case Felix accepted would end the moment the spirit either had his memories restored or received a new identity. Whatever happened next would be considered as a new case with a different rank to it. Let's hope we get something from his memories. Inside the vast halls filled with sophisticated machinery and luminescent chambers, Felix and Ravager walked side by side, guiding the vacant-eyed Arion. They were led by Specialist Alara, the center's leading memory technician. Since they were considered newbies, they needed monitoring while running the machine. Put him there. Upon reaching a central chamber, Specialist Alara gestured for them to place Arion on the chair and put the helmet on his head. Once Arion was settled, Alara initiated the process. The chamber hummed to life, pulsating with a rhythmic energy. Streams of light and shadow intertwined, searching for the lost fragments of Arion's memories. The minutes felt like hours as Felix and Ravager waited with bated breath. Finally, the hum subsided, the chamber's light dimmed, and Specialist Alara approached them with a heavy heart. My apologies, but it appears that Arion Delmar's memories have not just been suppressed or locked away. They have been completely and permanently deleted. Is there no other way? Ravager asked with an upset tone. Alara shook her head. The process we use is the most advanced in the realm. If his memories were merely fragmented or locked, we could have pieced them together. But deletion, it's final. Ravager leaned against a console, annoyance evident on his face. Who would go to such lengths? And why? That's on you to investigate. Alara uttered calmly. For now, it's best to give him a new identity, so he could be functional again. We will do so, but not now. Felix stopped her just as she was about to press the button. We still need to run some tests on him. As you wish. Alara shrugged and took off, not too bothered. Felix glanced at the mindless Arion and thought to himself, we may not get information from him, but the Fallen Spectre's cartel doesn't know that and will try their best to recover him. Felix was certain that the cartel wouldn't allow Arion to roam the streets, and if it wasn't for the law enforcers picking him first, he would have already been taken aback by them. So, he planned to send him back outside again as a bait and see who would bite on it. What are you trying to do? Ravager inquired. There is more than meets the eye in this case, and it will be a shame if we let it go like this. Felix answered. I also think the same. Good, I am planning to use Arion as a bait, and we can kick off a new case if we manage to find the person behind his situation if there is any. I don't have a problem with that. Ravager was more than pleased with this as it enabled him to continue on his little secret revenge plot as well. The sprawling streets of the capital were bustling as always, and amidst this labyrinth, Arion Delmar stood, seemingly aimless and bereft of purpose. The passing spirits hardly paid him any attention, most of them engrossed in their own affairs. At a nondescript junction, Felix and Ravager positioned themselves, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, waiting to see the course Arion would take. Alas, days passed, and Arion's movements were aimless, sometimes meandering, sometimes sitting for hours on end, as if waiting for something to ignite a spark within him. Since Felix and Ravager had day shift with their squad, Felix had to leave following Arion to Sekiro. Unfortunately, days went by and no one had appeared to pick up Arion. Maybe he has caused this upon himself. Ravager sighed in frustration at the lack of results. It can't be. You have read about his past. He valued his safety and comfort more than anything. Felix shook his head. After going through his past information, they collected some data, but nothing too deep since the device couldn't show private intel to just anyone in the government. Because they were working on this off the record, they couldn't even interrogate the people around him. Well, no one is taking the bait, and we can't commit to this case without any decent leads, Ravager warned. Those two bitches keep solving cases, and we can't accept anything until we conclude this. While Ravager wanted to get revenge on his sister, he knew that it would be 10 times easier by becoming a captain. He didn't want to lose his chance chasing after a false lead. Unlike Felix, he didn't have any knowledge about the Fallen, so it was normal to be skeptical after days with no results. You can return and pick up another case. I will stay on this for another week, Felix shared calmly. Ravager thought about it for a moment and then shook his head. No, we are in this as partners, and it's best to tackle each case together. As you why? Suddenly, Felix's expression turned serious. We have movement. The moment Ravager heard this, he turned around and saw a mysterious figure approaching Arion. He was cloaked in deep green and bearing the emblem of a crescent moon. The stranger seemed to exchange a few words with Arion, causing both of their pupils to expand. He is talking. I can see that. But how? He didn't seem to be faking his condition. Seeing that Felix remained silent, Ravager stopped his series of questions and focused on Arion, who began following the stranger. In reality, Ravager's heart was beating rapidly in agitation as this situation reminded him of his little sister greatly. His sister became like a robot who will do anything he asked from her, and if he didn't order her, she would keep gazing somewhere in silence. He must be his master. This made him recognize the identity of the stranger. Let's give a chase. With stealth befitting their roles, Felix and Ravager tailed the duo as they navigated the serpentine alleyways, moving away from the central streets, past the merchants' quarter, and finally into the more desolate outskirts of the city. Here, structures were sparser, and the grandeur of the central realm gave way to simpler, earth-toned homes. The stranger led Arion to a humble abode, its walls rough, hewn and roof thatched, reminiscent of ancient dwellings from long-forgotten eras. Once Arion and the stranger disappeared inside, Felix and Ravager kept a decent distance from the house. They knew that as law enforcers, if they were caught snooping on them, getting kicked out of the government wouldn't be the only punishment received. Do your thing, Ravager said. Closing his eyes momentarily, Felix channeled the element of vibration, aligning his senses to the faintest of sounds. From within the walls of the house, the vibrations began to form a discernible pattern, weaving the story of what was transpiring inside. At first, the hum was soft, almost like a gentle whisper, the creaking of floorboards, the rustling of cloth. But then, a new sound emerged, one that made Felix focus on it. It was the voice of the stranger, low and menacing, dripping with venom. You worthless creature. I gave you an easy order to buy me a pack of cigarettes, and you ended up lost in the other side of the city for over a week. Arion's feeble responses, either too soft or stifled by pain, were drowned by the stranger's wrath. With every accusation, there was a chilling sound, the sharp slap of flesh against flesh, the thud of a body colliding with a wall. Unreactive to the heartbreaking noise, Felix continued to eavesdropping. "How can you be so dumb? I was told that your worthless kind are the best and cheapest available servants in the market, but you almost got me in deep trouble with the law enforcers." The beating continued non-stop. "Screw this. I am returning you and getting my refund." With one last thud, the assault was stopped so as the stranger's tirade. Felix disengaged his ears from the house and opened his eye again. "What happened?" Ravager asked. "He got beaten. Badly." Ravager's expression hardened, eyes reflecting fury and determination as this situation made him imagine what his sister had gone through under Mr. Atticus. Still, he took control over his emotions and asked, "What's our next move?" "We will follow the master." He uttered something about getting a refund. Felix shared, "He will take us to the real culprit and we can take action from there." "Refund? Is he treating him like a product?" Ravager got furious again. "Seems like it. This feels wrong on so many levels. Let's go." Felix ended their discussion after spotting Arion and his master taking off into the dark alleys again. The musty alleyways of the black market were alive with the whispers of illicit deals and the shimmering specters of otherworldly beings. Among the stalls and shadowed recesses stood an infamous small shop, and business both mysterious and hated, known for selling servants of all kinds. Arion was dragged forward by his so-called master inside the shop. His steps were staggered, weakened by the assault he had endured. The bruises on his face and arms were painful reminders of his lost memories and the cruelty he had experienced. Pushing Arion ahead, the master barked at the shop owner. "This one's defective. I demand a refund." The shop owner, an aging spirit with a sly glint in his eyes, leaned forward, examining Arion critically. "You've mishandled him," he remarked, pointing to the evident bruises. "Our servants are rare commodities. Their minds are fragile, they need guidance, not violence." The master scoffed, "I didn't pay for a broken toy. Refund my Loomis now." The shop owner sighed, a long-suffering expression on his face. "Returns aren't accepted here, especially not for damaged goods. However, if you're struggling to use him, I can advise." The master's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Go on." Leaning in, the shop owner whispered, "Fallen servants are unique. Their power comes from their lost memories, a void that can be harnessed. Teach him, train him, but do so with care and patience. The void in their souls can be filled, directed. If used right, he can be more potent than any ordinary servant." The master hesitated, mulling over the shop owner's words. "And if I can't use him?" The shop owner smirked. "Then, my dear customer, perhaps it's not the servant that's flawed, but the master. We will see who's flawed." Growling in frustration, the master yanked Arion by the arm, exiting the shop. Then, he took his leave, having no idea that he had guided two sets of predatory eyes on the shop. "Should we storm in?" Ravager asked. "No, we have to play this smart." Felix rejected. He comprehended that even though they were led to the fallen spirit's cellar, they could not confront him about it. He would easily deny everything, and without any evidence, they could not arrest him. "We need Arion's master to give away the cellar. Unlike him, we have a reason to bring him for questioning. Arion's unclosed case." Ravager commentated. "Let's go." Felix agreed and disappeared into the shadows, chasing after Arion's master. The dark alleyways were a stark contrast to the vibrant hustle of the main streets. Sounds of haggling and the clinking of essence coins echoed in the distance. Arion's master dragged him along, his grip punishingly tight. Clearly, he was still upset after getting looked down upon by the servants' trader. Just as he was about to take a corner, two figures stepped out from the shadowed doorways, blocking their path. Ravager, with his piercing eyes and an intimidating aura, stared down the master, while Felix took a measured step forward, his demeanor calm but authoritative. "Going somewhere?" Felix asked, a hint of coldness in his voice. Arion's master heart almost leapt from his throat in fright after seeing Felix and Ravager's outfits. The notion of being caught doing something wrong by law enforcers would sap the wind out of anyone. "Don't panic. Don't panic. You did nothing wrong." Arion's master relaxed his emotions somehow and then spat back defiantly. "What's in it for you?" Ravager took a step closer, his eyes as cold as ever. "You seem to have mistreated your servant. That's a violation of spirit realm regulations." The master sneered. "He's mine, bought and paid for. None of your business what I do to him unless he came forward and reported me. Come on, ask him, see if he will do so." Knowing that Arion wasn't going to utter a single word, Felix didn't bother to play his game. He summoned a binding chain of light, wrapping it around the master and immobilizing him. This was one of the law enforcement equipment used to seize the criminals with minimum effort. "You can't do this to me. You are abusing your authority." He screamed for his rights. "Shut up." Felix zapped him through the light chain, causing the master to convulse in pain. Then, he dragged him to the law enforcement department while Ravager brought Arion with him. After booking an interrogation room, Arion's master never stopped screaming and banging on the table, crying over the unjust treatment he received. "I will sue you. You hear me? I will sue you." "Sue us for what?" Ravager sneered. "You have already confirmed that Arion is your servant. He has been picked up by us a week ago and found out the abnormalities within him. As his master, you must have had a great part in his memory's deletion and personality disorder." Upon hearing this, Arion's master felt his knees buckle under the table at the realization that his association with a fallen specter was about to bite him in the ass. He assumed before that Felix and Ravager had no case against him, which meant it was illegal to arrest him, and he could put them in deep trouble if he complained to the court. But now, they had every right to bring him in as his master. "I had nothing to do with his mental problem. I swear on Lord Hades' name." Arion's master changed up real quick. Instead of protesting, now he was trying to save his own skin. He was all beaten up and wounded. It's highly likely he became like this through a never-ending cycle of abuse. I have seen many similar cases, so as the court. Good luck defending yourself with a swear. Ravager sneered. He was bluffing to intimidate Arion's master through a mixture of lies and truth. It seemed to work just fine on their target as he had started to hyperventilate. "I really didn't do it. I bought this useless servant a month ago, and he was like this from the start." Arion's master emphasized again, sweat flooding down his forehead. He understood that it didn't look good for him since his servant was really abnormal, and as his master, he was the first suspect. The last thing he needed was to become a criminal after a single illegal purchase. "Where did you buy him and from whom?" Felix asked. Arion's master bit his lips hard as his eyes darted between Felix and Ravager, seemingly wanting to talk but at the same time not having the courage. "You have to understand that we are on Arion's case, and if you don't start cooperating to back up your story, you will leave us with no choice but to charge you and investigate your entire life." Ravager pressured. "I can't. I signed a strict contract with the seller," Arion's master confessed. "I will get 100% thrown out of the heavenly plane if I talked. You will suffer a similar fate if you were investigated and the leads pointed at you," Felix said. "I am innocent, and you will find nothing," Arion's master replied, but his tone didn't seem that confident. It was understandable as he wasn't a low-ranked spirit. He was a small big shot in the city, and to reach his current position he had to do some shady moves. So, while he was confident that Arion's situation wouldn't bite him as hard, he wasn't sure about the rest. "How about a deal?" Felix suggested. "Tell us what we need to know on the record, and you will join our witness protection program." "Traveler, you shouldn't make promises you can't keep," Ravager chided. "Witness protection program is used only on big cases under Captain's leadership." "I know what I am doing. Trust me," Felix replied. Felix comprehended that he couldn't protect someone from a contract termination penalty unless the end results justified it. The witness protection program was used only on large-scale cases since their results affected cities or sometimes even the entire plane. Such cases were almost non-existent and appear once in thousands of years, if not longer, since no one was bold enough to cause such a mayhem under Lord Hades' nose. But Felix was confident that the Fallen Spectre case was a massive hit due to its relation to a noble. "If you can guarantee me that, I will spill everything I know," Arion's master replied with a serious tone. "Stay around, we will contact you soon," Felix threatened. "Don't you dare tell anyone about this or there will be no deal, and we will come at you with everything we got." "Don't worry, I am not that stupid," Arion's master scoffed. He was a mere customer and not part of the Fallen Spectre's organization. So, he had no plans to be their scapegoat in the slightest. After he took his leave without his servant, Ravager turned to face Felix and shook his head. "I have no idea what you are trying to do. You will understand later on. For now, we have to convince our captain to take this case and put our witness in the program," Felix revealed as he walked away with Arion following him close. Felix knew that it would be impossible to solve anything related to the Fallen case with his current rank. But if he included his squad in it and had the support of his captain, it would be a different story entirely. The only issue with this was the fact his captain wasn't easily convinced to even take a different path on the road. Don't even mention an entire new case. One that required witness program to launch it. "Sigh. We are going to fail miserably. Just let me do the talking. That doesn't make me feel any better about this." Felix and Ravager went straight to the squad's office after discovering their captain was there. The room had shelves filled with records of cases, artifacts, and souvenirs from resolved incidents. The dim light from a vintage lamp washed over Captain Charlson, seated behind a massive wooden desk. His eyes, always sharp, skimmed through a case file. Felix cleared his throat, drawing the captain's attention. "Captain, I need your backing on Arion's case." Captain Charlson glanced up, his expression unreadable. "That memory-wiped specter? Why?" "Because this isn't an isolated incident. I am certain that there's an underground market where these spirits, with their memories and personalities wiped clean, are being sold off as servants," Felix explained. Charlson leaned back, his eyes narrowed in focus. "That's a grave allegation. Do you have any proof?" "We have Arion's master, willing to turn in the cellar. It's an intricate web, and if we pull the right thread, the whole system might unravel," Felix replied. Captain Charlson's eyebrows knitted in concern. This could be a massive operation. Messing with spirits' memories and identities? It's against every code we stand for. Felix leaned in. "Exactly, Captain. We must shut it down. Think about it. How many more Arions are out there, reduced to nothing more than empty shells for someone's dark pleasure?" While Captain Charlson seemed in favor of supporting Felix, he didn't give him his word right away. He switched his focus to Ravager and ordered, "Spit it. What do you guys need from me?" Ravager glanced at Felix before sighing deeply. "We kinda need the witness protection program to buy Arion Master's help. He wouldn't come forward without it due to the strict contract he signed with the seller." "I knew it." Captain Charlson gave them an irritated look. "You think I am foolish to keep risking my career and reputation to support your crazy actions? I did it once in our previous mission, but don't make it a habit," he scolded. Captain Charlson was righteous, but he wasn't dumb to keep putting his career in the hands of Felix. Using the witness protection program implied breaking a contract willingly without any punishment involved. Such injustice and rule-breaking needed to be justified through significant results, and not many captains were bold enough to do this for their cases. "Captain, I know what you are thinking, but you should read the details of the case first and you will understand how big this case is," Felix stressed. "It's one of those cases that can get any captain a straight promotion to a high inspector position right away. It will be really disappointing to see such an opportunity get wasted." Upon hearing so, Charlson began considering it for real. If it's a real case with a big underground organization behind it, then bringing them to justice will do me more than just get a promotion. I might even be considered to run for the department chief position if he ever decided to step down. But, can I really trust this troublemaker? Captain Charlson thought as he stared at Felix's nonchalant expression like his agreement or rejection meant nothing to him. I should take it and run my own investigation before using the witness program. Captain Charlson decided to take the safer approach and study the case on his own before making a real decision. Bring me everything you know and I will take it from there, he ordered. Thank you, Captain. We won't let them get away with this. Felix nodded in understanding and took off with the surprised Ravager behind him. When they left the office, he couldn't help but ask Felix, "Did you know he will agree?" "Of course," Felix replied calmly. "Haven't you researched his past? He is strict on everyone but mostly on himself due to his high ambition to climb the law enforcement department's ladder. As long as the risk was justified, he would most definitely take a leap of faith in this case for the sake of his ambition." I see. Even though Captain Charlson had yet to fully agree, both of them were certain that he would accept the case after reading its details. As they expected, the moment Captain Charlson studied the file and met with Arion, he realized the seriousness involved and didn't hesitate to assign the case to his squad. He brought everyone to a meeting and began assigning them roles on the case. Hazel, I need a full detailed background check on the victim. You have permission to question his co-workers, family members, and anyone related to him. Nidam, I need you to bring in the master and check what kind of information is in his possession. If it was noteworthy, we will put him in the program. If not, we will find other ways to interrogate the seller without his assistance. Rookies, since you brought the case to me, I won't leave you aside. Captain Charlson ordered with a stern tone. You will be responsible for finding related cases or victims. The procedure imposed was to help anyone with lost memories to regain them, and if they can't, give them a new identity. So, there must be some victims who went through the system without anyone putting in extra effort. Felix and the others nodded in understanding. If it wasn't for Felix's knowledge about the fallen specters and his desire to find a big case, he would have followed the protocol like anyone else. After all, everyone was overworked with many cases at once, and not many would put in extra effort when no one told them to. Report back when you find some decent results. With that last statement, everyone scattered outside of the office to carry on their missions. A few hours later, Felix and Ravager were seen burying their heads deep in hundreds of holographic screens. They were inside the department's record cabinet room, a sprawling chamber with towering shelves that had the musty smell of old paper and the weight of countless histories recorded within. Files were stacked and crammed into every nook and cranny, some dating back hundreds of thousands of years if not millions. Dust particles floated in the air, lit by the dim overhead light. Suddenly, Felix stood up, pulled out a thick folder, and placed it on the wooden table next to a growing pile. Then he scanned it with his crystal device, and the folder's content was translated into a clear hologram. The haunting image of a vacant-eyed spirit stared back at him from the case photograph, making Felix realize that he had landed on another victim. Ravager, looking through another set of files, raised an eyebrow. This is our fifth record with a similar case today, and I have a gut feeling we're just scratching the surface. Felix's face turned grave. It's far worse. He spread out numerous files in front of Ravager, all with eerily similar circumstances. All these spirits had their memories wiped clean, much like Arion. And the more disturbing fact, every single case was concluded within days of being filed. Ravager's eyes widened in shock. He quickly skimmed through a couple of reports. No thorough investigation, no leads followed, just closed. How is this even possible? He understood that many law enforcers follow the rules and procedure to the letter, but there was bound to be someone with a slight interest in the reason why the casualty lost his memories. Keep searching. I have a bad feeling about this, Felix uttered with a solemn tone. Felix didn't want to say it out loud, but he honestly began to believe that there was someone with high power inside the department, making sure those cases ended in a similar manner. In fact, he always had his doubts about this right from the start. In his eyes, It shouldn't be possible for Miss Sinai to find out about the fall inspector's organization, while the law enforcement department had absolutely no idea. He always had a suspicion, but he never took it too far, believing that Miss Sinai got lucky or something. But now, his doubts were becoming clearer and clearer with each similar case he found. After more than 12 hours of non-stop digging, both Ravager and Felix looked at each other with grim expressions. We have counted over 100 of these cases spanning 3 decades. They were effectively silenced, buried deep within the archives. Ravager clenched his fist. Who would have the power and influence to do this? To make sure these cases never saw the light of day? I'm not sure, but whatever is happening, it's systemic and deeply rooted, Felix replied. We have to take this to the captain and he will know what to do with it. I agree. Felix and Ravager cleared their table and returned all the files back to their places before taking their leave. Unbeknownst to them, their captain was called by his superior the moment the case was accepted. Some time ago, Captain Charlson felt a mix of emotions as he approached the double door leading to High Inspector Nolver's office. He was called a short moment after he sent his squad to start their investigation, which raised his curiosity. He rarely gets called to his superior office since he almost never makes mistakes. He gave a single knock and a voice, a bit scuffed and irritating to the ear, beckoned, "Enter." Inside, the spacious room was bathed in a soft, ambient glow. Dominating one side was a massive desk made of dark, aged wood, carved with symbols that represented the spirit realm's justice codes. Behind the desk sat High Inspector Nolver, a tall figure draped in robes of deep green and gold, with discerning silver eyes that always seemed to be thinking several steps ahead. Captain Charlson, Inspector Nolver began without preamble. Please sit. Captain Charlson, used to the inspector's direct manner, took the chair opposite him. You asked to see me, Inspector? Inspector Nolver leaned back, steepling his fingers. I've been notified that you have accepted a new case. Yes, it's related to Memo. Before he could finish his report, Inspector Nolver waved his hand and requested, You must halt your investigation on this case immediately. Captain Charlson remained silent for a few moments before asking him in a composed manner, May I know why? You never intervened in my cases before. Your work is, as always, commendable. However, this case is related to a much bigger one and we already have a special task force to close it. Delving further might compromise its integrity and potentially put many more spirits at risk. Inspector Nolvik shared, Unfortunately, I can't tell you the details as they are classified. Captain Charlson's eyebrows drew together, his sense of justice flaring up. He felt like there was something fishy going on as he had never heard of special task forces being assigned classified cases. In the law enforcement department, all cases were open and shared with everyone to further facilitate their closures through indirect help. With all due respect, Inspector, I have already accepted the case and met with the victim. My consciousness won't be clear if I just dropped him without giving him justice. Captain Charlson shook his head. I don't know about the other case, but as long as I don't get its details and understand the situation fully, Arion's case will remain under my jurisdiction. Inspector Nolver sighed, a rare show of emotion. Charlson, we both know that I can't force you to drop the case. So, if you want to continue with it, go ahead. Just know that this order didn't come from me but from the higher-ups. Higher-ups? Captain Charlson was somewhat taken aback by his statement. He ought to feel this way. The higher-ups above inspectors were grand arbiters. High inspectors' duties were to keep the squads and their captains in check by inspecting their cases, their success rates, their failure rates, and their problems, assigning emergency cases, approving resources, and such. Each high inspector had more than 10 squads under their supervision, and Inspector Nolvik was responsible for Captain Charlson's squad and all other squads with the trainees from the examination. This was the reason he was assigned as the qualification stage supervisor. The grand arbiter above inspectors were much feared and respected even though they were rarely involved in day-to-day matters. That's because they have the power to overrule any decision made by lower-ranked officials and could convene a council of high inspectors when necessary. When it came to authority, they were only lower to the law enforcement supreme chief, who was also an ethereal elder in the council. If you value your career, it's best to fold a little. I am not doing anything wrong, and as long as I follow the rules, my conscience will stay clear. Captain Charlson asked calmly. Is that all? My team awaits me. Taking a long gander on his solemn face, Inspector Nalvik could only shake his head and excuse him with a wave of a hand. When Captain Charlson left the office, Inspector Nalvik's expression turned cold all of a sudden. Not even an arbiter scared him away, this stubborn stickler to the rules. It will take him an actual order from the chief to drop the case, and the chief will never get himself involved in such petty cases. Inspector Nalver stood up and walked around the office, deep in his thoughts on a method to resolve this issue peacefully like always. This news must not reach the Duke. He is already stressed out with the slow pace of our operation. He can't find out that an outsider is investigating us. Inspector Nalver was one of the many Duke's loyal servants who were raised for the sole purpose of entering the government and taking key positions to help him in his goal. Ever since Inspector Nalver got promoted to this position, he worked on the clock to bury any case related to fallen spirits caught by the law enforcers. In fact, even the swift protocol to conclude such cases was introduced and pushed by him in the Inspector's Council. Damn it! If only that bastard rookie didn't accept the mission right away. Inspector Nalver narrowed his eyes coldly as he envisioned Felix. He had his own underlings making sure not a single case related to the fallen specters ever got exposed. None of them were faster than Felix when the case first appeared. To make matters worse, Inspector Nalver wasn't informed about this until too late, as his subordinates believed that Felix would follow the protocol. After all, it was a simple case, and as a rookie thirsting for points, it shouldn't have taken them less than a few hours to finish. Alas, Felix had other plans in mind. If I can't make them stop, I need to alert all of our operation handlers and make them pull back. Inspector Nalver decided to make the sellers and other staff lay low for a while. In the meantime, he would start his attack on Captain Charlson's squad by relocating new tough cases to them. While he couldn't force any squad to take or drop a case, he could most definitely offer them unresistible cases. Let's see if you will stay stubborn when you keep losing great cases that can help your squadmates' careers. Inspector Nalver sneered. Back in the squad's office, Felix and Ravager were seen sitting in front of Captain Charlson. Hazel and Nidam had also returned as they were called for an emergency meeting. All of them were awaiting his response silently after Felix presented all the data they had collected in the archives. Just like them, Captain Charlson could smell foul play all over those cases the moment he read their details. It was too rare for 10 cases to end in the same manner and have the same data, but over 100. It wasn't right. This must be the doing of an inspector. Only they possess such authority to oversee similar cases from multiple squads. Arbiters rarely get involved, and the chief's movement is too large to go unnoticed. Captain Charlson narrowed his eyes at the image of Nalver. It was understandable for him to suspect him first, since he was called the instant he accepted the case and was even pushed to drop it. Still, it was a mere suspicion. This case has turned out to be much bigger than any of us has anticipated. Captain Charlson uttered with a stern tone. We have to be extra careful. Everyone nodded in understanding. Do you have any updates? He asked Hazel and Nidam. I have contacted Arion's master and found out that his information was limited to the seller. Nidam shared. It seems like they are a reclusive circle and not even their clients know much about them. Hazel commentated. They wouldn't have remained hidden for so long without being this careful. Captain Charlson stated. While they received support from someone in the department, those cases were mere anomalies. This means for the past 3 decades, there must be hundreds of thousands of servants with the same condition, working in utter silence akin to brainwashed slaves. The more I think about it, the more unsettling it gets. Hazel felt shivers down her spine. How can Lord Hades allow this to happen under his watch? Lord Hades involves himself only in matters related to situations affecting the spirit realm as a whole. As for such problems, it was up to the law enforcement department to manage it. Captain Charlson explained. What's the point of having us if his hands were forced to get dirted in our matters? Felix nodded in agreement. He had already come to this conclusion when he realized that the heavenly plane wasn't so heavenly. True, Lord Hades had the power to shut down all the darkness within the heavenly plane and make everyone live in peace and harmony. But this was never his goal. He created a plane and tried to replicate a society like in the living world, not create an actual paradise where everyone was happy and chummy with each other. Whether it was an experiment or he did it out of boredom, he had no interest in involving himself in the spirits' matters unless they were related to the living world or the Unigens. "Let's concentrate on what we can do," Captain Charleston ordered. "I need you to capture the seller right this instant. He is the key to keep this investigation moving forward." "I will handle it." Needham gave a slight nod and took off immediately. "Hazel, what did you find on the victim's past?" Captain Charleston asked. "Nothing much." Hazel shook her head. "Everyone I asked said the same thing. Arion was in a deep debt and his gambling den was on the verge of being shut down. No one knows if he has cleared off the debt or not, but the gambling den declared bankruptcy and he has disappeared ever since. He must have been turned into this after failing to pay his debt," Felix reasoned. "My thoughts exactly," Captain Charleston ordered. "Hazel, did your investigations find the identity of the lender?" Hazel shook her head. "No one knew the lender personally besides Arion. I will try to unravel his identity." "Good, we need every lead we get." Captain Charleston turned to Felix and Ravager. "I want you boys to dig deeper into those 100 cases and try to find any leads as well. Prioritize the newest ones." "On it." Captain Charleston clapped his hands and said one last time with a serious tone. "This is a whole different battle than what we are used to. So be careful and avoid making even the slightest mistake." Everyone understood what he implied and exited the office with grim expressions. The notion of having a superior part of the fallen organization and keeping his eyes on them would send the creeps down anyone's spine. They were certain that if they made a single mistake, he wouldn't hesitate to seek their early departure from the department. It was even harder on Felix and Ravager as they were still trainees and amidst active competition. "We wanted a big case to win the competition. Now I doubt we will make it through," Ravager sighed. "As long as we follow the rules, we will always be in the right." Felix replied calmly, "I hope so." On the other side of the coin, a closed-off meeting was held between the 5 heads of the Fallen Spectres organization. The air in the underground chamber was cold, with only a few mystical orbs illuminating the area. Sharky, with his characteristic sharp-toothed grin, lounged on one side of a massive, ancient stone table. On its surface, a map of the spirit realm, glowing with various points of interest, resembling an active warfare map. Many cities were colored green, but the majority were either colored red or orange with a percentage number above them. The other 3 heads, Orellana with her fiery eyes, Gravis who looked solid like a stone, and Marcel who constantly seemed to phase in and out of existence, took their positions around the table. In the midst of them stood Inspector Nalver, wearing an emblem that showed his rank as the High Inspector. But at this moment, he was one among equals. Inspector Nalver cleared his throat. "The situation has become precarious. Charleston and his squad are creeping up on our operations. I have already commanded for the sellers to lay low and plan to make it difficult for his squad. But we still need a legit strategy in case the situation lasts more than we anticipate. Why not just eliminate the problem at its root?" "I've never been a fan of subtlety," Sharky said with an icy tone and murderous eyes capable of slicing through solid walls. He was a whole different character than what he displayed in public, which wasn't shocking considering he was the closest thing to a politician. Orellana, tapping the table with her crimson nails, retorted. "Because a sudden disappearance would raise even more suspicion, we need to divert their attention." She was a green warden, representing the interest and benefits of the spirits with the green color in the realm. Gravis, with his deep, subtle voice, suggested, "We could plant misleading evidence and send them on a wild goose chase." His thought process was befitting of his status as one of the highest-paid public prosecutors in the heavenly plane. His job was to defend the interests of the public and government like any other normal prosecutor. He had caused an unfathomable number of spirits to be sent either to jail or kicked out of the plane entirely, making him feared across the entire realm. Marcel added his own input, or introduce another threat in the realm. A decoy, something they can't ignore. That would buy us time to complete our operations. Marcel was a high-ranked judge with a great standing in the jurisdictional system, possessing enough authority to affect the entire legal system. I agree, we can't halt our operations for even a moment. So, telling our sellers to stay low was a bad move. Sharkey stated. The Duke is rushing the operation for a reason. We don't know it yet, but he will hang us alive if he hears that we are slowing down. That's true, Inspector Nolver said with a deep frown. But we should at least send away Quillen. He will most definitely be approached due to his relation with the case. I have no issue with that. Seconded. Everyone agreed at once. Quillen was the one selling Arion away, and he was the only direct link the squad had at the moment to the fallen organization. Charlson will most definitely erect a wide search to find him. Don't worry, I won't approve of it, Inspector Nolver said. You need a reason to do it without making it too obvious. Solomon suggested, we should create disturbances in the outer regions. Nothing lethal, just enough to create new emergency cases. Indeed, we can even use the opportunity to force them into deployment and buy us some time. Inspector Nolver might not force squads to accept cases, but when it came to emergencies, he had the authority to halt any ongoing investigation and deal with the emergency first. I guess we have a plan? This is all for now. Everyone looked at each other for a few moments before Gravis informed, if this issue isn't solved by the next 2 weeks, I will inform the Duke personally. No one disagreed with him or attempted to talk him out of it. They knew that Gravis was already doing them a huge favor by not informing the Duke right away. That's because he was the Duke's right hand and most trusted soldier, abiding by his will like it was a god's decree. A couple of minutes later, Gravis was seen in Duke Humphrey's office. He was standing upright with his hands folded behind his back, wearing a formal black suit that went well with his gray short hair. So, that's what happened, Duke Humphrey uttered. Yes, Gravis nodded. He had just sold out his peers without a second of thought, updating the Duke about everything that happened. 15 days? What a joke. He wouldn't be referred to as the Duke's second arm if he hid information from him. Handle it as you fit, Duke Humphrey said. I will get it done as fast as possible, Gravis uttered as he bowed down akin to a butler. Then he excused himself. While it seemed like Duke Humphrey didn't show much of a reaction to the situation, he was a bit concerned. That boy is getting too close to our operations while he has a connection to Kraken. He wasn't scared of Felix but by the idea of Elder Kraken getting involved in this case. Hades won't bother himself to get involved in these matters willingly, but if it was introduced during the Elders' Council, his presence alone will force all elders to work to the best of their ability to stop our operations. I can't afford to have the strategy fail, not now, not after I spent eons on it. Duke Humphrey's eyes twinkled with an extraordinary light. I was cast away from the heavens, and this is the only way to return. And I will return. I will return no matter what it takes. Sometime later, Nidam had returned to the office with an irked expression. The horrid smell of cigarettes was all over his body. The seller is gone and has disabled his crystal device. There is no way to reach him, he reported. They sure moved fast, Captain Charlson sighed. He already expected this much to happen, but he still held a bit of hope that his assumption of a traitor amidst them was false. Now he was convinced. Label him as a fugitive and dispatch a wide search across the heavenly plain, he ordered. On it. Nidam left the office and made the request after filling in the seller's details. He might have been an underground seller, but he was also an active merchant in the daylight. Will it get rejected or approved? Captain Charlson narrowed his eyes, awaiting the response from Inspector Nolver. Alas, he waited and waited. After half a day, no response was delivered yet, causing his suspicion about him to get more real. In the end, Captain Charleston decided to confront him about his delay, as he knew that the more time they wasted, the harder it would get for them to find Quillen again. Just as he was about to walk out of his office, the serene, almost mundane atmosphere of the law enforcement department was abruptly shattered when sirens began to wail, accompanied by the frenzied flashing of red emergency lights. Captain Charleston's expression turned solemn, knowing that an emergency had occurred. When he glanced at the nearest digital board, it displayed a live feed from the bazaar, showing a group of rowdy spirits. Their forms were blurry and distorted, laughing and wreaking havoc. Their ethereal fingers swept through stalls, taking whatever they pleased, leaving shopkeepers and patrons in sheer terror. All law enforcers on duty head to the bazaar immediately. I repeat, all law enforcers on duty head to the bazaar immediately. Everyone heard the announcement and took off in a disciplined manner in the direction of the bazaar. Even Felix and Ravager were forced to halt their research and join them. Attention all units. Inspector Nolver's voice boomed over the intercom of the squads he was responsible over. We have a 10-31, a mass burglary at the Grand Bazaar. The culprits are a gang of low-class spirits. They are currently making their escape on hover motorcycles. I want them intercepted and apprehended immediately. As the video feed continued to play, an aerial shot showed the gang zooming out of the bazaar area on motorcycles, their engines letting out an eerie, ghostly roar. Trails of spectral energy followed them, the visual representation of their raw power. Captain Charleston, you are the lead of this operation, Inspector Nolver ordered and made sure everyone heard it. Roger. Captain Charleston agreed in a professional manner, not showing an ounce of dissatisfaction even though he was certain this entire situation occurred to hold him back. Damn it. Why is that bastard's team always getting the best missions? Nebula cursed in displeasure. She was seen flying with her squad in the direction of the main doors. Stop complaining. It's orders from the inspector, Seraphel said calmly. All we have to do is keep outperforming them, and they will have no chance to win even if they accept 10 Missy. Get out of the way. Before she could finish her sentence, an overbearing cold voice interrupted her from above. Whoosh, whoosh. When she lifted her head, all she was met with was a hot wind breeze passing her. Traveler. Nebula gritted her teeth after noticing that it was Felix and Ravager. None of them bothered to turn around and continued on their path until they arrived at the main gates. They picked the fastest aerial motorcycles and took off on them without waiting for their squad. They weren't acting on their own. Captain Charleston told them to go ahead since he was confident in their strength and capability. We can't let them apprehend the gang members. Seraphel eyed Nebula and she gave her a slight nod in understanding. Without bothering to ask for their captain's permission, they sped away from the squad and gave chase on another motorcycle. Ayaya. Must feel nice to be motivated and eager. Their captain yawned lazily, not bothered in the slightest by their blatant disrespect. Captain Rashford, do we follow them? Nah, let them have their own little competition. Captain Rashford waved his hand carelessly. Whoosh whoosh. We have company. Ravager shared with a faint snicker as he looked behind him and noticed Nebula and Seraphel right behind them. Ignore them, Felix said indifferently. He knew that those two were planning to steal their targets. There was no reason to chase after them otherwise. There are 3 members of the gang 5 kilometers away, Ravager shared. They are speeding away. Let's give a chase. Felix revved the engine and increased his speed to the limit, flying right above the heads of the spirits in the bazaar. He was extremely precise in his drive, making effortless manipulations to avoid pedestrians, vehicles, and shops without reducing his speed at all. Meanwhile, Ravager wasn't as optimal and had to pull the brakes on multiple times, which forced him to get behind bit by bit. Is there anything he isn't good at? He commentated, a bit odd and annoyed at the same time. Unbeknownst to him, Felix was adapted to moving at much crazier speeds. This was nothing to him. You ain't getting to them before me. When Nebula saw Felix pulling away, she also increased her speed and used even her time acceleration ability to push further. In a split second, both of them pulled ahead of Ravager and Seraphel, forcing them to try their best to catch up. Alas, the moment the criminals went through the complex labyrinth of alleys, Felix and Nebula left them to eat their dust. "I will go around and intercept them," Ravager shouted. "I am waiting for you on the other side," Seraphel informed. Ravager and Seraphel glanced at each other for a moment before they went in two separate directions. The neon-lit alleys of the capital painted a surrealistic landscape as the night was illuminated with vibrant hues of blues and purples. The hovering motorcycles, with their riders, seemed more like shadows slipping through these arteries than tangible entities. Their engines hummed, echoing through the labyrinthine alleys, as they tried to shake off their pursuers. "We have two enforcers on our tail. They are coming at us harder than expected. We need assistance." The gang's leader requested for support with cold sweat dripping on his back after hearing the faraway hum of unfamiliar motorcycles. He was paid handsomely by one of their VIP clients to create some chaos in the market and escape with his gang. Since they were professional riders and used to live in the underground and run criminal activities, none of them felt scared of being apprehended. That's how much they trusted in their own skills, and they actually back it up. Alas, if it was any other law enforcer, they might have gotten away easily. But not from these two monsters. They were right on their tails, their competitive spirits ignited by the chase and the promise of points based on their performance. With a cold smirk, Nebula accelerated her bike, which responded with an ethereal glow. "Bet I nabbed them before you, traveler. Give it your best." Felix retorted indifferently, swerving his bike expertly around a tight bend, nearly grazing the walls. "Dodge this." The instant he appeared in the next alley, one of the criminals threw a sparkling grenade behind, which exploded into a cloud of disorienting mist. Nebula, anticipating the move, ascended her bike just in time, hovering above the mist, while Felix swerved into a side alley to avoid it. Split up. Using the labyrinth to their advantage, the criminals split up, each taking a different alley. Felix and Nebula quickly communicated telepathically, deciding to split up too. "I've got the one on the right," Felix said. Nebula, focusing on her target, replied, "Left one's mine." They might seem like enemies and fought each time they met, but it didn't mean that they would sabotage each other by chasing the same target and leaving the other two to escape. At the end of the day, their performance would be judged by their own captains, and if they heard about any foul play between them, none of them would like the result. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alleys became a dizzying blur of lights and shades as both Felix and Nebula skillfully navigated through them. "He will show up in the sixth line if he keeps the same pace." Felix, relying on his innate sense of direction, predicted his target's next move and went around to intercept him. As he anticipated, his target burst through the sixth line with a swift slide across the wall. Alas, he didn't expect Felix to be already waiting for him there. Vibration shockwave. He unleashed a powerful vibration shockwave at the biker, causing him to lose balance and crash into a big garbage bin while the bike went to the other side. Almost immediately, the criminal used his ethereal form, wanting to escape through the buildings. Alas, Felix predicted as much and whipped him using the shimmering light chain, entangling around him akin to a snake. The chain was capable of holding into ethereal or physical forms, which was one of the reasons many criminals get easily caught. "You! ZZZZZZZ!" Felix zapped him with full power until white appeared in his eyes, causing him to drop to the ground akin to a lifeless corpse. Felix swiftly used a similar handcuffs to the light chain and threw him inside the bin. "Stay here for a while." Then he took off in the direction of the last one. Meanwhile, Nebula employed her space-time abilities to disorient her quarry, making him believe he was heading at full speed, but in reality, he was crawling in the air. By the time he realized, it was already too late and he suffered from the same fate as his partner. "Boys? Boys! Respond!" The remaining criminal was the gang's leader, and his expression was nothing but relieved after realizing that his two gangmates were caught. "I have to get out of here. This is getting too risky for my liking." VRMMM. He increased his speed to the limit and started doing some crazy moves in the alleys to pull as much distance as possible from his pursuers. Alas, just as he was about to leave the central alleys and emerge on the outskirts of the city, two light chains flew from the sky and caught him by the neck and torso, leaving him hanging in the air akin to a suicidal chicken. Let go, I caught him first. No wonder you use glasses in the spirit realm, you sure as blind as a bat. Ravager snorted at her request while tightening his hold over the light chain. Resorting to insults? How crude. Seraphel remarked in displeasure while also maintaining her grip on the gang's leader. Both of them were pulling in different directions, causing the gang leader's eyes to pop out of his head as he was being choked by Ravager's chain. With a deathly purple face covered by his mask, he beseeched, Go. I am dying. Alas, his husky voice was surrounded by the noise of the roaring motors and the argument of those two. Let go. He is mine. I have caught him first and have it in recording. So do I. I am losing it. With one final breath and foam all over his mouth, the gang's leader fainted and remained hanging in the air akin to a piñata. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few moments later, Felix and Nebula arrived at the scene and witnessed their partners quarreling over the ownership of the leader's capture. Naturally, they went to back their partners. How shameless! Trying to steal our target in broad daylight. Nebula warned, Let go or we will report this to the higher-ups. Be my guest. Felix replied calmly. There are other targets on the loose. We are wasting time like this and will be punished. Seraphel tried to scare them. Based on your low case's success rate compared to us, who do you think will be punished more? Felix ignored her threat and glanced in the direction of Nebula. When he noticed that she wasn't carrying any criminal, he smiled coldly and said telepathically, Ravager, don't let go. Then, he turned around and sped away inside the labyrinth of alleys. Where did he go? Both Seraphel and Nebula were left surprised and confused for a short moment before it clicked in Seraphel's mind. Nebula, he is aiming at your target. Chase him. The moment Nebula heard this, her expression turned for the worst and she gave chase at her fastest speed. Alas, she didn't consider that Felix would be shameless enough to try and steal her criminal, so she didn't hide him properly. Felix managed to find him easily by tracing back her trail. Without slowing his speed for a moment, he picked him up from the ground and threw him in the back of his motorcycle. Ack! You shameless prick! Nebula was left even more furious after seeing this scene. Knowing that Felix's original target must be somewhere here too, she kept chasing after Felix, wanting to steal him too. Too bad. Felix was smarter than that and he led her away from his hidden criminal in the bin. Meanwhile, he informed Ravager about his location and told him to give up on his target and pick up the secured one. On it! With a faint snicker, Ravager released his light chain, causing the leader to fly in the direction of Seraphel due to the build-up pressure. While she was fumbling to catch him in the air, he had already taken off to the location. Ravager is going after their apprehended target, Seraphel informed her partner. Alas, there was nothing Nebula could do about it as she was taken quite a decent distance from the location. In the end, Ravager secured the criminal and regrouped with Felix outside of the labyrinth of alleys. You thieving fuckers! This isn't the end of this. Nebula gritted her teeth as she watched them head back to their squad. She wanted to stop them and retrieve her prey, but she couldn't touch them or harm them as it was against the rules. Felix and Ravager ignored her murderous intent and continued on their journey unhindered. Too bad, while their plan was quite intelligent, it didn't really work too much in their favor. Unbeknownst to them, they had given up on the gang's leader for two gang members and the leader always had more worth to him. Well, they couldn't really be blamed since all gang members were covered up from top to bottom and there was no way of knowing their identities unless they got exposed. Sometime later, good work, we have managed to capture 7 of the gang members. It's unfortunate that the rest have gotten away, but they can't hide forever. Inspector Nolver disclosed with a solemn tone as he stood in front of more than 40 law enforcers. Those gangs have always been a nuisance to the heavenly plane, but none of them dared to be as bold as today. So, we are going to set an example for the rest by using them. Inspector Nalver ordered, "Captain Charlson, continue on your duties and close this case by capturing all of the involved suspects. You have permission to label them as fugitives and utilize the wide search system." Captain Charlson remained silent for a moment before proclaiming out loud, "Understood." While the other squads and their captains were showing envious looks at such a great opportunity falling in Captain Charlson's hands, he and his squad had a bad taste in their mouths. This isn't an opportunity. This is a blatant hindrance to our investigations of the fallen organization. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. He understood that Captain Charlson wouldn't be able to prioritize the investigation before he concluded this case first, since he was given all the assets possible. If he failed to close it in a decent period of time, his reputation would take a massive hit and his credit score might even get lowered. The worst part, he couldn't search for the seller anymore, since it would seem like the assets allocated to him were being misused for individual cases. "He sure cabled our hands." Ravager eyed Inspector Nalver. Uncaring about their reactions, Inspector Nalver turned around and left. The captains approached Captain Charlson and congratulated him on the case acceptance, knowing that if he managed to capture the entire gang, his credits would increase substantially. Then they took off too. "Traveler, your luck won't last forever." Nebula took a jab at Felix with an irritated tone before following after her captain. Felix ignored her and walked with his squad back to their office. They were discussing the situation telepathically. "Captain, what's our next move?" Nidam inquired. "The seller is gone and our request to put him in the system will be denied 100%. The wide search system was used for fugitives as it forced everyone, whether a law enforcer or a citizen, to keep an eye on the fugitives and report to the authorities the moment any lead was discovered. In addition, the companies were banned from serving and helping the fugitives, and if they dared to ignore the law, the department had every right to confiscate their entire business. So, no one dared to protect the fugitives, and in the same manner, criminals kept their crimes on the low to avoid getting flagged like this. If this gang was hired by them, then they will make sure to keep them updated about our movements and waste our time in a meaningless chase," Captain Charlson stated. "Meaningless or not, we still have to do it." Hazel sighed. "Captain, our problem is lack of manpower. How about we inform reliable captains about the case and include them?" Ravager suggested. "At this point, the credit isn't worth fighting this all by ourselves when we have the inspector trying to sabotage us." "Your idea is good, but it's not the best." Captain Charlson shook his head. "Not everyone is like me, who will dare ignore an order from a superior. I have no interest in begging anyone to help out." Captain Charlson had a great sense of justice and honor, which was one of the main reasons he was still committed to this even after all of this. But the same couldn't be uttered about the majority of the captains. Some couldn't care less and wanted nothing but to increase their ranks, and some would rather avoid putting themselves in such a sticky position with the higher-ups. "How about an external help?" Felix offered. "I have been working under Miss Sinai's bureau, and she is an amazing detective. We can outsource her bureau, and I am certain her expertise will come in handy." "Miss Sinai?" Captain Charlson thought about it carefully. Felix always wanted to add Miss Sinai to this case, so she could introduce the fallen organization's information to the squad without needing him. If he brought it out on his own, it would seem like he was gunning at them from the start, and Felix didn't want to leave such an impression, since it would seem somewhat of a personal agenda. "I disagree. That crazy witch will bring more mess than help." Hazel was the first to reject. "She has a sort of a bad reputation, and I believe most of her proof will come illegally, which is useless to us." Nidam supported. Captain Charlson listened to their inputs and remained silent for a couple of minutes. After arriving at the office, he turned around and ordered Felix, "Contact her in private and set up a hiring deal. At this point, we can use some shady investigators when dealing with traitors." "On it." Felix nodded. Meanwhile, Miss Sinai was seen chilling on the balcony with a bag of golden crystals in her arm, counting each one with a relaxed expression. "Ah, money sure is nice," she murmured while watching the sunset. Grrrr. Suddenly, her device vibrated. When she saw the caller's identity, a wide grin broke on her face. "It's about time." Half an hour later, Miss Sinai entered the premises of the Law Enforcement Department while wearing a consultant badge, allowing her limited access to the building. Felix was leading her to the office after striking a swift recruitment deal. Both of them already discussed the details before it even happened, so it didn't take much time. After arriving at the office and a couple of pleasantries between her and the squad, they got straight into the heart of the issue. "I believe Traveler has already updated you on the situation," Captain Charlson requested. "Your intake on the matter is highly needed. First of all, the details of the case resembled greatly one of mine." What do you mean?" Miss Sinai took a deep breath and began narrating everything related to the fallen Spectre's organization, leaving them at the end with widened pupils and hearts beating rapidly in agitation. Erasing memories is nothing but a side effect. The real crime is the fact those fallen specters can't get kicked out of the heavenly plane even if their brightness score reached 0. Captain Charlson tightened his fists. No wonder things are kept secret for such a long time. Many spirits must have accepted the transformation process willingly due to their desperation, having no clue that they would live their lives akin to obedient machines. If those spirits were kidnapped, there were bound to be missing alerts or such in due time. But when they were willingly giving themselves off, how could the law enforcers know or interfere? "It's much worse than that," Miss Sinai shared. "I believe a powerful nobleman is the head of the entire organization. I don't know his purpose yet, but it can't be good. A noble. Only governmental officers above wardens in authority were able to purchase enough territory to be called a noble." Hazel took a deep breath. "So, the inspector isn't even the end boss. The Fallen Spectre's organization is believed to have existed for decades now, and for it to remain secret for such a long time only implies a deep connection with all sectors of the government, not just the law enforcement department," Miss Sinai informed. "Do you have information about the identities of those entities?" Captain Charlson asked. "Not a clue." Miss Sinai shook her head. "They are hidden way too deep. If what you are saying is right, then no one from the government can be trusted with such information," Needham said with a stern expression. "That's self-explanatory." Everyone seemed more serious than ever as this scenario made them feel like they were going against the government instead of an organization. It was way scarier to be the enemy of the government with the kind of authority it possessed. "Enough stressing over this. Let's do what we can and the rest will be covered by itself," Captain Charlson said. "For now, I will take care of the gang's case with Hazel, while the rest of you return to working on the past victims' backgrounds. We need any leads we get now that Quillen is out." Captain Charlson was certain that there would be more similar cases falling over his lap the moment he concluded this one to keep him away from touching the cellar. So, he could only give up on him for now and focus on other leads. "I think I have a lead." Suddenly, Ravager spoke up with a suppressed tone. His fists were tightened and his expression didn't seem too well. When everyone noticed this, they remained silent and waited for him to speak. Instead, Ravager used his crystal device to show a holographic image of a young woman with strikingly familiar features. Her eyes, however, were vacant, devoid of the spark that typically characterized living spirits. "This," Ravager began, his voice slightly quivering, "is Masha." He paused, collecting himself before continuing. "My sister." A murmur of surprise rippled across the room. None had known about this part of Ravager's past. "She disappeared years ago after our separation, and ever since then I have been trying to find her," Ravager continued. "It didn't take me long to find out that she was a servant under Atticus. I approached him for a trade, but he struck a deal with me to win him the Heavenly Plains tournament to hand her over. I worked my ass off to make it happen." Ravager clenched his fist, anger apparent in his eyes. "And when I did it, he handed me this unrecognizable version of my little sister. No wonder." It all clicked in Felix's mind after hearing Ravager's side of the story. He always had a feeling that Ravager was hiding something, but he didn't think it would be like this. Captain Charlson leaned forward. "And you believe she's fallen?" Ravager nodded. "I do. The symptoms match. The memory loss, the vacant look, the absolute obedience. It's all there." The room fell silent as the gravity of Ravager's revelation settled in. Here they were, investigating the fallen, and one of their own had a deeply personal connection to the case. I know that the protocol is to put me aside from the case due to my personal involvement, but I beg you to use me, Ravager said with a fire burning in his eyes. I will not rest until the perpetrators serve justice, and Atticus is merely the start. Captain Charleston remained silent for a moment. Then he sighed. First of all, I am deeply sorry for what happened to your little sister. I believe that if it wasn't for our desperation to find a lead, you wouldn't have opened up. So, I will keep you around, but you must give me your word that you won't let your emotions get the best of you. We can't afford to make mistakes. I am more involved in this than anyone, so don't worry, Ravager uttered coldly. I will never do anything to jeopardize the case. Good. Captain Charleston's expression suddenly switched to solemn. Thanks to you, we have a new target. Atticus is considered a powerful businessman in the city, and he has a decent network and connections with the government. So, it won't be easy to find a lead through him. Soon, he smirked coldly. Fortunately, just like any other businessman, he has many shady illegal deals, and we just need to use them to our advantage. If we manage to succeed, he will most definitely give us a big name in the corrupted spirits organization, as there is no way he will be treated in the same manner as other buyers. Needham added. Exactly. So, the plan for now is simple, Captain Charleston ordered. Me and Hazel will handle the gang and other new cases thrown at us, while you guys try your best to find a way to make Atticus cough up his seller's identity. As long as we catch a single seller, the entire organization will fall apart akin to dominoes. Captain Charleston uttered, his eyes filled with conviction. There was a reason why Inspector Nolver and his people were worried about Quillen falling into their hands. The law enforcement department had plenty of ways to extract information from criminals, and not even Inspector Nolver could stop them from doing their job if they caught one. Move out. A couple of weeks later, the squad stayed true to the plan and worked their best to fulfill their duties. Captain Charleston and Hazel focused on interrogating the captured gang members with extreme methods to obtain information about the other members' whereabouts. Fortunately, the leader was caught, which made the case much easier to conclude. They struck a swift deal with him, promising him jail time instead of getting kicked out of the plane if he gave out on his people. He took the plea deal in a heartbeat, as he wasn't loyal enough to throw himself off the heavenly plane for the sake of other people. If it wasn't for Captain Charleston wanting to end the case swiftly, he would have never given out such a sweet deal and would rather kick everyone out. After the rest of the gang members were captured across the entire heavenly plane, the case was considered concluded. Alas, before they could even celebrate, Inspector Nolver appointed a new emergency case related to another gang, using Captain Charleston's efficiency and competence in solving the past case to his advantage. Captain Charleston was forced to take it against his will and continue wasting time on things unrelated to the fallen specters. Meanwhile, Felix, Miss Sinai, and the rest were struggling immensely to find dirt on Mr. Atticus. They spent weeks using whatever means necessary to expose any shady deal he was up to, but to no avail. They refused to make any contact with him until they got something concrete and damaging, so he wouldn't alert the organization about their target. Finding his dirt illegally can be achieved through my network and a considerable sum of money, but it won't do us any good. Miss Sinai sighed. She was seen hanging in her own office while having a holographic screen of Felix and the others in front of her. They decided to limit their real-time meetings to avoid the all-seeing eyes of Inspector Nolver. They're bound to be something we can find through legal channels, Ravager said coldly. That bastard has many different businesses across the entire city. He can't maintain such a large empire without getting his hands dirty. I think we should set him up, Needham suggested. No matter how much we dig, there will be no water to be found. We have to make him lead us to the water source. Then we can dig. It's a good idea, but how about its execution? Miss Sinai shook her head. Atticus isn't dumb to fall for a trap. He is extremely intelligent and will smell bullshit from a mile away. Everyone nodded in agreement and remained silent, seemingly each thinking of a way to make it work. Felix turned to glance at Miss Sinai and asked, I heard rumors that Atticus has forced many landowners to sell their territories to him at a cheap price for the sake of his beasts/animals husbandry business. Is it true? I don't have evidence to prove it, but I am certain he has done this before and still doing it in the shadows to expand his main business. Miss Sinai replied. Mr. Atticus had a large business empire that revolved mostly around his animals/beasts husbandry company. He possessed hundreds of farms across the entire heavenly plane and provided all sorts of dairy, plant, and meat products. He also sold beasts and animals in bulk to other companies. To expand such a business, land was a main priority. Alas, it wasn't an easy task to obtain good pieces of plot that weren't already claimed. Hence, Mr. Atticus must rely on treacherous methods to obtain such territories, and there was no way his current empire would be this massive without him doing so. Knowing his greed, if we dangled a piece of territory before him, he wouldn't hesitate to make a move. Ravager expressed. My thoughts exactly. Felix nodded. That's all fine and well, but how will we get a piece of land to set up the trap? Nidam smiled wryly. If even Mr. Atticus was having trouble with such an issue, how could they even imagine purchasing one? We don't need to buy one, we just need to act like we own it for the sake of the trap. Felix said indifferently. I know someone who will lend us a small piece of land with no questions asked. Who? Everyone was left surprised and couldn't help but want to know the person's identity. Too bad. Felix didn't bother entertaining their curiosity. Just find me a trusted and unknown businessman from another city. Felix said. Mr. Atticus must not know him, but at the same time, he should feel comfortable to bully him. Smart, you want to put the land under his name. So when Atticus runs his background check, he won't be suspicious of anything. Miss Sinai said. Felix nodded and then added, we just need either him or his subordinate to be caught in the process of land usurping. Whether the deal went through or not, it won't matter much. In this manner, Felix could get a piece of land for the setup and not lose it in the process. I don't know how you will get the land, but we are ready to help with anything. Nidam approved of the plan. In the absence of the captain, he was responsible for the decisions taken. I will contact you when I secure the land and finish the rest of the preparations. Felix said calmly. We only have one chance to sell this. Let's not screw it up. With that being said, Felix left the meeting and reached out to Elder Kraken. The moment the call was picked up, Felix went straight to the point and requested, Elder, I have a favor to ask. Shoot, Elder Kraken replied causally. I need a small piece of the plot away from the capital that isn't publicly registered under your name. Felix informed me. I will be using it for a case and will return it later on. I don't know what your preference is, so choose one from the list. Elder Kraken didn't ask Felix too many questions about the case and straightaway agreed to help him. After he sent the list of territories under his name, Felix's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He sure is loaded. There were so many pieces of plot to count and they were spread across the entire heavenly plane. Some seemed useful and rich with resources, and some were like barren lands after a hot summer. The most shocking part? The ones on the list were private properties, and no one was able to know the owner's identity. This will do just fine. After a few minutes of analyzing many great pieces of plot, Felix picked one with lush forests and great flat green surfaces, which were perfect for farms. He made sure that the plot wasn't too massive, so Mr. Atticus wouldn't be suspicious that a small businessman could own it. Then, he thanked Elder Kraken and returned with the news to the squad to start their preparation. A few days later, inside Mr. Atticus' office, seated behind a heavy wooden desk, Atticus was reviewing some documents when his assistant entered the room. Sir, he began cautiously, I thought you should be informed immediately. A piece of land, quite important in potential, near the City of Hope, has just been purchased. Atticus's eyes darted up, interest piqued. Oh? And who is the fortunate owner? A businessman named Jonathan. He's new to the scene but seems to have deep pockets. Atticus leaned back, steepling his fingers. The allure of a new piece of land was too tantalizing to ignore. Do we have any information on this Jonathan? The assistant handed over a file. Not much. But initial observations suggest he's a genuine businessman whose main business is to flip land, houses, and other assets. Mr. Atticus perused through the file, absorbing every detail. Jonathan, he mused, we'll have to arrange a meeting. If he's inexperienced, we might be able to make an advantageous deal. The aide nodded, noting the aggressive glint in Atticus's eyes. I'll see to it right away. The next morning, in a lavish lounge with golden lighting and a soft interior, Jonathan and Mr. Atticus were seen sitting at a mahogany table. The serene view of the city of hope outside the window only added to the ambience. Jonathan, dressed in a crisp white suit, sat on one end of a mahogany table, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. Opposite him, Mr. Atticus, always impeccable in his dark tailored suit, had a steely glint in his eyes. Mr. Jonathan, Mr. Atticus began smoothly. I've heard a lot about your recent acquisition near Hope. It's prime land, perfect for development. Jonathan took a sip from his wine glass, nodding appreciatively. Yes, it's a beautiful piece of land. I've had my eye on it for a while. Atticus leaned forward, the weight of his presence pressing down on the table. I'm prepared to offer you a generous sum for it. Think of the profit you'd make. Jonathan chuckled. It's not about the money, Mr. Atticus. I've done well for myself, and that plot is where I plan to retire. Unfazed, Mr. Atticus tried another angle. How about a partnership then? You will receive royalties from anything produced on your land. Jonathan shook his head, still smiling. I appreciate the offer, but it's a personal project. That land means more to me than just profit. Name your price. Everyone has one. Jonathan leaned back, locking eyes with Atticus. Some things, Mr. Atticus, are priceless, and for me, that plot of land is one of them. Is that so? Mr. Atticus' soft attitude began to disparate. His eyes became colder as he stared at Jonathan. As a businessman, he would never consider using illegal methods if the legal path could lead to the same results. But now, there was a tense silence, the air thick with unsaid words and power dynamics. Finally, Mr. Atticus let out a sigh, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, Mr. Jonathan. I respect your decision. Standing up, Mr. Atticus extended his hand, which Jonathan shook firmly. Thank you for your time, Mr. Atticus said, his tone gracious but with an undertone of finality. As Mr. Atticus left the lounge, Jonathan watched him, wondering if he really had given up on the plot of land. Good work, Felix complimented Jonathan. He had watched and heard their entire discussion from a far distance. Sir, he doesn't seem like he has any plans to snatch it forcefully, Jonathan said. If you were seeing his face now, you wouldn't think the same. Felix replied, his eyes affixed on Mr. Atticus, who entered his hovercar with an icy expression. Felix was right in his assumption as the moment Mr. Atticus stepped inside the car. He reached out to his assistant and sneered. He said he wanted to retire in it. Let's see if he will have the same thought later on. What approach should I use? Make it barren. Consider it done. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a reddish, orange hue over the sprawling expanse of Jonathan's temporary land. Vibrant greenery stretched as far as the eye could see, with birdsong filling the air. Near the boundary, a sleek black vehicle approached discreetly, stopping just out of view. From it emerged Mr. Atticus' assistant, holding a metallic briefcase and having his face hidden. He was tall, thin, and had an air of quiet efficiency. Dressed in all black, he blended with the shadows. He snapped his fingers twice and a pack of crow-like blackbirds emerged from the back of the car. They kept hovering above his head, seemingly scanning the new, unfamiliar territory. Opening the briefcase, the assistant took out several small vials filled with a dark, viscous liquid. He glanced around, ensuring he was alone, and then he poured the vials inside automatic sprayers before attaching them to the bird's ankles. It took him more than 15 minutes to finish the process. When he was done, he made a weird-sounding whistle and the birds immediately spread out across the entire forest. The automatic sprayers were activated the moment the birds toggled into the depths of the forest, spraying the toxic substance over the fertile land. Wherever the poison landed, the life force seemed to drain away instantly. Plants wilted, turning gray and brittle, birds and small animals fled, sensing the imminent danger, and the ground itself became hard and cracked. Based on the territory's size, it should take half a day. The assistant timed his watch on his device and leaned against the car, waiting patiently for the birds to finish the job. Unbeknownst to the assistant, everything was being watched and recorded by Nidam as he was using his shadow abilities to hide himself from detection. Don't they want the land to be luscious for the sake of their farms? How can they do this? Ravager said with a solemn tone as he watched the live feed from Nidam's device. My best bet is that they have the antidote to the poison, Felix remarked. How devious, poisoning other people's lands, forcing them to sell them cheaply, Miss Sinai said coldly. Since no one wants to buy a barren land, Mr. Atticus will be the sole party interested in buying it, and he can lowball the price as much as his heart desires. Devious indeed. It was truly the perfect plan as long as the assistant never stepped inside the private land. Right now, he was more or less a few meters outside of the territory, which made sure that Jonathan wouldn't be alerted at his intrusion. As for the birds, they were considered harmless animals. If it was beasts or big animals, they would be alarmed. Hours passed, and by dawn, a once verdant paradise had turned into a wasteland. The transformation was devastating, the desolation absolute. The assistant whistled again and the birds returned to him, accepting some treats as their reward before getting inside the car. Then he dialed a number on his phone. The deed is done, sir, he reported coldly. Mr. Atticus responded from the other end, satisfaction evident in his voice. Excellent. Await further instructions. With that, the call ended, and the assistant went away. At this point, the deal was sealed in their eyes, and it was only a matter of time before Jonathan reached out to them for a quick sell. How can they be this bold in their crimes? Jonathan expressed furiously. He had just received the news about what happened from Felix, and even when the territory wasn't his own for real, he still couldn't help but show such reaction. It was understandable as he never knew that there were some diabolical businessmen to this degree living amidst them. As long as you understand the law, you can be bold as much as you would like, Miss Sinai stated calmly. They knew that even if you reached out to the law enforcers, the only thing they would do is run a swift investigation before calling it an unfortunate natural cause. True, if they were assured in their poison's undetectability, they wouldn't have dared to use it. Nidam nodded. Since Mr. Atticus was so confident in their plan, it only meant that they had done this plenty of times before and they had never been caught or convicted. What's next then? We let them play their ploy and gather as much proof as possible, Felix uttered coldly. The tape isn't nearly enough to incriminate someone as prominent as him. Couple of days later, inside a plush private room of a high-end restaurant, the sounds of a string quartet playing softly could be heard. Crystal chandeliers hung above, casting a soft glow on the luxurious decor. Jonathan sat confidently, glaring across the marble top table at Mr. Atticus. Mr. Atticus, ever the picture of sophistication, poured himself a glass of wine from a bottle perched on the table, his fingers adorned with multiple gold rings. I trust you've reconsidered my offer, Mr. Atticus began, swirling the wine in his glass, a faint smug expression playing on his face. Jonathan's eyes flashed with anger. You think by destroying my land, you could force me into selling? You've got another thing coming, Atticus. That land means more to me than you can fathom. Even if every blade of grass on it withers, I won't sell it to the likes of you. Mr. Atticus leaned forward, his face inches from Jonathan's, the smile vanishing. First of all, I have done nothing to your land, so keep your false allegations to yourself. Secondly, I am merely here to do you a favor, not the other way around. Hey, you think anyone would want to get anywhere on your land in its current state? You must be out of your mind, he sneered. Jonathan leaned in as well, their faces almost touching. I know what you did, and I will make sure you pay for it. Pulling back, Mr. Atticus sighed, feigning disappointment. What a pity, Mr. Jonathan. I was hoping we could come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Beneficial? I will show you beneficial. Just you wait. I ain't dropping this. We will see about that. Mr. Atticus turned on his heel and left the restaurant, not wanting to waste any more of his breath. After he returned to his car, he reached out to his assistant again and updated him on the situation. Do we wait until his anger subsides? He will sell it sooner or later as he can't afford to pay taxes on a useless piece of land, the assistant said. I don't plan on staying here for long, so no. Mr. Atticus ordered coldly. Release the beasts. The assistant remained quiet for a few moments. Then, with a heavy breath, he replied, Consider it done. He wanted to talk him out of his decision, but he understood his boss personality. Meanwhile, at a faraway distance, Felix could be seen sitting in a different cafe while having a journal covering his face. While he seemed engrossed in the news, in reality, his ears were zoned on the conversation between Mr. Atticus and his assistant. He had mastered the eavesdropping ability to the point that he could easily zone out all other noises and focus on a single vibrational sound wave across kilometers of distance. Release the beasts? How far is he planning to go? Felix frowned. He wasn't pleased in the slightest with the current development. After all, the plot of land belonged to Elder Kraken, and the fact he allowed it to get poisoned was already rude on so many levels. Felix had no interest in letting beasts cause a mess as well. As for the reasoning, he figured out that if beasts invaded the land, it would force Jonathan to hand it over to the government until the situation was resolved. Mr. Atticus must definitely have contacts that would allow him to use a loophole and snatch the territory before Jonathan could claim it back. Not wanting to find out, he grouped up with his squad and they readied to make their move after the assistant brought the beasts to the territory. It was the best window to catch them red-handed in the act. Many days later, the night was draped in a cloak of darkness, broken only by the sliver of a crescent moon above. Along the border of Jonathan's land, an eerie silence hung in the air, but the faint, distant sounds of nocturnal creatures could be heard. Concealed behind thick shrubs, Felix and his squad waited in ambush. They were equipped with night vision goggles that gave the landscape an ethereal green glow. They have been camping here ever since Felix heard about the beast's invasion. Trusting that Mr. Atticus' assistant would have to come personally to oversee the operation, they set up an ambush in all directions. Soon, the soft crunch of gravel sounded from a distance. A moment later, the silhouette of a truck, barely visible in the dim light, approached the territory. The back of the truck was covered, but an occasional muffled growl or roar escaped from within, hinting at its dangerous cargo. As expected, Mr. Atticus' assistant stepped out from the driver's seat. He approached the back of the truck cautiously and began to unlock the doors. "Ready, team," Nidam uttered telepathically. As the assistant swung the doors open, Nidam emerged from the shadows with an authoritative shout. "Law enforcement! You're under arrest." "How?" The assistant's face turned ashen as he realized he'd been caught in the act. He wasn't stupid to not assume that Jonathan might have prepared defensive measures in his territory after it was poisoned. So, he made his people keep an eye over him to see if he would go to the law enforcement office or hire a private security team. When he saw that nothing of such sort happened, he kicked off his plan in the depths of the night. Alas, he had no clue that they were being watched ever since they stepped inside the city. "Go!" In a desperate move, he slapped a button on a remote in his hand. Suddenly, alarms blared from the truck, and its rear doors flew open fully, releasing a horde of ethereal beasts that began to scatter in every direction. "Contain them!" Ravager yelled, hurling water nets toward the beasts. Even Nidam was forced to utilize his shadows to capture the approaching beasts in his direction. The assistant, seeing his chance amidst the chaos, tried to slip away but found his path blocked by Felix. "Not so fast," Felix uttered unconcernedly as he used his overpowered telekinesis to pressure the assistant onto the floor. However, the assistant wasn't a nobody. He acted as if the pressure had gotten into him to lower Felix's guard, and when he noticed that Felix's tense shoulders relaxed a bit, a hidden glint appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! He exploded from the ground in an instant and charged at Felix with his palms covered in sharp, icy claws. The assault was so instantaneous that the others barely managed to glance in their direction before noticing that the icy claw was a mere inch away from Felix's neck. Slice! In a fluid motion, he swung at Felix, leaving a thin gash along the curve of his neck. Crimson drops splashed onto the grayed plants, gleaming under the pale moonlight. The surrounding shadows seemed to stir with unrest, but Felix remained still, a smirk crossing his lips. Expected more from Atticus' right hand. With widened eyes, the assistant whispered with disbelief. You? No, you let me do that. Felix dabbed at his neck, observing the blood with a clinical detachment. Now, you're not just involved in land disputes. You've committed an attempt on a state official. Not even Atticus can save you. Before the assistant could react, Felix appeared behind him akin to a ghost, and struck him in the back of his head, sending a silent vibration wave that disrupted his brain waves and caused him to lose consciousness instantly. Traveler! As they watched Felix handcuff Mr. Atticus' assistant with a flood of blood dripping down his neck, every one of them felt a sudden chill course down their spine. His unsettling calmness in such a situation was too creepy even for them. Sometime later, Mr. Atticus received a sudden call while he was doing some cardio in bed with two green-skinned beauties. Must be him. He thought it was his assistant calling to inform him about the success of the mission. So, he pulled out his sword, causing one of the girls to release a lewd moan before walking fully nude towards his device, which was sitting on the counter. After seeing his assistant's name on the screen, he smiled faintly and picked up the call. How did it go? Were my babies well behaved? They were a bit rowdy, so we gave them a tranquilizer to quieten them down. Miss Sinai's voice came from the other end of the call, causing Mr. Atticus' sword to go soft almost instantly. Who are you? He asked coldly. You will find out if you come to this location in the next half an hour alone. Oh, don't try anything silly. We have more than just your assistant. Peep. The call was hung up immediately, leaving Mr. Atticus standing silently with his head lowered. The girls on the bed remained as quiet as mice, their blood going cold from fear. They knew that when Mr. Atticus lost his temper, he vented on anything or anyone near him. Fortunately for them, Mr. Atticus had no time to waste on his emotions. He suppressed whatever was within him and got himself clothed. Then, he took off towards the location given to him fearlessly. He acted like this only because the location was a public cafe in the city center. Sometime later, Mr. Atticus found himself in a private closed-off room with Miss Sinai facing him. I had a feeling I recognized such an obnoxious voice. Still, I didn't think it would be really you, Mr. Atticus said coldly. Kikiki. It's a pleasure to see you too. Miss Sinai chuckled. Where is my assistant and why is he in your possession? He skipped straight to the crux of the problem. Your assistant is in quite a big mess. In fact, I can confidently say that he has put you in a much bigger mess than you can imagine. The moment Miss Sinai finished her statement, she played the recordings of the assistant poisoning the land and attempting to release beasts on it. Mr. Atticus' heart skipped a beat after seeing his right-handed man getting caught red-handed carrying his deeds. Still, not an ounce of emotion was shown on his face. Why are you showing videos of a stranger? Mr. Atticus said calmly after noticing that his assistant was wearing a face cover. There is no use in acting smart and denying your relation to this. Miss Sinai shook her head as she showed a new video of the assistant assaulting Felix. This time, his face was on full display. While Felix's face wasn't shown, his outfit was, causing Mr. Atticus' expression to turn ugly immediately. He understood the horrible consequences of assaulting a law enforcer and getting caught during it. Mr. Atticus had no clue that his assistant was baited by Felix, and during that exact moment, he really thought he had a chance of escaping their encirclement. This is all we need to make all the law enforcement departments across the realm join hands to investigate even the tiniest dirt particle under your fingernail. Miss Sinai smiled. So, are you interested in a conversation now, or you will keep acting ignorant? After a few moments of silence, Mr. Atticus asked with an icy tone, "What do you want?" He knew that this must be unrelated to money since the law enforcers were involved and rarely did any of them accept bribes due to the massive risk involved. First, sign this. Miss Sinai forwarded an NDA contract to ensure that their conversation would remain here. Mr. Atticus signed it after a quick read, also wanting to keep this situation as private as possible. Now listen. Miss Sinai's smile faded away. We know about the Fallen Spectres organization and how you're one of their clients. Just as Mr. Atticus wanted to react, she placed a finger in front and said, "Don't bother denying it. We have Ravager's little sister under us, and based on our investigations, she is a Fallen. We also know you have told Ravager that you bought her in her current condition, so you can't weasel your way out of this." Miss Sinai leaned closer, her eyes as serious as ever. "We don't want you. We want the seller you bought her from, and we are certain that a client as big as you are being handled by a bigger fish in the organization." After she finished her piece, she leaned back in her chair and waited for Mr. Atticus to process the information. Are they finally on to them? No wonder the negotiation was left to be handled by this witch. The law enforcers on the case want to keep their identities private until they are certain I am on their side. Mr. Atticus thought to himself with a deep frown. He understood that if he was met with a law enforcer, there was no way it could be in a private setting like this. It was illegal, and he could even sue the law enforcer for it, causing their entire case to collapse. So, Miss Sinai was used as the lead in such illegal activities, and thankfully, she was more than dependable. Did Ravager sell me out for the sake of revenge, or he is actively participating in the case? Right now, Mr. Atticus was certain about one thing, and that was Ravager's involvement. After all, he was the only one who knew about the fallen spectre under him besides his servants. He sure came for revenge sooner than anticipated. Mr. Atticus showed an irked expression. He believed that Ravager would have no way to get him since he did everything by the book. Alas, he didn't consider that he would team up with Felix, who was involved heavily in the fallen spectre's case, which allowed him to make the connection. What's your response? Will it be you and your empire that you have worked insanely hard for, or some seller in a criminal organization? Miss Sinai pressured him after seeing that he remained silent for too long. The answer is me and always will be me, Mr. Atticus sneered. But that doesn't mean I will hand over the seller on a silver platter. You fools have no clue what you are messing with and the grim consequences awaiting you if you dared go any further. We want a name and a witness confession, not a warning. Miss Sinai said calmly. Are you with us or not? It's your funeral. Mr. Atticus shrugged. Put me on the witness protection program and I am all yours. Mr. Atticus had no plans to risk the fall of his business empire over protecting the Fallen Spectres organization. If only the evidence against him was little, he might have taken a chance, but with the videos in their hands, he wasn't that foolish. Heh, by the way, did Ravager agree to this? Mr. Atticus showed a mocking smile. That's none of your concern. Miss Sinai presented an already signed agreement by Captain Charleston to Mr. Atticus. He laughed in amusement and glanced at the contract details. When he saw that all the terms would ensure that nothing would happen to both his business and life if he voided any previous binding to assist with this case, he signed it immediately. With that, he also ensured that not even Ravager could get to him through anything related to this case, which was the reason he asked for his confirmation. The moment the contract was signed, Felix and the rest of the squad entered the private room wearing casual clothes. Will you look at that? I was just asking about you. Mr. Atticus smiled the moment his eyes landed on Ravager. Ravager gave him a deadly look for a moment before his expression returned to normal, refusing to get triggered. He knew that the instant he allowed his personal feelings to get in the way of investigation, he would be taken off instantly. Which was the reason he hadn't said anything about offering witness protection to Mr. Atticus, even though it made him sick to his stomach. Tell us what we need to know or refrain from opening your filthy mouth again. Nidam uttered coldly while lighting up a cigarette, not caring about the no smoking sign in the room. With Mr. Atticus being in their program, they were putting their entire career in his hands, and if the information in his possession wasn't useful, it wouldn't end well for them. So he was a bit on the edge. I doubt any of you can handle what I know, but screw it. Mr. Atticus leaned in with a solemn expression and said, Your objective is none other than the public's favorite politician, the dark spirits warden, Sharkey. It can't be. Felix's pulse skipped a beat the instant he heard the name. He was the one presenting me to the fallen specters and offering for sale me this moron's little sister. Ravager, Miss Sinai, and Nidam's expressions were a mix of shock, disbelief, and anger. Ravager clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I always respected him for the work he does for the low-class spirits, but this? He's a warden. For heaven's sake. He's supposed to protect the citizens, not be a part of its underbelly. Nidam shook his head in dismay. I have interacted with him so many times and even attended his seminars. It's hard to believe someone you've looked up to can be this corrupted. Miss Sinai's eyes flickered with anger, their usual calm replaced by a storm. I knew that the organization had a far reach in the government, but this is getting ridiculous. This makes our job so much harder, considering the influence he has. Felix leaned against the table, rubbing his temples. His thought process was vastly different than theirs. Elder Carbuncle, is this why you wanted me to become a law enforcer? Is this why you said that I need to be careful? Felix understood that Carbuncle had eyes all over the place, watching and documenting everything since the day he had gotten his scribe's title. He figured that he watched his wife get abused or something. But now, he started to realize that the situation must be much worse than that. It can't be that his wife has been turned into a fallen specter. When he recalled how fallen specters become after the transformation, he couldn't imagine how was Carbuncle still holding his sanity. I know, shocking, right? Mr. Atticus continued on, but when I studied the scale of the organization, I realized that he is still a mere member and the leader must be someone above him in rank. So, you are still interested in taking them down. We already knew about that. Stop trying to discourage us and spit everything you discussed with Sharkey. Nidam ordered with a stern tone. Don't miss a single detail. Everything will be used in court when we bring him in. Fine. Mr. Atticus shrugged and began narrating. He approached me at a party many years ago and told me that he had noticed my lack of trusted servants to continue my empire's expansion. So, he introduced me to the perfect product. Fallen specters. They don't need luminous significance, they never pose a risk of being banished. They're obedient, almost robotically so. It's like their will has been stripped away. And the best part, Mr. Atticus added with a somewhat excited tone, they don't register in the system. So you can have as many as you want, bypassing the servant limit. The last line alone was enough to make them understand that many companies would do everything in their power to buy them in bulk. After all, there was no such thing as a free agent in the spirit realm. If you want to work for someone, you have to be his servant or the servant of his servant. In this manner, all spirits would be connected one way or another and run their tasks with the law on their side. But the fallen specters were outside of the equation since they had no desire to protect their rights by becoming a legitimate servant. In other words, as long as their needs were met, they were the perfect workers. I knew it was too good to be true, so I told him to give me just one for a trial run. Mr. Atticus chuckled as he glanced at Ravager. You know who it was. Knowing your nature after the trial run, you must have wanted to buy more. Miss Sinai changed the subject quickly. I assume you reached out to Sharkey and set up a deal? Indeed. I have purchased an additional 10 from him months ago, Mr. Atticus confessed truthfully. Since he was in the witness protection program, it meant that he had already betrayed the Fallen Spectres organization. Instead of playing both sides and withholding information, it was best to do everything in his power to take them down. In this way, he wouldn't have them as enemies later on if the case fell through and they survived it. As for his crimes, he was protected from everything related to this case the moment he became a main witness. Do you have any proof for the sale going through? Miss Sinai asked. Of course, I have the transactions in paper and even video recordings showing the deals going through, plus the delivery of the fall inspectors by Sharky's people. Mr. Atticus smiled. I have everything to take him down. I will be honestly astonished if you botched the case. Just give us everything and be ready when we call you to testify in the court. Needham said coldly, We will handle the rest. I wish you all the luck in the realm. Mr. Atticus stood up as he affixed his suit, planning to take his leave. When he arrived at the door, Ravager blocked him and leaned closer to his ear. Then he whispered with a suppressed tone. Sooner or later, you will cast into the depth of the spirit realm to wander for eternity. I will make sure of it. Good luck to you too. Mr. Atticus laughed in amusement and walked away, not too bothered by his threat. Just as he was about to leave the room, he reminded them. I expect my assistant to be in my office by the end of the day. With that, he took off. Felix and the others glanced at each other for a moment before Needham spoke. We have our main witness and even evidence enough to put Sharky away for a long time. Let's not mess it up and bring the whole organization down with him. Everyone nodded in understanding with serious expressions. The exposure of Sharky made them understand that the organization might have many more governmental officials hidden. If they wanted this to be considered as a real win, all of them needed to be weeded out. As for Mr. Atticus, they weren't worried about him ratting them to the organization or giving them false information. If the fallen organization was scary, the law enforcement department was 100 times scarier. Any smart man would rather screw anyone but them. A couple of days later, near Sharky's mansion in the northern district, the moonlight bathed the grand estate in a cold, silvery glow. As the clock tower chimed midnight, shadows began to move in synchrony, advancing towards Sharky's mansion. The mansion, known for its magnificence and opulence, now stood as the lair of a criminal. Captain Charleston's squad, cloaked in the night, moved swiftly and silently. They formed a perimeter around the estate, ensuring no escape. With a nod from Captain Charleston, Felix walked to the grand entrance and blew it wide open with a single vibratory punch. Law enforcement. Everyone is under arrest. Don't not resist. I repeat, do not resist. As the dust settled, Captain Charleston shouted as he stormed in with his team, their presence announcing an impending doom for those inside. Law enforcers? We are being raided. Call the master. The servants and guards were thrown into utter confusion at the sudden raid. Having absolutely no idea how to behave or react, the guards were taught to protect the estate from invaders. But these weren't any invaders, making them understand that if they dared resist or harm a law enforcer, their judgment would be separated from their master. Still, some of them decided to make a run for it out of fear. Lights flashed as Hazel and the others summoned ethereal chains, securing any servant or subordinate who dared to not comply. The scene inside was chaotic. Servants in their night robes, confused and frightened, subordinates reaching for hidden weapons only to be frozen at the consequences of retaliation. What's with this ruckus? Sharky roused from his sleep with a muddled look and stepped out of his room in an elegant night robe. His face, usually composed, displayed a hint of surprise and anger at the sight of his people getting arrested in the heart of his territory. What's the significance of this? He bellowed, as Felix and Ravager moved to restrain him. Captain Charleston stepped forward, his demeanor stern. Sharky, you are under arrest for trafficking spirits, unlawful alteration of their physical and ethereal forms, and countless other crimes. Sharky's eyes widened in disbelief, attempting to shake off the hands on him. You can't be serious. I insist upon an explanation. Ravager, holding a stack of evidence, tossed it onto a table nearby. Photographs, documents, and transcripts from covert operations spread out. There's your explanation, he sneered coldly. Sharky was left stunned at the amount of evidence in their possession. While he couldn't read everything, he saw that many of the shown evidence were heavily related to Mr. Atticus. Save it for the court. Captain Charleston interrupted him and put his hands in handcuffs behind his back. As the squad prepared to leave, The weight of the situation seemed to hit Sharky. The powerful and respected warden was now just another criminal in chains. He looked at Captain Charleston, anger and confusion evident in his eyes. "You'll regret this, Charleston. Trust me, you will regret this." Captain Charleston met his gaze, unwavering. "Justice always finds its way, and if I have wronged you, I am ready to accept the punishment." "Heh, wronged him? You are too soft, Captain. With what we know, he deserves to be buried 10 meters under a wasteland." Hazel sneered in disgust as she pushed Sharky forward, almost causing him to trip. Sharky merely gave her a deathly glare and remained silent, knowing that nothing he said or did at the moment was going to help him. Unfortunately, he couldn't even reach out to the other top heads for assistance. His device had been confiscated and he was too far for a telepathic conversation. "Clear out the entire mansion. I will escort the captured back to the department," Captain Charleston ordered. Felix and the others nodded in understanding and spread out using their ethereal forms, allowing them to move through surfaces. "I will take downstairs," Felix said after picking up vibrational energies deep underground. When Sharky turned around and saw Felix disappearing through the ground, his expression couldn't help but turn ugly. "I am fucked." The fact that he was arrested meant that a judge had approved of an arrest warrant after seeing the evidence stacked against him. But to approve a search warrant was much more strict, and this made him understand the evidence in their ownership must be pretty damning. With his mansion being searched, it was only going to get worse for him. "Where is she?" Felix frowned as he searched for Carbuncle's wife. He prioritized her more than anything at the moment, and ever since he stepped into the mansion, he was searching for her. Right now, he was walking down a long, twisted flight of stairs, which seemed to be heading into the depth of an abyss. Descending the stone steps, Felix felt a chilling draft that seemed to intensify with each step, as if the air was thick with despair. The chaotic, intense vibrational waves coming from below didn't make him feel any better about this exploration. Soon, he found himself at the bottom with a wooden gate closed shut. Felix went through it with his guard raised to the limit. When he saw a dim corridor on the other side, he ventured deeper and deeper. Suddenly, the faint sound of whimpering reached his ears the closer he got to the end of the corridor. When he turned a corner, Felix was met with a gruesome sight. A vast hall, with walls lined with chains and shackles, each holding a spirit. Machines, tubes, and strange devices were connected to each spirit, extracting their energies into dark crystals that pulsated with a foreboding glow. The floor beneath them was stained with ethereal blood and tears. Felix's heart pounded loudly as anger boiled inside him. He had no idea what he was looking at, but he didn't like it one bit. Even his cold heart was starting to get heated from rage the more he watched those spirits get utterly tortured. "Help me. It hurts." "Sob, please. Help. I say. And stand it any longer. Officer. Hell. When the nearest spirit saw Felix's outfit and realized that he was a law enforcer, a spark of hope emerged in their bloodshot eyes. Some begged with tears flooding down their cheeks, and some gave him a mere pleading look, either too exhausted to speak or had their tongues pierced by metal spikes. The sight was absolutely horrendous, and Felix never expected in his life to see such wickedness and evil in the afterlife. "I will free you all. Hang in there." Felix's unconcerned voice wasn't pleasant to the ears at all, but at this instant, all the spirits who heard it felt like it was the most angelic, melodious voice they had ever heard. Wash! Whoosh! He swiftly moved through the dungeon, using a flaming blade to cut the chains and free each spirit. He placed them gently on the ground and gave them medication pills to enhance their recovery. Some were too weak to stand, and others clung to him like toddlers holding on to their mothers for safety and protection. "I won't leave you. Just close your eyes and take a rest," Felix promised softly as he caressed their hands until exhaustion finally got into them. "Guys, request for reinforcement immediately and come down here," Felix said coldly as he continued freeing the spirits. "What did you find?" Ravager asked. "A dungeon full of tortured spirits," Felix reported indifferently, not softening the blow even a bit. His squadmates' hearts chilled akin to being thrown into a bucket of ice. Knowing Felix's non-playful personality made them understand that he wasn't joking with them. On our way. Without waiting for their arrival, Felix continued moving further in his save mission. Suddenly, his feet froze in their place after spotting a familiar face in the corner of his eyes. Stunned, he slowly turned his head until he was faced with a chained and beaten-up small creature reminiscent of a humanoid hamster. Covered in soft fur that had turned filthy and matted from neglect, a large, once radiant, gem rested on her forehead. But it now looked dull, clouded by the pain and suffering she had endured. Two shimmering, crystalline wings extended from her back, though they were no longer their usual radiant hue. Instead, they were fractured in places, with edges chipped and splintered. Carbuncle's wife. Felix kept staring at her without a single blink. His mind went blank at the horrific thought that his elder watched his wife getting tortured at the hands of Sharky without the ability to save her. Elder! He glanced up, his eyes as cold as ever, but the look he was giving was full of sorrow and sympathy. He had a feeling that Elder Carbuncle was watching him, and his assumption was correct. Carbuncle stood in his dim office, staring intently into a large, ornate spiritual mirror. The surface of the mirror shimmered like liquid silver, and within its depths, the scene of Felix discovering his wife in Sharky's dungeon played out. The soft glow from the mirror illuminated Carbuncle's face, which was an amalgamation of contradictory emotions. His large eyes, usually twinkling with joy and mirth, were now clouded with pain. They welled up with tears, but not a single drop spilled, reflecting his determination to remain composed. His whiskers drooped in sadness. Yet, amidst this profound sadness, there was a gentleness in his gaze, a hallmark of his ever-present kindness. Even in this moment of deep personal anguish, he didn't let the darkness take away his inherent warmth. "Bring her home, son. Bring her home," Carbuncle murmured as he watched Felix approach her, offering words of comfort and comfort. The sight of his dear junior taking care of his wife filled Carbuncle's heart with gratitude. Carbuncle's wife looked up as Felix approached, her eyes red and swollen, filled with both fear and hope. A pained smile tugged at her lips, realizing that her suffering and anguish were finally going to be put to an end. Seeing her in this state, Felix felt a surge of anger and desolation, a powerful mix that made him clench his fists. "It will be all right. No one is ever going to hurt you again, no one." He moved closer, whispering promises of save and retribution, knowing that the moment she reunited with her husband, no one would dare lay a finger on her again. When Carbuncle saw that Felix had fed her medicine and put her to sleep after covering her body, he closed his eyes for a short moment. Then, he whispered softly, "Thank you, little one. Thank you." A few moments later, Nidam and Ravager, stepping through the doorway, halted for a moment, allowing their eyes to adjust to the dimness. The cold stone underfoot, slick with moisture, sent shivers up their spines. But it wasn't just the chilling atmosphere that made them uneasy. It was the sight before them. Rows upon rows of spirits lay on the ground, their bodies battered and bruised, their chains clinking softly with each ragged breath they took. Some seemed barely conscious, while others looked like they had fallen into a coma. The stench of despair hung heavily in the air. "It's real." Ravager's fists clenched so hard that his knuckles turned white. Every ounce of him trembled with rage, and his eyes, normally a calm sea, were now stormy and filled with fire. This is monstrous," he growled, his voice echoing through the chamber. Even when he was already informed and prepared himself for a mental shock, he never imagined it would be this horrible. Nidam, usually the more composed of the two, felt a similar surge of anger. His jaw set tight, eyes narrowing into slits. The aura around him darkened as a crimson glow emanated from his being, a visible sign of his boiling fury. How could someone do this? What's the goal here? Even if there is a goal, how can anything be worth putting already dead spirits in such agony? He hissed. Most of them must have suffered in the living world, and they suffer even in the afterlife. How can this be allowed? The last statement came out of Nidam's mouth with so much venom directed at no one but the god of the spirit realm, Lord Hades. Enough useless whining. No one will save them but us, Felix said indifferently as he carried Carbuncle's wife on his back. Pick up as many spirits as possible and let's bring them to the surface. As he flew upward, he channeled his telekinesis control to lift more than 20 spirits and then took them with him outside of the dungeon. Realizing that it wasn't the time to let their emotions run amok, Ravager and Nidam followed his lead, saving as many spirits as they could. After a few trips, no one was left in the dungeon and the mansion's biggest hall was packed with rows upon rows of slumbering wounded spirits. Hazel almost fainted from the horrifying sight, but she managed to catch herself for their sake. I am going back, Felix said. We need to investigate the machines and their purpose. I will go down with you, Ravager tagged in. Nidam gave them permission with a head nod and continued talking with the approaching reinforcement. He had requested a reinforcement directly from the headquarters. Since he used the enforced emergency call, no one could reject responding to the call unless the chief himself canceled it. In a short while, a silhouette of a massive, gleaming airship with the emblem of the Law Enforcement Department could be seen descending from the skies. As the ship landed, its bay doors opened, releasing teams of law enforcement officers, dressed in their pristine uniforms and bearing the insignia of their elite ranks. Alongside them, medics carrying emergency medical kits rushed out. The officers stormed Sharky's mansion with precision, entering through every door and window, ensuring every corner was checked. They were prepared for a battle, but what greeted them wasn't the resistance they had expected. Instead, they found that heart-wrenching scene. Captain Frederick, leading the operation, surveyed the scene, his face a mask of controlled fury. Medics! He shouted, waving his arm in a sweeping motion toward the spirits. The medical team moved swiftly, setting up emergency stations and tending to the spirits. Soft, comforting words were spoken as medics tried to assure the spirits that they were safe now. They attended to their injuries, administered vital essences, and did their best to alleviate their pain. What the hell happened here? And where is Charles? Captain Rashford asked with a suppressed tone. Captain Quinton, Frederick, and the rest of their squad mates went straight to Nidam. Even when Nebula saw him and knew that this case was related to Felix and Ravager, she didn't let her competitive spirit run amok. The sight of the tortured spirits made her just as mad as everyone else, forgetting completely about anything related to their competition. Sirs, this is what happened. Nidam came forward and narrated their entire operation from A to Z, filling them with all the details related to the Fallen Spirits organization, Sharky's involvement, and so much more to the point everyone began to question its legitimacy. Alas, the nightmarish sight before them supported Nidam's absurd claims. Captain Charleston has taken Sharky and his people to the station, while the rest of my team are inside the dungeon, continuing their investigations. Nidam finalized the report with a respectful salute. Aye. Captain Frederick had so many things he wanted to say, like why he hadn't been informed about this much sooner, how could this situation occur in the heart of the capital, and how Sharky get away with this for such a long time. In the end, he reached out with his hand and tapped Nidam on his shoulder. Good job, good job. Just doing our duties. Nidam gave him a slight head nod and went to assist the medics. Escort everyone back to the hospital if their conditions become stable, Captain Frederick ordered out loud. You guys, let's head downstairs. A couple minutes before the reinforcement arrival, Felix and Ravager were seen standing before one of the machines in the dungeon. Felix was smart to cut off only the chains and leave the machines in perfect conditions so they could investigate them properly. I don't know why, but it makes me feel erratic and uncomfortable the closer I get to it, Ravager commented with a deep frown. It's detrimental energy, Felix said calmly while analyzing the machines, unaffected by such an aura. He had experienced true evil energy against Lucifer, something much deadlier and abhorrent than this. What's this? When he approached the machine, he noticed a dark gemstone embedded in its back. It was the one releasing a black aura around the machine. As a precaution, He requested Ravager to cover his hand in water gloves, and he did as he was told. "Be careful," Ravager warned. Felix reached out with his hand and extracted the jewel from the machine using force. After plucking it from the machine, it started peeping noisily, sounding an alarm. Ravager shut it down instantly with a single punch and focused back on Felix. What's wrong?" he asked with knitted eyebrows after seeing Felix's stunned expression as he stared at the gemstone. Unresponsive, Felix's enlarged pupils reflected deep writings on the gemstone's surface. A writing with a language he could recognize from thousands of kilometers. A language that accompanied him his entire new life and was one of the reasons for his achievements. Universal Codex. Why are there writings on the gemstone with Universal Codex? He exclaimed in utter shock, but no one was there to answer him. The writings appeared like this: XXXXOXXXS, XXX MMMN, FPAD, OXX, XORRR, FOXXX, OOXXXM PAN, O, WOAA, XXX DA, OOXpand XXX. He kept turning the stone over and over again until he managed to memorize all the letters on it. He knew that he had absolutely no clue what's the translation for those sentences, but he still memorized them to see if others matched. Traveler. With a slight push from Ravager, Felix woke up from his daze and replied, "There are some weird writings on this, and I have no idea what they mean." Felix handed him the jewel and went to check the other gemstones. When he realized that all of them shared the same writings, he reached an uncertain conclusion. Are those enchantments to remove detrimental energy from spirits, like some sort of a spell? If so, how could anyone write enchantments with the Universal Codex in the spirit realm when even primogenitors and Asna struggle to understand them? Felix narrowed his eyes. Is this really just a simple case of turning spirits into slaves for profit? Felix's thought process was cut off shortly after picking up many vibrational waves from above. Looks like reinforcement has arrived. Felix glanced at the dark gemstone for a moment and left it in its place, not daring to steal evidence. Since he was on the case, he had access to them anyway, so there was no need to take one. Soon, the captains and their squads entered the dungeon and began surveying the hall with solemn looks. Felix and Ravager dropped whatever they were doing and went forward. They saluted the captains respectfully, and Felix allowed Ravager to update them. "We have freed all the spirits from the dungeon. The only thing remaining are those machines and the peculiar gemstones in them." "Great work." Captain Frederick gave them a pleased look and ordered, "We will take it from here. You should rejoin with your captain in the station." "Understood." Felix and Ravager didn't argue back and took off, not bothering to even glance at Celifel and Nebula's direction. "This is too dangerous for us. Catching a respectable warden with such heinous crimes will make this case turn into the trial of the century." Celifel narrowed her eyes coldly. "We have to get a piece of the credit somehow from here if we want to win the qualify." "Shut the fuck up. This isn't the time for this." Nebula gave her a deathly glare. "You just heard there is a large organization responsible for turning spirits into slaves across the entire realm, and this is all you care about? Are you joining the law enforcement department for merely the sake of status?" Nebula asked with a disgusted tone. Nebula was considered Carbuncle's student, and while she was arrogant and a bit bitchy, it didn't mean that she wasn't kind. The whole reason she had gotten so strong and worked so hard to join the law enforcement department was to protect the weak and uphold order. Everything about this case made her skin crawl, and she wanted nothing more than to punish the culprits regardless if she would get credits or not. "You know we can do both?" Celifel pushed her glasses upward as she left one last remark. "You can care and win at the same time. If you don't think the same, you will be our downfall in this competition." Before Nebula could reply, Captain Rashford ordered them, "Recover the machines and make sure not to damage them." "Understood." 10 minutes ago, the clock tower struck midnight, echoing its chimes throughout the streets of the capital. Most would expect the law enforcement department to be quiet at this hour, but tonight was different. Whispers filled the streets and curious eyes peeked from the shadows, trying to catch a glimpse of the unimaginable scene unfolding. Captain Charleston walked at the front, his tall figure casting a shadow that stretched across the cobblestone pathway. Behind him, a procession of handcuffed figures moved in a somber line. But it wasn't the sheer number of prisoners that was shocking. It was the identity of the lead detainee. Sharky, once a prominent figure in the city, a respectable warden with a mansion that overlooked the capital, now had his hands bound in front of him. His once proud posture was now slouched, his head lowered, avoiding the piercing gazes of those he once considered his citizens. His fine night robe, which once shone with elegance, was now tarnished with dirt and grime. "Charlson, you motherfucker, you will pay for this." Sharky's lips quivered in anger at the humiliation and shame he was put in. He knew that Captain Charlson could have kept them on the truck until they entered the department from the garage. Instead, he let them out near the department's main gate and made them walk behind him in this manner under the public watchful eyes. "Is that what I think it is? It can't be Lord Sharky, right? He is one of the few pure souls in the government. He can't be arrested. It is him. It's really him." The citizens' eyes were left utterly stunned as they watched their beloved politician enter the police station akin to a gang boss caught with his subordinates. Chaos and ruckus began to arise as the news traveled fast and far, causing many concerned and angry citizens to gather near the station's gate. Even the law enforcers in front of the gate were shocked by the situation, but they cleared the way for Captain Charlson and kept the citizens away from him. As they reached the courtyard towards the cells, gasps of disbelief echoed from every corner. Officers halted in their tracks, their faces a canvas of shock and betrayal. Some of the newer recruits whispered amongst themselves, pointing discreetly while others simply stared, unable to comprehend the reality in front of them. Whispers turned to murmurs, murmurs to discussions. Soon, the news was spreading like wildfire inside the law department. Suddenly, Inspector Novler appeared in front of Captain Charlson and his convoy, blocking his path. "What's the meaning of this, Charlson?" he asked with a worried and surprised tone, but his heart was filled with inexplicable venom and hatred. If it was possible, he would have ripped his throat apart. Who could blame him? He was under the impression that Captain Charlson's squad was working on the case he assigned them. It wasn't like he was stupid to not place eyes on them, but he couldn't even if he wanted to. Law enforcers were given information on their devices about the identities of any registered spirit near them, which meant if someone chased them for prolonged periods, he would appear on their device multiple times. Still, he was receiving reports about the case's development through normal channels, and based on the clearance rate, he knew that Captain Charlson and his squad were on it. Unbeknownst to him, Felix and Miss Sinai were on the case, and they were just as smart, if not smarter, than Captain Charlson. Just them alone was enough to take down Sharky and expose his operations. Don't even mention having Ravager and Nidam added to the mix. "I have arrested a criminal," Captain Charlson replied calmly. "A criminal?" Inspector Nolver eyed Sharky and said, "I hope you have evidence to convict him. He is a governmental official, and you know what happens when we abuse our authority." "Abuse?" Captain Charlson shook his head. "That's something he was doing, not me." Before Inspector Nolver could reply, Captain Charlson stepped forward and expanded multiple holographic screens from his device. He cleared his throat, silencing the crowd. The weight of the moment was palpable, the gravity undeniable. "I stand before you all to expose crimes that have tainted the very foundations of our great realm," began Captain Charlson, his voice echoing with authority. "Crimes orchestrated by one of our own." He pointed at a hologram, revealing photographs of the dungeon under Sharky's mansion, with rows of spirits chained, their bodies bearing signs of prolonged torture. Another showed machines and gadgets used to extract negative energy from spirits. Another hologram showed Sharky's people loading chained-up spirits into trucks, and another hologram displayed Sharky's meeting with Mr. Atticus, discussing the selling of a new batch of fallen spirits. "The esteemed Warden Sharky," Captain Charlson continued, "is behind a wicked operation that has trafficked, tortured, and exploited spirits for the sole purpose of creating mindless slaves called fallen specters. These acts are not just offenses against the spirits but crimes against the very essence of our realm." Whispers broke out amongst the officers. Some looked horrified, while others seemed on the brink of anger. Before Captain Charlson could continue exposing him, Inspector Nolver stepped forward, his face even grimmer than before. The magnitude of these revelations cannot be overstated. We are duty-bound to bring justice to those harmed and ensure that such malevolence never finds root in our realm again. Take those filthy animals to the cells to await for their trials. He made a 180-degree switch and only Captain Charlson knew about it. The rest of the officers were seen giving murderous looks at Sharkey. As Sharkey walked past Inspector Nolver, he couldn't help but beseech him telepathically. "Save me. They have enough to get me kicked from the heavenly plane. Hang in there. I will try to postpone the trial as much as possible." Inspector Nolver uttered coldly. "Don't make any foolish decisions on your own. Trust in the Duke and he will take care of this somehow. Tell him to take the fall." Duke Humphrey said calmly. When Inspector Nolver visited the Duke and reported the whole scenario to him, this was the first thing that came out of his mouth. He didn't seem enraged, disappointed, or even bothered that his fallen organization was exposed in the open. One could wonder if he was just too controlling of his emotions or if he really wasn't that bothered. "I don't think he will agree to that," Orlana uttered with a deep frown. She and the rest of the four heads joined the meeting through holographic videos the instant they heard the news. Unlike the Duke, all of them felt their hearts chilled at the thought of being caught with Sharkey, knowing that expulsion was guaranteed and not even the Duke could save them. "That bastard will definitely take us down with him if we do nothing to help," Marcel cursed. "I already told him to keep his mouth shut until the trials." Inspector Nolver knitted his eyebrows. "Charlson will definitely hammer him hard to give up all information. He has to bring down the entire organization. He will even tempt him with a deal to save himself from getting kicked out." All of them showed solemn expressions. They understood that Captain Charlson was smart enough to target all governmental officials in the organization to purify the realm once and for all instead of just celebrating Sharkey's arrest. Even if he spent his entire life in prison, Sharkey would most definitely make this choice if it meant not becoming a wandering spirit again. As for the rest of the organization, none of them would be offered such a deal even if they came forward after Sharkey betrayed them. This scenario couldn't help but put some bad thoughts in their minds. Thoughts such as, why not step forward and come clean for the sake of their survival instead of leaving their fate at the hands of Sharkey? Just as those thoughts were starting to fester in the minds, Duke Humphrey uttered, "Tell him to confess that he is the mastermind and that no one else is a part of the organization. In addition, he shall confess to multiple hidden places where we store our negativity fuelers and fallen spirits." But Duke Humphrey gave Inspector Nolver an emotionless look and continued on. "We will put Gravis as the prosecutor and Marcel as the judge in his case. With such a confession, you will have a reason to put him in jail without being overly suspicious. It's a good idea, and I think this is the only way for us to get out of this without too many losses." Gravis agreed. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Sharkey was bound to make a deal to save his own skin from getting kicked out. If so, they might as well make the deal beneficial to them. Since they were powerful and authoritative officials, it was extremely easy to manipulate the narrative to their side. "All we have to do is persuade Sharkey." Inspector Nolver narrowed his eyes. "Even though the plan sounds good and beneficial to him, I still have doubts he will agree to take the fall by himself. No one was that selfless to put the entire blame on his shoulders to cover for his peers in the organization, especially when there was no blood relation between them. Tell him the plan will commence ahead of schedule." Duke Humphrey shared, causing his subordinates' eyes to widen in shock. "But aren't we still far from the target? We have no choice." Gravis shook his head. "Either we go for it now or the Ethereal Council will find a method to return the fallen back to normal." It wasn't like they didn't comprehend what he said, but it still didn't make this scenario any more accepting. Based on their expansion, the second part of the plan should have taken place in another decade, if not more, to ensure a 100% success chance. But now, it was too uncertain if it was going to work out or not. Inspector Nolver and the rest didn't dare imagine what would Lord Hades do to them when they failed and got caught. This is all because of that little shit. The moment he appeared, everything had been falling apart. Inspector Nolver cursed as he envisioned Felix's face. Ever since Felix's first day in the heavenly plane, he got entangled with the fallen organization after purchasing Kara and shielding her from them. While they had no idea how much he was involved in their exposure, the fact that he was part of it in his first year in the heavenly plane made it even harder to stomach. "Do as I have told you and remain focused," Duke Humphrey said calmly. "Nothing else will matter if we succeed in our plan." The four heads nodded in understanding and left the meeting to begin their preparation to tackle the trial. Meanwhile, Duke Humphrey went back to the window in front of his desk and started gazing at the fake stars. His expression was as composed as ever. However, his hand kept shaking as he reached out inside his robe and tightened his grasp on a small pendant. It was a symphony of celestial craftsmanship, a true marvel of cosmic design. It was gleaming with a light that seemed to have been woven from the strands of 1,000 stars. The core of the pendant held an intricate celestial orb, a small, condensed replica of a galaxy, slowly rotating with multicolored, luminous nebulae and tiny sparkling stars encapsulated within. Yet, the most unique thing about it was still the trillion microscopic divine inscriptions written across its entire structure. As Duke Humphrey caught the pendant, his heart beat fast, not out of agitation or fear, but out of absolute reverence and worship. Then, he closed his eyes and murmured in his mind with a peculiar-sounding language. If Felix heard it, he would have recognized it immediately to be the Universal Codex. "O Sovereign, whose voice weaves the celestial symphony, bestow upon me your ethereal whisper and illuminate my being with your boundless wisdom." The moment he finished the incarnation, the pendant sprang to life, awakening from its ageless slumber. A sudden and profound silence befell the room. Time itself seemed to bow in reverence to the celestial entity. The tranquil stillness was shattered as a myriad of stars and celestial bodies unfolded around him, expanding and enveloping him within the very essence of the encapsulated galaxy. It was an ethereal dance of celestial brilliance, a myriad of constellations and nebulas painting the ancient and sacred walls of his office with their stellar radiance. A luminous crescendo of cosmic light cascaded around him, and, within this symphony of celestial light, two blinding white eyes materialized, emerging from the boundless expanse of the universe. The eyes, vast and infinite, bore into Duke Humphrey's very soul, a celestial gaze transcending the bounds of mortal comprehension. With a voice echoing the harmonious resonances of the cosmos, the being spoke. "What's the purpose of the call? Haven't I told you to contact me only during an emergency? The pendant cannot keep the ever-roaming eyes of Hades away if you keep exhausting its energy." "I understand, Godfather, but we are in an emergency." Duke Humphrey took a deep breath and confessed, his heart about to leap out of his chest in fear. "The plan has been compromised, and I don't think we will have enough fallen spirits to cause the universe to punish Lord Hades." "How many fallen spirits are you short of?" the Godfather asked, not bothering to waste time on what caused the plan to fail or berate the Duke for allowing it to happen. The celestial pendant consumed too much energy each second it remained active, and there was no way to replenish its energy in the spirit realm. "We still need more than 500,000 spirits to have an above 50% success chance." Duke Humphrey answered with a deep sigh. He might have shown his subordinates a assured front, but he was also under the impression that their plan was bound to falter if they went for it now. "An entire 500,000? What were you doing all of those years?" the Godfather asked with an overbearing tone that almost broke the Duke's back from its pure pressure. "Godfather, please. I have been careful not to attract Lord Hades' attention. The pendant can only hide what happens around me, but not for the others," Duke Humphrey beseeched. "I don't need excuses. I need results." Godfather eyed him coldly. "What will I tell the superior celestials if the plan fails? I promise you, I will make it work one way or another. In fact, I already have an idea, but it's too risky and it will cause me to lose the celestial pendant." Duke Humphrey said, "I don't want to know. Just make it happen." The Godfather warned one last time. "The next time we speak, it better be face to face." After finishing his piece, the celestial pendant retrieved the galaxy back inside its core, expelling Duke Humphrey into his office. He looked down at the pendant that seemed somewhat dimmer than usual and couldn't help but tighten his grasp on it. I only have one chance to fulfill my duty and return to my rightful place, Duke Humphrey thought with a look of absolute resolve. If it means using that method, so be it. Meanwhile, in a cold metallic interrogation room within the station, Sharky was seen sitting solemnly with light handcuffs around his wrists. No one was with him, causing the silence inside the room to make him immerse himself in the events leading to his arrest. He didn't need to wonder if his reputation was holding up or not, as the evidence found in his mansion was enough to make all citizens across the entire heavenly plane denounce him for good. He was right in his assumption, as a shockwave of disbelief and murmurs of incredulity rippled through the radiant expanses of the heavenly plane after watching the breaking news related to his case. The common folk, their faces a mask of astonishment and betrayal, gathered around ethereal screens projecting the breaking news of Sharky's downfall. Not all evidence was shown, but just pieces of it were enough to turn everyone against him, even the spirits he helped personally. It didn't look at all for him, and he knew it. I might have lost my reputation and life, but I will not get kicked out to the coldness of the ether, Sharky promised himself with an icy look. He did as Inspector Nolver told him to do. Keep his mouth shut and wait for his lawyer to do the talking. Obviously, the lawyer was also part of the organization and would be the direct link of communication between them. Right now, he was waiting for his arrival. Sometime later, a shadow slipped into his isolated cell, a seemingly nondescript figure. He resembled the Watcher's race, as he had gray skin and 4 limbs clad in a formal suit. About damn time, Evander. Sharky gave him an irritated look. What's with the delay? My apologies, but I was working out with the heads to craft the best method to secure your safety, Evander replied with a forced smile. Speak, what did Duke say? Sharky, I won't sugarcoat it, he confessed. The organization demands your silence, your submission to the role of the condemned. Sharky's eyes, gleaming embers of resentment and defiance, met the lawyer's surreptitious gaze. And why should I bow my head to such ignominy? The lawyer's lips curled into a secret, knowing smile. Because the Duke plans to accelerate our plan. The second phase dawns prematurely. We need you to take the fall to buy us some time. Our triumph heavily depends on you, and the Duke understands this very well. That's why we planned on putting our people on your trial, to make sure that you will get just jail time. Trust us, we won't get you kicked out of the plane, and when the plans succeed, you know the rewards awaiting us, Evander uttered with a look of reverence and expectation. It seemed like the Duke wasn't too secretive about his end goal, and made sure to share it with the ones he trusted the most. Well, it was expected, as there was no way he could have bought the assistance of such capable governmental officials without an enticing reward much better than remaining in the government. Sharky remained silent, deep in his thought process. As a shrewd politician, he had already expected this much to happen. He was smart enough to understand that he would never get away from this regardless of the Duke's authority. There were some things that no one could influence or pressure regardless of the imposed authority. I will be turned into a scapegoat, and all of the committed crimes by the organization will fall under my name. Sharky sighed. This path was simply terrifying for someone who treated his reputation as his most sacred treasure. Still, he knew that he had not many options. He could accept the deal, take the hit, and have a chance of being taken to the promised lands after the triumph of the plan. Or snitch on the entire organization and make all of their efforts collapse just to secure eternal jail time. Both options were shit, but beggars can't be choosers. The land of the gods, huh? Sharky smiled bitterly with his eyes closed shut. I guess you made up your choice? Evander said. Sharky. The whispers of promised lands and celestial destinies coursed through his veins, rekindling the flame of purpose within him. He nodded, the resolve solidifying within him. Very well, I shall be the sacrificed pawn. But remember, the promised deliverance shall await me beyond these chains. The sanctuary of the prophesied lands shall be my sanctuary. Don't worry, old friend. It shall be our sanctuary. Evander smiled widely before opening his suitcase. Let's prepare you for the trial of the century. Sharkey focused on the documents before him and both of them began working on their defense case. While this was ongoing, Felix had retreated to a well-lighted hospital room. He was positioned beside a bed where Carbuncle's wife, her fur a tangled mass, lay motionless, the light from her forehead gemmed dim and pulsating weakly. He refused to leave her company, waiting for her to wake up from a coma. The torture was too much for many spirits, forcing them to enter a peaceful slumber, and no matter what anyone did, none of them woke up. Felix had to keep her company since Carbuncle could not meet up with her at the moment. As much as he missed her and wanted her badly in his life, Carbuncle wanted Felix to give her a choice when she woke up. A choice of whether she wanted to get her memories back and live with him an eternal life here as a husband and wife, or continue being a servant. In both cases, Carbuncle planned on keeping her around him for her safety, but it was best for Felix to handle these things without his involvement due to his sensitive governmental position. What if she rejects having her memories restored? Felix thought to himself as he stared at her face. This will ruin him. When he thought this far, Felix couldn't help but feel a slight tingle in his heart, like a bad prominent feeling related to this exact scenario. What if I reunited with Asna again and she rejected me? Felix touched his chest, feeling his cold heart beating rhythmically. This thought frightened him a little, but not because he was scared of it happening, but of him not feeling anything if it happened. That scared him more than anything. Felix hadn't forgotten about Asna, and he had no plans of leaving the spirit realm without her. However, he feared that she wouldn't want to accompany him anymore for the sake of his safety, which was something he absolutely abhorred. At the moment, he could do nothing about it, as even setting a meeting with Asna was impossible. Lord Hades would know for a fact that he had his memories restored if he dared even utter her name out loud. So, he could only wish for the best and see how the situation develops. Suddenly, Felix received a call from his captain, requesting his immediate attendance. Unable to refuse his orders, Felix left the hospital room. When he arrived at their office, he noticed that Miss Sinai and Mr. Atticus were also there. We have just received a court date and the assigned juridical officials in the trial, Captain Charleston informed with a faint smile. Luckily, Gravis has been picked as the prosecutor, and he is known for his merciless treatment of such criminals. What if he is also part of the organization? Miss Sinai shook her head. At this point, I don't doubt the organization has infiltrated the juridical system and planted moles in it. I also think the same, but this is Sir Gravis we are talking about, Hazel uttered with a tone of utter reverence. Someone as upright as him can't be part of that organization. Haven't you already learned your lesson? Ravager said coldly. Even the respectable Sharky turned out to be the nastiest monster in the realm. I don't trust anyone anymore in the government, and it's best if we focus our effort on forcing Sharky to confess his peers' identities plus the method to void the fallen transformation. Ravager was more interested in the second goal, as he wished for nothing but to have his little sister return to normal again. He didn't want to give her new memories and a new personality through the Reformation system, as it meant losing his sister once and for all. Plus, he had seen how Arion became after he was given new memories. He still behaved like a robot and listened to orders perfectly. The only difference was that he had a new set of skills, nothing more, nothing less. Making Sharky confess will be difficult. I believe he will keep stalling and stalling for the sake of his Virar. Captain Charleston was cut off by his device, causing him to peek at its screen. When he saw the details of the message he received, his pupils were enlarged to the limit. Before the others could ask him what it was, they all received the same message from Sharky's lawyer. Sharky has decided to confess everything for some leniency during the trial. Well, that was a bit too quick. Mr. Atticus chuckled. I guess my purpose here is done. I am out. Without awaiting their response, he walked away, not bothering himself anymore with the case. His entire existence was to testify against Sharky in the trial, but if he was willing to plead guilty, then he didn't need to be summoned as a witness anymore. Understanding this, they let him go. But they didn't understand Sharky's reasoning for wanting to confess so quickly. I smell something fishy about this, Needham said with a solemn tone. We all do, Captain Charleston ordered. Let's go see if he is for real or plotting something. Unfortunately for them, Sharky didn't entertain their request to meet them without his lawyer. His lawyer refrained from giving them any details about what he would confess and his decision to do it. Unlike the cases in the living world, the law enforcer's job was considered done the moment the trial date was set. So, they couldn't really force themselves to do anything to Sharky. Now, it was a battle between the lawyer and the prosecutor. One would try his best to get a good sentence while the other would do the opposite. Unbeknownst to everyone, both sides were seeking the same result. Days went by and before long, the day of the trial had arrived. It was set 7 days after the imprisonment, which was considered quite early. The courtroom was a sea of unbroken silence. Every present spirit was hanging on the precipice of anticipation, the air thick with the weight of unsaid words. Sharky was seen surrounded by light chains as he stood in front of a 3-judge panel. Marcel was the leading judge, and his eyes seemed as cold as anyone else in the courtroom. Anyone who saw him would have a feeling that he would not show an ounce of mercy to Sharky. Felix, Ravager, and the rest of the squad were sitting at the back of the courtroom. Even Elder Kraken and many other governmental officials decided to attend the trial. It was the biggest event to happen in the past century, and no one wanted to miss it. Defendant, how do you plea of your charges? Judge Marcel asked calmly. Sharky took a deep breath and uttered with his eyes closed shut. Guilty. The moment the word left his lips, the entire courtroom collapsed into a massive chaos with spirits cursing and insulting, and some seemed like they were about to rush him down. You monster! How could you do this to your fellow spirits? Kick him out. Order. Order in the court. Judge Marcel banged the gavel twice as he yelled, causing everyone to break from their emotional response and return to their seats. After the ruckus was controlled a bit, Sharky's lawyer stood up and requested, Honorable ones, my client has decided to trade crucial information for the sake of a lenient punishment. No mercy. Kick him out. We don't need his information. Many spirits didn't like the sound of it very much, but the majority understood that if Sharky opened his mouth, it would help a lot with the dismantling of the syndicate and such. It's up to the prosecutor. Judge Marcel passed the baton to his friend. Gravis stood up while fixing his suit. His charisma and reputation made everyone quiet down as a sign of respect. The prosecution team agrees to the deal based on the effectiveness of the information provided. Gravis shared. Not many spirits were surprised by his decision, as it was the right one to make. Soon, everyone focused back on Sharky. Speak up, Judge Marcel ordered. The first words emerging from his mouth caused Felix and the others to have ugly expressions. I have founded the Fallen Spectres organization all alone, he admitted, his words like poison seeping into the very foundations of the courtroom. I discovered the secret, the method to bind spirits into servitude using the essence of negativity. Negativity? What's that? The assembly erupted into a cacophony of whispers and exclamations, the shockwave from his words rippling through the essence of every spirit present. Sharky continued, his voice gaining strength. I transformed this knowledge into a flourishing business, a clandestine market dealing in the shadows of the heavenly realm. He detailed the vile intricacies of his operations, painting a picture of a hidden empire thriving on pain and subjugation. I've sold these captivated spirits, these fallen, across the entire realm. Their agony, their submission, it was all just a product, a currency for to seethe my greed. This wasn't all. To make his claims more believable and trustworthy, he revealed many hidden locations. The secret chambers where spirits were chained, their essence slowly poisoned with darkness. When he was asked about the spirits tortured under his mansion, he confessed that they were called negativity fuelers, explaining that their negative energy born out of despair and pain was the main source of energy to create fallen specters. This confession didn't fly well in the courtroom, as some spirits weren't able to maintain their anger and threw many objects at Sharky's body. While their anger and reaction was understandable, they were still kicked out of the courtroom. Uncaring and unbothered, Sharky continued confessing to one crime after another. The courtroom was turned into a battlefield, each disclosure a blow striking at the hearts of the warriors of light, the defenders of justice. The images Sharkey painted were vivid, the shadows he revealed lurking in every corner, every unturned stone. He was the architect of this hidden empire, the mastermind behind the shadows corrupting the realm of light. After he concluded his confession, no one had the energy to speak or react anymore. The atrocities they heard were enough to give them nightmares for decades. Yet, Felix and his squad didn't seem pleased in the slightest. They turned him into a scapegoat. Felix uttered coldly. The noble heading the entire operation must be watching, hiding somewhere. If it wasn't for Kara, he would have believed that Sharkey was the organization's founder like the majority of the spirits in the courtroom. Unbeknownst to him, Duke Humphrey was indeed watching the trial. He was much closer to him than expected as he was sitting next to Elder Kraken at the far back. "What do you think, Brother Kraken?" Duke Humphrey asked. "I think we need to hold a council meeting," Elder Kraken replied with a solemn tone. Based on his confession, there must be hundreds of thousands of fallen specters across the realm. We have to find them all and help them recover. My thoughts as well. Duke Humphrey nodded in agreement, but in reality, his heart was already set on using his last Hail Mary before the council could find the cure. Sharkey was asked multiple questions and he answered them as truthfully as he could. A question about the Fallen Spectre's cure was also brought up and Sharkey told them that he had no clue if it was even possible for the fallen spirits to recover. This news didn't sit well with Ravager. "Restrain yourself." Felix held his arm after sensing that his partner seemed like he was about to jump Sharkey. "I am cool. I am cool." Ravager removed Felix's hand and tried his best to contain his emotions, knowing that it wouldn't end well for him if he dared assault Sharkey here. Meanwhile, Sharkey wasn't lying or trying to hide the truth on this topic. He genuinely was clueless if a cure existed, since the entire operation was created by Duke Humphrey. "This is all my client has to say," Evander concluded. "We will double-check all the provided information, and the punishment will be suggested according to its accuracy." Gravis nodded before sitting back again. "Trial adjourned until tomorrow," Judge Marcel stated as he banged the gavel twice. Then he stood up with the other judges and exited the courtroom. "That's it," Hazel remarked with a surprised tone. "What did you expect?" Nydam said. He pleaded guilty and confessed. This trial shouldn't have been even prolonged until tomorrow if it wasn't for the seriousness of the intel. "Prolonging the trial until tomorrow isn't a good sign," Ravager said coldly. "Whether the information provided was useful or not, that monster doesn't deserve to spend another second in the heavenly plane." "I disagree." Felix shook his head. "I think being imprisoned for eternity here is far much cruel than kicking him out." "True. Getting kicked out is a scary punishment only because the alternative is much better. But in this case," Captain Charleston approved, "I would rather have them imprison him forever until he loses his mind than erase his memories and kick him out." In a sense, getting kicked out was like an instant execution while jail time was a lifetime sentence. Since there was no death in the spirit realm, the second punishment was 100 times much worse in the long run. "I don't trust the government anymore," Ravager uttered telepathically. "Who can ensure that he will really stay in jail forever and not get freed after the public forgets about his crimes? The true mastermind is still on the loose, and with his authority, he can definitely get him out later on." No one argued with this fact. With Sharkey's confession, it does seem like he has satisfied the higher-ups. Hazel said with a displeased tone, "They will definitely try to conclude the case as quickly as possible to avoid the public's outrage." The public was indeed enraged after hearing about most of the case's details. They ought to feel angry as it made them realize that they were unsafe even if they followed the rules. So, the government would accept Sharkey's villain story and end this case swiftly. If only it was possible to use the memories extraction process on him, we would get all we want, Ravager said with an irritated tone. The process was used on Arion before to find out if he had any memories. Unfortunately, they were allowed to use it on him because he had no identity and it was the only method to investigate more about him. In reality, this process was fairly dangerous as it might leave the target with some missing memories or even end up with a change of personality. So, Even criminals had the right to block any attempt at extracting their memories. After all, what if the process was used on a spirit just to ruin him and yet find out that he wasn't the criminal? It was way too fatal. So what now? Do we just let the case get closed in this manner and watch the rest of the organization's members run free? Hazel said with an unconvinced tone. Just the notion of Inspector Nolver not getting punished with Sharky was going to leave them with many sleepless nights. What else can we do? Needham sighed. We can reach out to Gravis and tell him about this, but he will want evidence from us and we have none. We can tell him to force Sharky to rat on his peers for the sake of a much better deal. Hazel suggested. It doesn't work like that, Felix said indifferently. Since Sharky came forward and confessed everything without mentioning the names of his peers, it only means that his survivability was already guaranteed to him. Does that mean someone in the court is on his side? He will most definitely get jail time. Hazel covered her mouth. Don't tell me Sir Grav. Enough with empty speculations, Captain Charlson interrupted. We will find out tomorrow what his punishment will be and base our next move on it. Upon hearing this, everyone dropped the subject and began leaving the courtroom one by one until only Felix and a couple of attendants were left behind. Felix's mind was still occupied with the case. With the case developing to this state, should I bring Kara forward as a witness? Felix frowned, his arms crossed above his chest. He understood that the noble would be exposed immediately if Kara came forward and ratted him out. As long as she was included in the witness protection program, breaking the privacy contract terms could be avoided. However, Felix was still having difficulty with making this decision. That's because she was going to hand out a high governmental official, someone even higher than Sharky. Her words weren't going to be taken for granted as the truth, even if she confessed all of the evil and torture she went through under the Duke's hands. This implied she would be forced to have her memories examined, and Felix had no interest in putting Kara under that machine. Unfortunately, he understood that he couldn't bring her on the stage and ruin a high official's name without consequences. They would examine her memories forcefully to defend her claims. In other words, if Felix wanted the noble to get caught, he had to compromise Kara. Screw this. Felix shrugged his shoulders carelessly. I won't ruin my servant's life for the sake of the realm's goodness. If even Hades doesn't care, why should I? Felix could already be said to have closed the corrupted Spectres organization's case, and since he played a huge role in it, he was guaranteed to receive a massive amount of points with his partner from the entire department. It would ensure they go through the next stage in the captain's governmental position examination. Plus, he even saved Carbuncle's wife. If the Ethereal Elders Council was capable, they should be able to find the mastermind and the remedy to the fallen. As for me, my job here is over. Felix stood up and exited the court at last, having no interest in investing any more time in it. As for the Universal Codex written on the gemstones, it was a fascinating mystery, but Felix realized that he could do nothing about it with his current position. So why give himself an unnecessary headache? He was merely a passenger in the spirit realm, a traveler, one could say, not a hero sent to bring justice and punish the wrongdoers. So, when tomorrow came and Felix heard that Sharky had been decided to serve an eternity in jail with periodical physical punishment, he didn't seem too bothered. But the same couldn't be uttered about Ravager and his squadmates. How could they? Just because the information checked out to be right. Ravager yelled as he punched the office's wall as hard as he could, boring a hole in it. He was absolutely livid that the trial was concluded in this dissatisfying manner. His squadmates shared the same emotion as him, but none of them reacted as strongly. Give it a rest. You saw the thousands of spirits saved in those hidden locations. Needham sighed. Without his confession, they would have been left there for God knows how many years. The others seemed to agree with his statement. At the end of the day, Sharky had shown good faith in his confession, and if they didn't show mercy in his judgment, no other criminal would dare trust the juridical system again. So, Gravis and the judges weren't suspected of cooperation at all, as it seemed like they had made the reasonable decision. In fact, the addition of physical punishment, which was a nice way of saying torture, made everyone feel like Gravis was still on the side of the right. After all, an eternal torture periodically wasn't a walk in the park either. Unbeknownst to them, the punishment was given and accepted by Sharky only because both of them understood that the heavenly plane would soon cease to exist if their plan succeeded,